Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1, Double Kamui Did I Really Transmigrate? Blaine could only recall being hit by a dump truck, his vision going dark, and then suddenly waking up in another world. Just now, the system informed him that this was the world of Akame. At first, he struggled to accept it. After all, transmigration was something that only happened in novels and comics, right? But now, he had no choice but to face reality. His landing point in this world had been directly on top of a monster's head, startling it awake. It was a tiger-shaped special class danger beast, massive in size and far more terrifying than an ordinary tiger. Its paws alone dwarfed Blaine's entire body, and its gleaming claws were at least a meter long. Blaine's double Kamui was about to prove useful. That's right, the Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui. And not just in one eye, both eyes had it. This was the special ability granted to him by the system upon transmigration. The moment the beast lunged at him, Blaine swiftly activated the intangibility ability of his right eye's Kamui. The danger beast's gaping maw, lined with jagged fangs, passed through him harmlessly. His body faced straight through the massive creature's head, and without wasting a second, he took off in another direction, trying to shake it off. After running for a while, he spotted a woman in a pure white military uniform up ahead. Thanks to his Mangekyo Sharingan enhanced vision, he could see her clearly from a distance. Her long blue hair stood out strikingly, and her exquisitely cold expression was like an ice sculpture. Delicate features, ice blue eyelashes, piercing eyes, and skin as flawless as freshly fallen snow. But Blaine had no time to admire her beauty. He was still being chased. Even though the danger beast had failed to hit him multiple times, it continued pursuing him relentlessly. After all, danger beasts weren't known for their intelligence. Looks like I dragged an innocent person into this. I should help her. The thought flashed through Blaine's mind. Although he had ways to escape, the woman would likely become the beast's next target. He didn't want innocent people to suffer because of him, and his conscience wouldn't allow him to ignore it. At the same time, he realized he had to shake off the danger beast. His body was noticeably weaker, and his eyes throbbed with pain. If he used another eye technique now, his body might not be able to handle it. His best option was to use his remaining intangibility time to escape. The energy cost of double Kamui was absurdly high, even with the system enhancing his body beyond human limits. Otherwise, a single use of his eye techniques might have killed him outright. He had ways to further strengthen himself, but now wasn't the time to think about that. On this day, Asdeath, newly appointed as a general of the Empire, had been tasked with subjugating a special class danger beast near the Empire's southern border. She led a squad of soldiers on the mission. However, this was no ordinary special class danger beast. It was on the verge of evolving into a super rank. At this point, Asdeath had yet to obtain the Ice-Degu, demon god manifestation, Demon's Extract. Her entire squad had been wiped out in battle, and even she had to pay a steep price to finally slay the beast. She suddenly noticed a figure in the distance being chased by a danger beast. Judging by its size and appearance, it was another special class danger beast. Her brows furrowed slightly. She was still nursing serious injuries and wasn't confident she could take on another one. She wasn't sure if the young man was deliberately leading the beast toward her, but she prepared for battle nonetheless. Without hesitation, she drew a long sword from her waist, a weapon resembling a fencing épée but much heavier, and braced herself. As the black-clad youth charged straight at her, her fighting spirit ignited even further. Blaine ran directly toward Asdeath, completely ignoring the sword tip aimed at his head, and grabbed her wrist. The moment he touched her, Asdeath was affected by his Kamui's intangibility, allowing him to make contact with her. She was stunned when her sword passed cleanly through his head without harming him. In that moment of surprise, she didn't react immediately when he grabbed her wrist. As he pulled her along, Blaine said in a low voice, "I have no hostility toward you." Asdeath's expression flickered. She hadn't expected him to simply grab her and run as if he had every intention of taking her with him. However, she sensed no hostility from him. And in her current condition, she wasn't in a position to fight the danger beast head-on. So, she let him lead her away. Soon, they reached the edge of a cliff. Looking down, it was at least 1,000 meters to the bottom. Without hesitation, Blaine jumped. Asdeath hesitated for a brief moment. She hadn't expected the youth to leap without a second thought, and since he was still holding her wrist, she was pulled down with him. In midair, she quickly adjusted her posture, attempting to stab her sword into the cliffside to slow their fall. But to her shock, the blade pierced the rock effortlessly, as if slicing through air. Their descent didn't slow in the slightest. Asdith, having never encountered anything like this before, was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend what was happening. The reason was simple: Blaine was still holding on to her, and she remained affected by his intangibility. Noticing her reaction, Blaine reassured her, "Don't worry, we'll be fine." "Are you a Tegu user?" Asdith quickly deduced that his strange abilities must be tied to some kind of power. In this world, the Empire was an ancient civilization with a 1,000-year history, standing as the most powerful nation. 1,000 years ago, the first emperor had created 48 Igu, powerful relics forged at great cost to maintain his rule. However, 500 years ago, a great war scattered many Tegu across the land and even beyond the Empire's borders. If this young man was a Tegu user, it would explain his supernatural abilities. Blaine didn't answer her question. For one, he was focused on observing the valley below. For another, he had no idea what a Tegu user even was. That's right, Blaine barely knew anything about the world of Akame. He'd only heard of it but had never watched or read it. He'd heard it was too tragic, so he never dared to experience it firsthand. As a result, he didn't recognize Asdith at all. Even though he remained silent, Asdith continued to stare intently at his crimson eyes. Her instincts told her that these unusual, blood-red pupils were likely a Tegu. After all, what kind of normal person had 3 sickle-shaped tomoe in their eyes? Chapter 2. Asdith's intuition was razor-sharp. Though the Mangekyo Sharingan's double Kamui wasn't a Tegu, it was undoubtedly the source of Blaine's abilities. Being under Asdith's intense scrutiny for so long made Blaine feel slightly awkward, but he maintained a composed and unreadable demeanor. On the other hand, Asdith felt a hint of disappointment. She hadn't been able to discern anything significant just by observing him. Had Blaine averted his gaze even slightly, she would have been more certain that his eyes were, in fact, a Tegu. Before long, they reached the bottom of the ravine. While Asdith acknowledged Blaine's abilities, she remained cautious. She couldn't dismiss the possibility that he might suddenly let go and send her plummeting. After all, they had only just met. If she wasn't at least this wary, she wouldn't be fit to call herself a general of the Empire. Only when Blaine landed them safely on the surface of the river did she allow herself to relax just a little. "There's a river down here? But we're floating on the surface, aren't we?" Asdith's voice was cool yet carried an elegant lilt. "Yeah." Blaine responded nonchalantly, still holding on to her wrist as he guided them toward the shore. Only once they reached solid ground did he release her wrist and deactivate intangibility. "Apologies for being so forward." The situation was urgent. Though he had only grabbed her wrist, he was mindful of the fact that she was a woman and thought it proper to acknowledge it. However, Asdith didn't seem to care about such trivialities. She walked over to a large rock and drove her sword into it, testing its solidity. Seeing that it pierced through effortlessly without leaving a single scratch confirmed that everything had returned to normal. This also reaffirmed that, while her sword wasn't a Tegu, it was far from ordinary. The sheer quality of the blade was evident. It could slice through solid rock without sustaining even the slightest dent. This very sword had accompanied her through countless battles until the day of her final stand. "Looks like things are back to normal. So, it really was your ability," Asdith said, turning her gaze toward Blaine. For the first time, Blaine took a good look at her. He hadn't had the chance or the inclination to do so before. Beyond her striking beauty, she carried herself with a commanding presence. She stood at around 1.7 meters tall, and with her high-heeled boots, she wasn't much shorter than him. Her military uniform was clearly not standard issue for an ordinary soldier, and the aura she exuded radiated dominance and power. Blaine briefly wondered if high-heeled boots would be a hindrance in battle, but he kept the thought to himself. Even without knowing her identity, it was clear from her sheer presence alone that she was no ordinary person. From Asdith's perspective, it wasn't Blaine's slightly youthful yet handsome face or his lean build that intrigued her the most. It was his blood-red eyes, with their peculiar shape. "Something like that," Blaine replied indifferently as he sat down on a nearby rock to rest. Just using intangibility had drained him considerably. Double Kamui was an ability with an enormous energy cost. Even Obito had required Hashirama cells to freely use just a single Kamui, and the toll of double Kamui was even greater. Without enhancements, there was no way Blaine could wield it effortlessly. Now that he had a moment to breathe, he focused on examining the system. With a thought, he brought up the system panel. Host, Blaine, age, 18, strength, 20, average for an adult male, 10, agility, 20, average for an adult male, 10, constitution, 20, average for an adult male, 10, system points, 0, system shop, Level 1, all 3 of his attributes were at 20, twice that of an average adult male. This, of course, was a starting bonus from the system. Thanks to his 20 points in Constitution, using intangibility hadn't completely exhausted him. His double Kamui had been modified by the system. Since he had no chakra in this world, he wouldn't have been able to use it otherwise. Instead of consuming chakra, the ability now drained his body cells. The higher his Constitution, the more active his cells became, granting full body regeneration and increased endurance. This regeneration applied to his body, injuries, and even his eye power, meaning as long as he wasn't instantly killed or blinded, he could recover over time. Strength dictated his physical power. Agility affected movement speed, reaction speed, and perception. But in the end, system points were the most important. They were necessary for upgrades through the system shop. According to the system, he could earn points by hunting danger beasts or defeating enemies. Without this explanation, he wouldn't have even known what a danger beast was. The system had also provided their ranking, from weakest to strongest, Class 4, Class 3, Class 2, Class 1, Special Class, Super Rank. The stronger the danger beast, the more points he could earn. For now, Blaine simply sat and rested, allowing his body and eye power to regenerate. As for the tiger-shaped Special Class danger beast from earlier, it likely wasn't foolish enough to jump down after them. If it did, all the better. Falling from this height would either kill it outright or cripple it, making it easy prey. The sun's already setting. We should camp here for the night, Asdeath finally said. During her previous battle against the Special Class danger beast, her horse had been killed, leaving her unable to return to the capital quickly. With years of experience hunting danger beasts, she knew traveling at night was unwise. Many were at their most dangerous after dark, while humans were far more vulnerable. Besides, she was still recovering from her injuries. Resting here wasn't a bad idea. You're a soldier of the Empire, aren't you? Blaine asked casually. All he knew about Akame ga Kill was that it took place in an empire and that the empire itself was far from benevolent. That was the extent of his knowledge. That's right. To be precise, I'm a general. My name is Asdeath. And you? Asdeath's tone was gentle. Though ruthless toward her enemies, she was known to be kind and approachable toward her subordinates and the empire's civilians. Since Blaine had just saved her, it was only natural that she wouldn't be hostile. Blaine. As he answered, Blaine became more cautious. From what little he knew, the Empire wasn't exactly a force for good. There was no telling whether its generals were trustworthy. With his naturally cautious personality, he wasn't about to let his guard down. Blaine, huh? I'll remember that. Asdeath, on the other hand, found her first impression of him quite favorable. His name suggested he was from the Empire rather than a foreigner. The fact that he didn't recognize her despite her high status implied that, like her, he might have come from the Empire's borderlands rather than the capital, where her name was well known. For him to be out here, encountering a Special Class danger beast, he was likely hunting it, which showed courage. And, of course, he had just saved her life. Chapter 3, Hunting Dangerous Beasts. Just then, the river suddenly surged, its surface no longer as calm as before. Something was clearly wrong. Blaine suspected that another danger beast was about to appear. Oh, just in time. Asdeath, on the other hand, seemed already certain of the danger beast's presence. Without hesitation, she drew her long sword from the rock, sending her silver-blue hair whipping through the air as an intense battle aura erupted from her. In the next moment, a massive fish-shaped danger beast leaped out of the water. It was at least 4 or 5 meters long, its disproportionately large head lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its gaping maw lunged toward the nearest target. Asdeath. Level 3 danger beast. A cold, arrogant smile curled Asdeath's lips, tinged with confidence and disdain. Without a hint of hesitation, she launched herself forward, her agile form soaring several meters into the air. Her sword pierced through the fish's open mouth and emerged from the top of its skull, cutting straight through its head. That single strike was nearly fatal. Asdeath moved with blinding speed. The moment she withdrew her sword, she delivered several more slashes, effortlessly dismembering the fish-shaped danger beast into large chunks. This wasn't mere overkill. She was preparing the meat for dinner later. An ordinary observer wouldn't even be able to track her movements with the naked eye. But Blaine was far from ordinary. Through his Mangekyo Sharingan, Asdeath's actions appeared significantly slowed, as if playing out in slow motion. He couldn't help but think that Asdeath was truly formidable, and for some reason, she gave him a strangely dangerous feeling. Well, that takes care of dinner, but there sure are a lot of danger beasts around here. Asdeath let out a slight sigh. Several more danger beasts had already surrounded them. It seemed this area was teeming with them. Fortunately, none were Special Class danger beasts, meaning there was no real pressure in dealing with them. Even without a Tegu, Asdeath's raw physical prowess and combat skills were formidable. At that moment, Blaine began to move as well. He yanked out one of the massive teeth from the fish-shaped danger beast. As expected of a danger beast, even a single tooth was about a meter long, looking exceptionally hard and razor sharp. "What are you doing?" As teeth immediately asked, curious about his actions. "Using its tooth as a weapon," Blaine replied plainly. He couldn't afford to rely too much on the double Kamui's dojutsu just yet. While his left eye's Kamui offensive ability could instantly kill any of the danger beasts before him, he had just used intangibility earlier. Using another eye technique so soon without sufficient rest would put too much strain on his body. Besides, he was wary of his teeth. He felt it best not to reveal any signs of weakness in front of such a dangerous woman. Besides, the base abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan were already overpowered enough. Beyond enhanced vision, its most crucial feature was its predictive insight. He could foresee an enemy's movements before they even happened. For instance, if an opponent so much as raised a hand, he could deduce their next move based on micro-expressions and muscle tension, making their actions appear much slower in his eyes. His ability to copy techniques and see through illusions relied on this same insight. These core abilities alone were already broken enough. Blaine decided to rely on close combat for now, just like his teeth. He wasn't necessarily incapable of fighting danger beasts without his eye techniques. This was the perfect chance to test his own strength. "So your Tegu isn't very offensive?" As teeth asked, slightly surprised. She seemed to have already assumed that Blaine's abilities came from a Tegu. At the same time, her appreciation for him grew. This young man who appeared even younger than herself remained calm in the face of numerous danger beasts. Even without a weapon, he was resourceful enough to fashion one from a slain beast. Blaine, who had no idea what a Tegu was, didn't bother responding. With an expressionless face, he gripped the fish tooth tightly and charged toward the danger beasts. Hunting danger beasts earned him system points. This was his primary motivation for fighting. As teeth, on the other hand, held back, curious to see how he would fare without using his so-called Tegu. Blaine's first target was a relatively small plant-type danger beast, a grotesque, towering green flower that stood even taller than him. Its massive, gaping mouth could easily swallow him whole. For now, he decided to call it a man-eating flower. Suddenly, the man-eating flower lashed toward him with astonishing speed. Its stalk could freely extend and retract, stretching several meters in an instant. Anyone unfamiliar with this ability would be caught off guard, falling prey to the flower's trap and becoming its next meal. However, the moment the man-eating flower made the slightest pre-attack motion, Blaine's Mangekyo Sharingan caught it. With perfect timing, he leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the strike. Then, as he descended, he landed precisely atop the creature's head, driving the fish tooth into its stalk. When stretched to its limit, the stalk became thin and fragile, only about the width of an arm. The makeshift weapon sliced through it with ease. Boom! The man-eating flower's massive head crashed to the ground. A fountain of blood gushed from the severed stalk, but Blaine sidestepped just in time to avoid being splattered. Ding! The host has slain a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. Blaine had efficiently taken down his first danger beast. But he had no time to rest. Another one was already charging at him. Using the fallen man-eating flower's head as a springboard, he pushed off with a strong kick and flipped backward just in time to see 2 long, scythe-like mantis claws slicing through the spot where he had just been standing. Had he reacted a moment slower, he would have been cleaved in half. That was close. Blaine mentally noted the danger. Fortunately, his cheat was double Kamui. Even relying only on its base abilities, he could still handle this situation with ease. Without hesitation, he drove the fish tooth into the mantis-like danger beast's neck, cleanly severing its head. As the head hit the ground, another notification rang in his mind. Ding! The host has slain a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. However, his makeshift weapon had already developed visible cracks. At this rate, it would break after just a few more uses. Undeterred, he yanked the mantis beast's front claws from its corpse. These scythe-like appendages would serve as his new weapons. Meanwhile, as Teeth, who had been silently observing the entire fight, found herself increasingly impressed. This young man had talent. With a Tegu, he had the potential to rise to the rank of a general. Chapter 4, A Beautiful but Dangerous Woman. Ding! The host has hunted a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. Ding! The host has hunted a level 3 danger beast. Reward, 3 system points. Blaine quickly took care of the remaining danger beasts. These creatures, classified as level 3 and 4, were terrifying monsters that posed a significant threat to ordinary citizens of the Empire. That was precisely why they were called danger beasts. However, for Blaine, hunting them was effortless. And this was just his base stats without using the double Kamui Dojutsu. His abilities could still be enhanced further. System points, 10. After this battle, Blaine had accumulated a total of 10 system points. He immediately opened a system shop. System shop level 1, item, Strength +1, price, 1 system point, item. Agility +1, price, 1 system point, item. Constitution +1, price, 1 system point. After a moment of consideration, Blaine decided how to allocate his points. Ding. The host has exchanged 6 system points for Constitution +6, ding. The host has exchanged 2 system points for Strength +2, ding. The host has exchanged 2 system points for Agility +2, for now, Constitution was his top priority. It was crucial for determining whether he could properly use the double Kamui Dojutsu. That didn't mean strength and agility were useless, both attributes played an essential role in enhancing his physical combat skills. His body techniques set the baseline of his combat prowess, while the double Kamui Dojutsu determined his upper limit. Until he could freely use the double Kamui Dojutsu, his body techniques remained indispensable. But achieving full control over the double Kamui Dojutsu was easier said than done. For instance, Obito could only use single Kamui freely because he possessed Hashirama cells. Kakashi, who inherited Obito's 6 paths power, merely obtained a 1-minute trial of the double Kamui. This implied that Blaine's constitution had to surpass the strength of Hashirama cells at the very least to use double Kamui without restrictions. And even then, it was only a possibility. Clap, clap. Just then, Blaine heard the sound of applause. Asdith was clapping as she looked at him. A splendid display. You're quite strong. You flatter me. Blaine replied modestly. He had already noticed that Asdith's physical abilities were superior to his own. As one of the Empire's generals, she was undoubtedly among the strongest in the nation. If you need money, you should harvest the valuable parts from those danger beasts. If not, then get ready for dinner, she said before turning toward the fish-shaped danger beast she had already dismembered. Blaine fell silent for a moment. He had no idea which parts of a danger beast were valuable. Having just transmigrated into this world, he was completely broke, so earning some money was necessary. He would have to ask Asdith for guidance later. By now, Asdith had already started preparing food. She expertly whittled some branches into makeshift skewers, then sliced a large piece of fish into evenly sized chunks before threading them onto the skewers. She was obviously preparing grilled fish. Blaine had intended to help, but upon seeing Asdith's swift and efficient movements, he realized there was nothing for him to do. At that moment, Asdith glanced at him and said, "Just sit and relax. You saved my life earlier, consider this a small way of repaying you." Blaine shook his head slightly and said honestly, "No, it was my fault. I accidentally woke up that special class danger beast, which led to your predicament." In his view, Asdith didn't owe him anything. He had only resolved a situation he had caused. One thing doesn't cancel out another. Regardless of the circumstances, you still saved me, Asdith replied. All right. Blaine accepted her reasoning. Soon, Asdith started the fire and began grilling the fish. Her movements were so practiced that it seemed she had done this countless times before. Blaine and Asdith sat by the fire, waiting for the fish to cook. Here. Asdith handed him one of the first skewers of grilled fish. Thanks. Blaine accepted it but, out of habit, used his Mangekyo Sharingan's insight to check if there was anything unusual about the fish before taking a bite. Despite being from a danger beast, the meat was actually even more delicious than the fish he had eaten in his previous life. In this world, many types of danger beasts could be turned into gourmet dishes. How does it taste? Asdith asked. It's really good. Blaine replied with a serious expression. Asdith gave a slight nod, seemingly satisfied with her handiwork. Where are you from? Are you here to hunt danger beasts? She asked abruptly. Blaine reacted quickly, fabricating an identity for himself. I'm from a small village in the Southern Empire, but it was destroyed recently by a special class danger beast. As the sole survivor, I had no choice but to wander. I see. Asdith's face remained emotionless, and her tone lacked any trace of sympathy. The weak die. That's just how it is. Only the strong survive. Her words and the cold indifference in her voice sent a slight chill down Blaine's spine. Even though his story about the village and the danger beast was entirely fabricated, Asdith's reaction was chillingly real. Survival of the fittest, taken to the extreme? No doubt about it. This woman is dangerous. At that moment, Blaine mentally labeled Asdith as a beautiful but highly dangerous woman, though he didn't let it show on his face. How about this? Asdith suddenly said, placing a hand on her chest. Come with me to the Imperial capital. I can make you my direct subordinate, allowing you to skip the usual military enlistment process. You'd immediately rise to a position of power, second only to a general. That's far better than wandering aimlessly, isn't it? Blaine was silent for a moment before answering. I do plan to go to the Imperial capital, but I don't like being bound by others. You won't be. Asdith assured him. You'll belong only to my army, and I'll grant you as much freedom as possible. Even I have to leave the capital frequently to suppress foreign tribes and hunt danger beasts. That level of autonomy should be acceptable to you, right? All right. Blaine accepted Asdeath's invitation. He didn't know much about this world yet. Even if Asdeath hadn't invited him, he would have chosen to go to the imperial capital, the most important stage of this world. From there, he could slowly piece together what kind of place this truly was. Chapter 5, Aiming to become a general. Of course, Blaine didn't fully trust Asdeath. Once someone earned the label of dangerous, it wasn't easy to remove. However, Blaine had his own trump card, the double Kamui. At the very least, he had no worries about protecting his own life. So, he didn't fear Asdeath. Good. Then we'll spend the night here and head back to the imperial capital first thing in the morning. Asdeath said. Blaine asked, since you're a general of the empire, why are you out here alone? I originally came with a squad of soldiers to hunt a special class danger beast, but the intel was wrong. Its strength was far beyond expectations, and during the battle, we also attracted several Class 1 and Class 2 danger beasts. In the end, I managed to take down the target, but I was the only survivor. Asdeath explained briefly. I see. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. Blaine apologized. It's nothing. It's a bit of a shame, but they were too weak, so they died. That's all. Asdeath was completely indifferent. Her deep-rooted belief in survival of the fittest made her regard the deaths of her soldiers as insignificant. Blaine remained silent. There was no point arguing with Asdeath over this topic. I'm full now. Could you teach me which parts of these danger beasts are valuable? He asked, shifting the conversation. Of course. But you don't know this already? Asdeath looked slightly surprised. Given Blaine's earlier display of skill, she had assumed he came from a tribe that hunted danger beasts for a living. Blaine shook his head. Before my village was destroyed, I rarely dealt with danger beasts, so I don't know much about them. In that case, I'll teach you. Asdeath stood up, walked to the corpses of the danger beasts Blaine had killed, and drew her long sword from the scabbard at her waist. First, this man-eating flower. Its valuable part is the golden section in the pistol. It has high pharmaceutical value. Demonstrating as she spoke, Asdeath used her sword to extract the golden pistol and handed it to Blaine. As a general, she had a high salary and numerous rewards. Unlike Blaine, she had no need for extra money. Next, she proceeded to explain and demonstrate how to extract valuable materials from each danger beast. Blaine quickly realized that Asdeath had extensive knowledge in this area. Curious, he asked, you seem very experienced with this, and even earlier, when you were grilling fish, you were incredibly skilled. Did you grow up hunting danger beasts? Yes. I was born into the Pardas clan, a tribe specialized in hunting danger beasts. We've been doing it since childhood. Asdeath explained. But later, my clan was wiped out by the northern tribes. Just like you, I was the only survivor. After hunting every danger beast in the region, I got bored and decided to enlist in the Imperial Army. Her tone remained completely indifferent, as if recounting an insignificant event. It was as if the annihilation of her entire clan wasn't even worth remembering. Blaine found her both frightening and somewhat pitiable. Perhaps it was that experience that shaped her extreme belief in the law of the jungle. But with such a mindset, she probably wouldn't appreciate his sympathy. In fact, she might find it strange. I see. For a moment, Blaine didn't know what to say. You can sell these materials for money in the imperial capital, but don't worry about finances. You'll have a generous salary soon enough. Asdeath added. As for the remaining danger beast corpses, they were of no further use. Night fell. Neither Blaine nor Asdeath planned to travel in the dark. Although Blaine's Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to see clearly at night, using intangibility earlier had drained him significantly. Resting was the better option. Since Asdeath carried nothing but her weapons, both of them simply lay down on the ground to sleep. But it was still early, and with nothing else to do, they started chatting. How old are you? You look young. Asdeath asked. 18. You're not much older yourself. Blaine replied. He didn't mind chatting with Asdeath. There was nothing else to do, and casual conversation might help him gather useful information. It also felt natural he wouldn't come across as having any ulterior motives. Then you're 2 years younger than me. Asdeath noted. 20? That's impressive. Becoming a general at such a young age is no small feat. Blaine praised. There are other generals around my age, actually. One of them is only 4 or 5 years older than me. Asdeath said. The person she was referring to was Najunda. At this time, Najunda had yet to defect and was still Asdeath's colleague, often accompanying her on military campaigns. Of course, since Blaine had never even heard of Asdeath before, he certainly didn't know Najunda either. You have the potential to become a general too. I hope you'll aim for that as your goal. Asdeath added. Me? I guess I could give it a try. Blaine kept his answer vague. For now, he had no clear stance. Since he didn't fully understand this world yet, he could only take things one step at a time. Asdith was undoubtedly dangerous, but at least she wasn't hostile toward him. She was worth observing. Late at night, when it was time to sleep, both Blaine and Asdith simply lay on the ground. Blaine's physical endurance far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and Asdith was even more resilient. Sleeping outdoors posed no problem for either of them. However, their sleep wasn't particularly restful. They had to remain alert in case of sudden danger beast attacks. Blaine also kept his guard up against Asdith. At the slightest movement, he would wake instantly. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. It wasn't until early morning that a danger beast suddenly appeared and disturbed their rest. Asdith reacted first, swiftly cutting down the Class 2 danger beast with just a few strikes. Perfect timing. Now that it's morning, we should get going, she said, flicking the blood from her blade before turning to Blaine. All right. Blaine nodded. With that, the two of them set off toward the imperial capital, a city that had thrived for over 1,000 years. Chapter 6, Jisai City. Before setting off, Asdith adjusted her military cap. Her cap closely resembled those worn by the British Royal Navy, adding a touch of allure to her already striking appearance. Blaine also thought the cap suited her well. We're currently in the Empire's southern border region, far from the imperial capital. If we rely solely on walking, we'll waste too much time. Let's head to the nearest city, Jisai, and get 2 horses, Asdith said. Blaine nodded in agreement. On their way to Jisai City, they encountered several more danger beasts. Outside the imperial capital and major cities, danger beasts could be found almost anywhere. City walls weren't just built to defend against rebels, foreign invaders, and hostile tribes, they also served as protection against these deadly creatures. Working together, Blaine and Asdith swiftly eliminated the danger beasts. Ding. The host has hunted a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point, ding. The host has hunted a level 3 danger beast. Reward, 3 system points. However, due to Asdith's overwhelming strength, Blaine only managed to take down 2 danger beasts, the rest were killed instantly by Asdith. I killed 10, and you only got 2. That means I win, Asdith remarked, casually crushing the skull of the last danger beast beneath her boot. In the distance, the towering walls of Jisai City came into view. Yes, you're incredibly strong, Blaine said, conceding without argument. Though, to be fair, he never agreed to a competition in the first place. Before long, they reached the city gates. The guards stationed there moved to check their identities. Asdith, having only recently been promoted to general, was well known in the imperial capital, but in a remote city like Jisai, her fame hadn't spread as widely. In a world resembling an ancient feudal empire, information traveled slowly. Unless someone had seen Asdith's portrait, they wouldn't recognize her on sight. Hey, you two. Where are you from? State your names. One of the guards barked at them in a rude tone. Before Blaine could respond, Asdith grabbed the guard by the hair with one hand and effortlessly slammed him to the ground. Before the man even had time to react, Asdith's high-heeled boot came down, shattering the bridge of his nose with a sickening crunch. Ag! The guard let out a blood-curdling scream. The other guard stood frozen in shock, never expecting anyone to cause trouble here. Who the hell is that woman? She's gorgeous, but she's absolutely ruthless. She just attacked a city guard like it was nothing. I want to say well done. Those bastards abuse their power all the time. Last time, a guy got beaten half to death just for speaking up. They even tossed him outside the walls to be eaten alive by danger beasts. I just feel bad for such a beauty. That scumbag governor won't let her off the hook. But we better keep our voices down. If we get caught talking about this, we're dead. The commotion quickly drew the attention of bystanders coming in and out of the city. Many began whispering among themselves. Blaine, seeing that he didn't need to intervene, simply stood by and watched the scene unfold. Within moments, all the guards at the gate surrounded them. Yet, both Blaine and Asdith remained utterly calm, unfazed by the situation. Asdith had absolute confidence in her strength. Blaine, on the other hand, was not only strong himself but also knew Asdith's true identity. You don't have anything to prove you're a general? Blaine quietly asked. I do, but I never bring that kind of thing when I'm out hunting, Asdith replied coldly. Blaine sighed. So, what now? If it comes to it, we'll just slaughter them all, Asdith said, her voice laced with chilling indifference. A dangerous smile appeared on her beautiful face, a mix of excitement and cruelty. Blaine was momentarily speechless. Jisai City was within the Empire's territory, meaning it technically belonged to the same nation Asdith served. These guards were supposed to be her subordinates, yet she was ready to kill them without hesitation. He didn't necessarily disagree with her ruthless approach. This was a world where the weak were preyed upon, after all. But Edith's interpretation of survival of the fittest was extreme. Wait. I think she might be General Edith. Just as Edith was about to draw her sword and start killing, one of the guards finally recognized her. He had seen her portrait by chance. The images had only recently arrived in Jisai City and were currently displayed in the governor's mansion, though they hadn't yet been widely circulated. General Edith? Are you serious? The youngest general in the Imperial Army? I swear it's her. Then. We're doomed. We just pulled our weapons on a general. Shut up and start bowing. Maybe we can still survive. Panic-stricken, the guards dropped to their knees, frantically kowtowing. They weren't just enforcers of the Empire's corrupt system, they also understood how terrifying it was. Offending a general was practically a death sentence. Fortunately for them, Edith was relatively lenient toward her own subordinates. She ignored the groveling guards entirely, not sparing them so much as a glance as she strode through the city gates. Blaine followed closely behind. Only after Edith and Blaine had disappeared into the city did the guards dare to stop bowing and lift their heads. Phew. Thank the heavens she didn't hold it against us. Who was that guy with her? A deputy officer? No way. He wasn't even wearing a proper uniform. Looks more like a personal companion, if you ask me. Who cares? We barely escaped with our lives. Focus. Someone needs to report this to the governor, now. Once inside Jisai City, Edith headed straight for the governor's mansion, demanding 2 quality horses. The governor had already received word of her arrival from the city guards. General Edith, it's an honor to have you here. Just 2 horses? I have plenty of fine goods. If there's anything that catches your eye, please take it as a gift. The governor was a plump, middle-aged man who greeted Edith with an ingratiating smile. I don't need anything else. Edith replied coolly, tossing a pouch of coins onto his desk. She never accepted bribes, nor did she want to owe favors to men like him. Of course, of course. The governor didn't dare argue and quickly ordered his men to bring over 2 of the best horses. Blaine and Edith mounted their new steeds and continued on their way. However, just as they were about to leave the city, a disturbing scene caught their attention. On the streets of Jisai, a young nobleman with golden hair, dressed in lavish robes, was openly assaulting a young woman and her small daughter. Beside them, a man likely the husband lay on the ground, severely wounded and unconscious. Chapter 7, Execution of the Shin User. Papa. Papa. She's just a child. Someone, please help us. The young woman cried out in desperation, her voice raw with grief. Beside her, a little girl, her face streaked with tears, clung to the unconscious, gravely injured man. It was clear that the man was the woman's husband and the girl's father. Sykes is at it again. That bastard has no limits. I've seen him do things like this far too many times. He's the governor's son, spoiled, arrogant, and untouchable. No one dares to stop him. That family is as good as dead. The husband being unconscious might actually be a mercy. At least he won't have to witness what happens next. The onlookers only dared to whisper among themselves, their steps quickening as they passed. No one wanted to stay and watch the horror that was about to unfold. Sykes had already begun tearing the woman's clothes, while one of his guards held the little girl. It was clear she would suffer the same fate soon. No matter how much the mother and daughter screamed, no one stepped forward to help. Not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. The governor controlled the strongest forces in Jisai City, and his son, along with his guards, wielded unchecked power. Opposing them meant certain death. And it wouldn't stop there. Anyone who dared to interfere wouldn't just lose their own life, their families would be dragged down with them. A quick execution would be a mercy. More often, men were tortured, and women were violated. Edith, however, remained indifferent. Blaine, on the other hand, couldn't stand by any longer. He spurred his horse forward, charging straight toward the scene. Who the hell are you? Stop right there. The guards shouted, stepping forward to block his path. Blaine didn't slow down. In fact, he only urged his horse to go faster. Sykes, who was moments away from fully stripping the woman, was forced to leap aside to avoid being trampled. His face twisted in irritation as he turned to glare at the blood-red-eyed young man on horseback. Blaine pulled his horse to a stop in front of the woman, though the little girl was still in the grip of a guard. You little bastard. You dare stand against me? Sykes sneered, his expression darkening. Blaine didn't waste words on filth like them. Without a word, he dismounted. Sykes' face contorted with fury. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he barked, cut him down. At his command, the guards immediately drew their weapons, swords, axes, and spears glinting in the sunlight. Someone actually dared to step in? That young man is brave. But it's pointless. He won't change anything. He'll just die along with them. The gathered townsfolk whispered their sympathy. As the guards closed in, Blaine made the first move. He dashed toward one of them, a swordsman. Fast. The guard barely had time to react before slashing his sword toward Blaine in a panic. But to Blaine, the attack was slow. Effortlessly, he sidestepped the blade. Then, with a powerful knee strike, he drove his knee into the man's gut. Crack. The swordsman's face twisted in agony. His body convulsed as he doubled over, retching. His strength vanished instantly. Seizing the moment, Blaine snatched the sword from the guard's grip and, without hesitation, slit his throat. The remaining guards hesitated, now realizing that this young man was no ordinary fool. Not far away, as Deeth watched the scene unfold, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected Blaine to intervene for mere civilians. "You useless trash." Sykes, furious at his guard's incompetence, cursed as he stalked toward Blaine. "So, you've got some skill. Let's see if you can entertain me." His face twisted into a sadistic grin. He enjoyed the thrill of crushing others. A massive, dark green warhammer materialized in his hands. The craftsmanship alone made it clear this was no ordinary weapon. Blaine immediately recognized it as something unusual. The very next moment, Sykes moved. Exploding forward with unnatural speed, he swung the hammer straight for Blaine's skull. But Blaine's Mangekyo Sharingan tracked his movements with ease. Leaning back, he dodged the lethal strike then retaliated. Sykes suddenly felt a sharp pain as Blaine's sword slashed across his abdomen. He staggered, shocked at how fast his opponent had reacted. But the pain only fueled his rage. "You little bastard. I'll turn you into a stain on the ground." With a roar, Sykes' hammer suddenly expanded to more than 10 times its original size. The immense weight strained his arms, causing his veins to bulge and burst. But he was too crazed to care. His only focus was crushing Blaine. Blaine could react fast enough to see the attack coming, but physically dodging the colossal hammer's wide swing was another matter. Realizing this, he activated intangibility. Boom. The hammer slammed into the ground with earth-shaking force, sending tremors through the street. The ground where it landed caved in from the impact. It was a horrifying display of destructive power. Ha 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 ha. Sykes threw back his head and cackled. He was convinced he had smashed Blaine to pulp. Then, his laughter abruptly stopped. A cold blade pierced straight through his throat. His eyes widened in sheer terror. Blaine stood before him completely unharmed. Impossible. He had seen that attack land. He had felt the impact. Yet Blaine was standing right there, without a scratch. What the hell is he? Sykes never got an answer. Blaine stomped on his chest, pinning him to the ground. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he drove his sword into Sykes' heart. Sykes convulsed briefly, his face frozen in terror. Then, he stopped moving. Ding. The host has executed a Shing user. Reward, 10 system points. Shing were weapons created by an emperor 500 years ago in an attempt to replicate the legendary 48 Digu. The attempt failed. These inferior copies were far weaker than the originals and were mockingly referred to as Shing. However, even as failures, Shing still vastly outclassed ordinary weapons. The Warhammer's ability to enlarge more than tenfold had been one of its unique properties. As Deeth's eyes gleamed with interest. She had witnessed it clearly. Blaine had taken the full force of the hammer without dodging. And yet, he emerged from the impact completely unscathed, like a ghost passing through solid matter. Then, in one seamless motion, he had struck Sykes down. Blaine's Tigu is truly formidable, she murmured to herself. Chapter 8. Teased by Deeth. It seemed that Blaine's Tigu could also affect others. Deeth recalled their first encounter when Blaine had used intangibility on both of them. Sykes was actually killed? Who was that young man? Could he be a Tigu user? Sykes' warhammer was an incredibly powerful Shing, yet that young man defeated him so easily. Even if he's not a true Tigu user, he's at least strong enough to fight one. He got exactly what he deserved. That scum terrorized people for far too long. He finally met someone who wouldn't tolerate his tyranny. The townspeople were both shocked and delighted that Sykes had been slain. However, none of them dared to celebrate too loudly, fearing potential retaliation. After killing Sykes, Blaine turned his cold gaze toward the remaining guards. They had all been his accomplices, and just moments ago, they were ready to cut him down. He had no intention of letting them go. 2 of the guards were still frozen in shock, unable to react. Blaine swiftly cut them down. The rest panicked, dropping their weapons as they tried to flee. But Blaine wouldn't give them the chance. He pursued and eliminated them one by one. Their desperate, uncoordinated escape only sealed their fate. If they had scattered in different directions, they might have had a chance after all. Even with his superior speed, Blaine wouldn't have been able to chase all of them down. Meanwhile, Deeth showed no reaction to Blaine's slaughter of Sykes and his men. She certainly wasn't about to reprimand him. In her mind, the weak being killed by the strong was simply the natural order of the world. Once the fight was over, Blaine approached the young woman and her daughter. "It's over now. Take him to get treated, he should survive. Here, take this." He tossed them a bag of coins. The him he referred to was the bloodied, unconscious man, the young woman's husband. As for the money, Blaine had picked it off one of the dead guards. He didn't need it, but this nearly shattered family did. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Even after quickly adjusting her clothes, the young woman still looked disheveled. Sykes had nearly torn them to shreds. But at this moment, she didn't care about her appearance. She only cared about expressing her gratitude to her savior, bowing repeatedly. Her daughter followed suit. Blaine smiled softly, a sincere, unguarded expression of relief. Then, the mother and daughter helped the injured man to his feet and left. Blaine turned to mount his horse, but before he could, he noticed Edith striding toward him with an imposing air. His expression immediately grew serious. He had never lowered his guard around her, not for a second. Was she upset that he had acted on his own? That he had killed so many people, including the governor's son? After all, Edith was an imperial general. It would be entirely reasonable for her to side with the governor of Jisai over a stranger she had just met. A governor wasn't a minor official in the empire. Blaine braced himself, fully prepared for a battle. But when Edith reached him, he sensed no hostility. Then, suddenly, she raised her right hand. Blaine's Mangekyo Sharingan immediately tracked her movement. She was reaching for his chin. It wasn't an attack. Because of that, Blaine didn't waste his energy activating intangibility. Instead, he instinctively took a half step back. However, Edith immediately closed the distance, gently pinching his chin between her thumb and forefinger. Blaine blinked in confusion. "What are you doing?" He had expected her to confront him. Instead, she was teasing him. He couldn't wrap his head around it. All around them, the watching townsfolk erupted into murmurs. Is this a public seduction? But that guy is crazy strong. How is he the one getting teased? Look at her uniform, it's not just any military outfit. Could she be an officer of the Empire? Maybe they're just a couple flirting? If that ice-cold beauty is an Imperial officer, no wonder that guy dared to kill the governor's son. Feeling the odd stares from the crowd, Blaine, who had been indifferent just moments ago, suddenly found himself feeling a little embarrassed. "Smile again." Edith's tone was firm, almost commanding. "What?" Blaine was completely lost now. "I want to see a more genuine smile," she said bluntly. "The one you had just now. It moved me a little." The natural smile he had shown when speaking to the mother and daughter had stirred something in her. She didn't understand why. Up until now, Edith had never thought about things like love. The concept had simply never entered her mind. She had no idea what this strange, subtle feeling meant. All she knew was that she wanted to see Blaine's real smile again, not just a faint one, but a true, wholehearted smile. A smile? Blaine was even more confused now. Did I smile just now? He vaguely remembered unconsciously smiling in relief. But being asked to force a smile? That wasn't something he could do. He wasn't the type to smile often. Occasionally, he might do it instinctively, but forcing it felt unnatural. Besides, a Mangekyo Sharingan wielder smiling? Wouldn't that just make him look like one of those deranged Ecchi lunatics? Of course, that was just his own perception. He had never actually seen what his own smile looked like. "This is kind of difficult for me," he admitted awkwardly. "Really?" Edith tilted her head slightly, then murmured, "Are you embarrassed because of all the people watching?" Blaine opened his mouth to correct her misunderstanding, but before he could, she had already decided that was the case. "Well then," she said casually, "we don't have to rush. Once we're back in the Imperial capital, you won't have to be shy in my room." "Wait, that's not—" Blaine started to protest, but Edith didn't give him the chance. "Besides," she continued, "it seems we have a little problem right now." Blaine turned his head and saw them. From all directions, a large number of guards were closing in. It was clear why. Sykes, the governor's son, was dead. Chapter 9, He's mine. As the guards from the governor's mansion surrounded the area, Governor Sevier arrived in a rage. They didn't yet know who had killed Sykes, but they were about to find out. "Sykes!" Sevier ran to his son's lifeless body, his grief-stricken voice echoing through the square. "Who killed my son?" His bloodshot eyes burned with fury, his presence alone sending a chill through the crowd. No one dared to move. No one dared to meet his gaze. After all, Sevier was even more terrifying than his son. Who saw the murderer? If anyone dares to protect them, you'll all die. His voice was laced with venom. He intended to find the culprit by any means necessary, even if it meant rounding up and torturing every single person in the area until someone confessed. The color drained from the faces of the townsfolk. Many of them had seen exactly who had killed Sykes. But to them, That young man had done the right thing. They didn't want Blaine to suffer revenge, but if they kept quiet, Sevier would turn his wrath on them first. They were just ordinary people. Torture terrified them. It was only a matter of time before someone broke under the pressure. Before that could happen, Blaine stepped forward. "It was me." "What? Got you?" Sevier's face twisted in shock. He had assumed Blaine was simply one of Esdeath's subordinates. Until this moment, he hadn't even considered the possibility that Blaine was the one responsible. "General Esdeath." Sevier snarled, turning to her. "That brat is your subordinate. You owe me an explanation." His fury was uncontrollable, but he still addressed Esdeath with respect. In the Empire's hierarchy, a governor ranked below a general. Even so, he wasn't entirely beneath Esdeath. He didn't have to bow and scrape before her. And no matter who Blaine was, Sevier wanted justice for his son. Esdeath didn't answer. Instead, she walked towards Sevier. A faint smile played on her lips, one that carried a dangerous edge. No one else seemed to notice. No one except Blaine. But he didn't say a word. He was curious to see how Esdeath would handle this. Sevier assumed Esdeath had come to negotiate. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to deal with the young man who had killed his son. Beheading him was too merciful. No, he wanted him slowly, brutally tortured to death. Only then could he begin to ease his rage. Esdeath stepped right up to him. Up close, Sevier couldn't help but admire her. Her beauty was unparalleled. Her figure, her poise, her aura, everything about her was utterly captivating. A vile thought entered his mind. If he played his cards right, maybe he could use this situation to his advantage. Maybe he could take liberties with her. Lust flickered in his eyes. And Esdeath saw it instantly. A moment later, her sword was in her hand and it pierced straight through Sevier's right eye. It happened so fast that Sevier didn't even realize what was happening. He prided himself on being the strongest in Jisai City, far stronger than Sykes. He was a Shingu user. But against Esdeath, who wielded neither a Tigu nor a Shingu, he was utterly powerless. After all, Esdeath hadn't needed a legendary weapon to rise to the rank of general. She had done it through sheer ability alone. And in the near future, once she obtained a Tigu, she would become the undisputed strongest in the Empire. For a split second, Sevier was stunned. Then the pain hit. An agony unlike anything he had ever experienced. "Ag!" he screamed, clutching at his destroyed eye as blood poured from the socket. "You thought you could order me around?" Esdeath's voice was deathly cold. The very air around them felt like it had frozen. "And no. That's not ag." Before he could finish his sentence, Esdeath drove her blade into his other eye. Total blindness. For a man like Sevier, who had lived in luxury, indulging in every pleasure imaginable, this was a fate worse than death. But Esdeath wasn't finished yet. As he collapsed to his knees, writhing in agony, she lifted her boot and stomped down on the back of his skull. Hard. With a sickening crunch, his head caved in like a crushed melon. Sevier was dead before he even hit the ground. The guards surrounding Blaine and Esdeath stood frozen in horror. Some of them were trembling so badly that their weapons slipped from their hands, clattering onto the cobblestone. Esdeath didn't even spare Sevier's corpse a glance. Instead, she turned to the remaining guards and said coldly, "He's mine. If you want to touch him, you'll have to go through me first." The weight of her gaze sent a shiver down their spines. It was not a threat. It was a promise. That was all it took. Panic broke out. The guards scrambled to flee, tossing away their weapons to run faster. Esdeath let them go. She had no interest in wasting her time chasing down such pathetic prey. Blaine, however, was once again taken aback by Esdeath's ruthlessness. Even a governor and imperial official was nothing to her. She could have easily sold him out. Yet she had crushed Sevier without hesitation. Blaine doubted she had done it for his sake. It was more likely that Sevier's arrogance had annoyed her. And that lustful look in his eyes had sealed his fate. Now that the governor is dead, no one is left to govern Jisai City. Blaine noted, stepping up beside her. "It doesn't matter. The imperial capital will send someone to replace him," Esdeath said dismissively. "But won't this cause problems for you? This whole situation started because of me. I should have handled it alone." Blaine had no intention of dragging her into his mess. Esdeath, however, merely smirked. "It's no problem. If anyone gives me trouble for this, I'll just kill them too." She spoke as if it were the simplest thing in the world. And besides, she turned to Blaine, her smirk widening slightly. "You're mine. That means this concerns me too." Chapter 10, Shingu Dual Blades Don't Say Things That Can Be Easily Misunderstood, Blaine said, feeling slightly speechless. He could tell that Esdeath definitely didn't mean it that way, so he didn't give it any further thought. This guy had a decent Shingu. You can use it for now. With that, Esdeath used her long sword to hook the pair of crossed scabbards on Sevier's back and then tossed them to Blaine. Blaine caught the scabbards, instantly recognizing that they contained two swords. Are both of these weapons Shingu? He couldn't help but ask. That's right. To be precise, they are part of the same Shingu because this Shingu is called dual blade style. As Deith continued, your Tigu is purely defensive, right? This Shingu will help balance things out by increasing your offensive capability. Though it was named dual blades. In works like these, swords and blades are often interchangeable, so dual swords could still be referred to by that name. I see. Blaine nodded slightly. He had indeed been lacking a proper weapon. He preferred swords over heavy weapons like warhammers, which was why he hadn't paid any attention to Sykes' Shingu before. As for Deith mistaking his double Kamui for a Tigu, he had no intention of correcting her. Letting her believe what she wanted was the best option. He hadn't confirmed or denied anything, it was entirely Deith's own assumption. Blaine secured the crossed scabbards onto his back, then curiously drew the swords. One was black, the other white. The black sword fit naturally in his left hand, while the white one settled in his right. They were identical twin swords, their only difference being color. The weight and balance in his grip were leagues apart from the standard long sword he'd taken from a guard earlier. The craftsmanship and quality were clearly superior. Judging by the name, the Shingu's ability was straightforward, allowing the user to wield both blades simultaneously. When it comes to Tigu, a person can only wield one at a time. That's an iron rule, any more would overload the body and be life-threatening. At this moment, Deith decided to explain further. Shingu may not be as extreme as Tigu, but in most cases, a person can only own one. Dual blades is an exception. Even though it consists of two swords, the strain it places on the user is no different from that of a single Shingu. While it doesn't have any special abilities beyond allowing dual wielding, its base stats are exceptional. Both its offensive power and durability surpass those of ordinary Shingu. That said, using both a Tigu and a Shingu at the same time, won't that put too much strain on your body? If it feels like too much, just discard it. Even after all that, Deith still expressed concern for Blaine's physical state. Very few people could handle equipping both a Tigu and a Shingu simultaneously. The burden was usually too much to bear. I'll be fine. At least for now. Blaine replied. His Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't a Tigu, but he had to admit Shingu were extraordinary. He could clearly feel the added strain when wielding this one. However, his physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. The burden was negligible, and as his body grew even stronger, he would barely notice it at all. Good. Satisfied with his response, Deith collected Sykes' Shingu, a massive war hammer. Of course, she had no intention of using it herself. A weapon like that didn't suit her at all. She planned to turn it in at the imperial capital. Shingu weren't meant to be left in the hands of commoners. With that, Blaine and Deith continued on horseback toward the capital. Before long, news of the governor's death spread across Jisai City. I heard the governor was killed in the streets. Is that true? Of course it's true. His son, Sykes, was the first to die. Then the governor tried to avenge him, but he got taken out too. Word is, it was General Deith from the imperial capital who killed him. The governor was definitely killed by General Deith, but Sykes was taken out by some young man. Apparently, that young man is her lover. General Deith? What's a general from the imperial capital doing here? Maybe she's just a righteous general who despises evil. After all, Sevier and Sykes got exactly what they deserved. General Deith and that young man really avenged us. Given the distance between Jisai City and the imperial capital, it was inevitable that they would encounter multiple danger beasts along the way. However, with his new Shingu, Blaine's efficiency in hunting them had increased significantly. His black and white swords were razor sharp, and there was no need to worry about durability. Even after slaying several danger beasts, they showed no signs of wear. At that moment, Blaine used his black sword to sever the head of a snake-like danger beast and immediately followed up with his white sword, stabbing into its brain. In his experience, decapitation alone wasn't enough to kill a snake, so he assumed the same principle applied to the snake-type danger beast. Sure enough, it wasn't until he delivered the finishing strike that the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has slain a Class 2 danger beast. Reward, 5 system points. This time, I hunted 6, and you took down 5 danger beasts. I suppose that means I win, just barely. Deith adjusted her military cap, which had been tilted slightly due to the battle. She figured that once she returned to the imperial capital, it would be time to choose a proper Tigu. After all, against truly powerful opponents, especially super-class danger beasts, she was still at a disadvantage. A Tigu would change that. The imperial capital's current minister controlled a number of Tigu, and every newly promoted general had the opportunity to select one. Deith, who firmly believed in the law of the jungle, would never let such an opportunity slip by. She had no interest in Shingu, only Tigu were worth her attention. She had simply been too busy since her promotion to visit the minister and claim one. "I never said we were competing," Blaine muttered in exasperation. Maybe it was because he had been aggressively hunting danger beasts to earn system points, but his actions had unintentionally sparked Asdith's competitive nature as well. Chapter 11, The Kind and Simple Young Lady. Finally, Blaine and Asdith arrived in the imperial capital. The moment the guards at the southern city gate saw Asdith, they immediately stepped aside to let them pass. There was no way they wouldn't recognize General Asdith. Though they didn't know who Blaine was, it was clear that he was traveling with Asdith, so they didn't stop him either. Only two of them returned. "I remember General Asdith leading thousands into battle. What happened to the rest?" "There must have been an accident. If it were just a single special class danger beast, it wouldn't have turned out this bad. Still, General Asdith looks completely fine, so there's no need for us to worry." As Blaine and Asdith disappeared into the city, the gate guards exchanged hushed whispers. Upon entering the imperial capital, the contrast was immediately apparent. It was far more prosperous than Jisai City. But that was to be expected. It would be laughable if the capital were less developed than a regional city. In the distance, the grand and imposing royal palace stood tall, the residence of the emperor himself. However, even in such a prosperous city, poverty was still visible. There were destitute people scattered along the streets, some barely surviving. Well, this is a feudal empire, after all. And a corrupt one at that. "General Asdith, we've got new dishes on the menu today. Be sure to stop by and try them. I guarantee you'll love them," a restaurant owner called out enthusiastically as they passed. "I will. I'll come by when I have time," Asdith replied with a friendly nod, showing no signs of arrogance. "General Asdith, our shop is offering huge discounts. Come take a look." General Asdith. As they walked through the bustling streets, Blaine noticed that many shopkeepers seemed to know Asdith personally, greeting her with familiarity. More surprisingly, Asdith responded with equal warmth, carrying herself without the air of a high-ranking general. Blaine found himself seeing another side of her. She was kind and approachable toward the common folk, but when it came to the truly downtrodden, the impoverished, the abused, the persecuted, she held not a shred of sympathy. In other words, Asdith treated her people well, but that didn't mean she actually cared about them. If a powerful individual committed atrocities against the weak, she wouldn't even bat an eye. To put it bluntly, in her worldview, the weak deserved to be trampled by the strong. The strong could do as they pleased with the weak. The only reason she didn't personally harm them was because she had no interest in doing so. But if they were her enemies? Then it wouldn't matter if they were old, young, sick, or disabled, she would show no mercy. Blaine couldn't help but think to himself, this woman's personality is truly something else. "I need to meet with the Prime Minister to handle some matters and arrange your status and position. In the meantime, take a look around and familiarize yourself with the capital. If you run into any trouble, just mention my name, but try to avoid it if possible." As they neared the royal palace, Asdith gave Blaine these instructions. "Got it." Blaine nodded slightly. It was the perfect opportunity to sell the danger beast materials he had gathered along the way. Keeping them on him served no purpose. With that, the two temporarily parted ways. As he wandered through the city, Blaine came across a shop that dealt in danger beast materials. "You looking for something, young man? Or maybe you've got something to sell? I can give you a fair estimate." The shopkeeper greeted him with a wide grin. "These are danger beast materials." Blaine placed a bundle of cloth-wrapped materials on the table. The shopkeeper's eyes widened. There were at least a dozen different kinds. This young man looked fairly young, but if he could hunt this many danger beasts on his own, he was clearly powerful. Sensing a valuable customer, the shopkeeper quickly adjusted his offer, giving Blaine a slightly higher price than the market rate. Of course, he wouldn't take a loss. His profit margin would just be a bit slimmer. "Consider this my way of making a new friend. If you ever need anything, be sure to come back to my shop," the shopkeeper said with an even wider smile. "All right." Blaine accepted the bag of coins, tucking it into his inner pocket before leaving. Carrying so much physical currency was a hassle. He suddenly found himself missing the convenience of digital payments from his previous life. Here, money was divided into gold, silver, and copper coins, each with its own value. Since he was paid entirely in gold coins, it wasn't too bad. But if he had been given silver or copper coins, the sheer quantity would have been an even bigger headache. After finishing his business, Blaine continued to explore the city, taking in its sights and observing the daily lives of its people. As he aimlessly roamed the streets, a carriage suddenly pulled up beside him, accompanied by several guards. Having spent some time in the capital, Blaine had already gotten a sense of the social hierarchy. One glance was enough to tell him that this was the carriage of a wealthy noble. Ordinary citizens couldn't afford such luxury, let alone travel with an escort. Inside the carriage sat a young noblewoman. She wore an elegant blue dress, her golden curls framing a delicate, adorable face. She was slender, and the jewelry she wore was clearly expensive, far beyond what any commoner could afford. Blaine wasn't sure why the carriage had stopped next to him, but then he overheard the girl speaking to her escort. "My lady. You're at it again. I can't help it. I just like doing this." With that, the girl stepped down from the carriage and walked straight toward him. "Do you need something from me?" Blaine asked. Are you from out of town? You don't look like a local," the girl said with a bright, cheerful smile. A faint blush dusted her cheeks. "Yeah. I just arrived in the capital," Blaine replied with a slight nod. It didn't surprise him that she could tell his attire was noticeably different, and he had been wandering aimlessly, looking as though he had no particular destination. "Do you need any help? You seem a little lost. If you don't have a place to stay, why don't you spend the night at my house?" She was warm and enthusiastic, her demeanor exuding the innocence of a kind and simple noble lady. Chapter 12, Cute on the outside, vicious on the inside. "I'm not lost, just wandering around. But I don't have a place to stay yet," Blaine replied. "Then come to my house. It's quite big, and I can even offer you some delicious food," the blonde girl said with a bright smile. "Thank you for your kindness. I'll gladly accept your offer." Blaine didn't refuse. Of course, that didn't mean he naively believed this girl was as kind and innocent as she appeared. He was simply curious about how nobles lived in this world. A stranger going out of their way to be this friendly for no apparent reason? That was enough to make anyone wary. Who knew what kind of plans she might have for him? Even if she did have ulterior motives, he had nothing to fear. With double Kamui, he could handle anything. Besides, he had no idea how long Asdeath would take to finish her business. He couldn't just wait around for her. He needed to explore the Empire on his own and gather information through different means. "Great. It's settled then," the blonde girl giggled, looking pleased with herself for helping someone. "But I still need to do some shopping, so I won't be heading home right away." She suddenly remembered and informed Blaine. "No problem. Walking around a bit sounds good. I'd like to get more familiar with the capital anyway," Blaine responded casually. "Perfect. Then hop in the carriage with me." With that, she climbed back inside. The carriage was spacious enough to seat 4 people, and Blaine sat across from her. "My lady, is this really appropriate?" One of the guards standing outside hesitated. After all, Blaine looked like an ordinary commoner. It wasn't just improper for him to sit in the same carriage as their lady, they also had concerns about her safety. "It's fine, there's nothing to worry about," the blonde girl reassured them. "All right then." The guards had no choice but to go along with it, continuing to escort the carriage while keeping a close eye on what was happening inside. "By the way, what's your name?" "I'm Arya." The girl introduced herself. "Blaine," he answered. "Blaine? That's such a nice name," Arya praised. Suddenly, she leaned in close, staring directly into his eyes. Blaine could feel her breath on his face and instinctively leaned back slightly. "Your eyes are really special. They look amazing," Arya remarked as she observed his blood-red pupils, which bore an intricate pattern. "Is that so?" "Thanks." Blaine was a little surprised by the compliment. But at that moment, Arya's true thoughts were far from kind. A filthy country bumpkin like him dares to have such beautiful eyes? She had already decided she would sweet-talk him into coming home with her, then carve out those mesmerizing eyes as a keepsake before torturing him to death. Yet outwardly, her expression remained a picture of innocence, her sweet smile perfectly masking the cruelty within. "Seriously, if only I had eyes as beautiful as yours," she said with an air of longing. "Are you unhappy with your own eyes?" Blaine asked. He found it odd that a girl like Arya would admire his Mangekyo Sharingan. To him, these eyes were indeed impressive, but more because of their power and aesthetic appeal. Most girls probably wouldn't think the same way. "I don't think mine look that good. It's always been a bit of a bother," Arya replied, nodding. "I don't think they look bad at all. In fact, they're as beautiful as sapphires." Blaine spoke honestly. Arya's large, bright eyes were already stunning, and they paired perfectly with her golden curls and turquoise irises. He couldn't understand why she would think otherwise. "Eh? You really think so?" Arya seemed genuinely surprised. "Of course. I think you should have more confidence in your beauty, Miss Arya." Blaine nodded. Arya fell silent for a moment, her previously smug expression briefly freezing. Moments ago, she had been entertaining the idea of ruthlessly torturing him to death, yet now, something inside her wavered, just for a second. But only for a second. The hesitation vanished as quickly as it came, and she soon regained her usual bright smile. "You're right. I should be more confident." "Thanks, Blaine," she said cheerfully. The carriage came to a stop in a busy shopping district. As soon as Arya stepped out, she excitedly hurried toward a clothing store, 2 of her guards following close behind. Blaine, on the other hand, had no interest in shopping, so he remained by the carriage. One of the guards was left behind as well, tasked with watching over the vehicle. Seemingly bored, the guard struck up a conversation with Blaine. "See that palace over there? As an outsider, you probably don't know what our emperor is like." He gestured toward the grand structure in the distance. They were deep within the imperial capital now, and the royal palace sat at its very center, surrounded by towering walls. Ordinary citizens likely had no chance of ever stepping inside. "I'd like to hear more." Blaine was genuinely interested. He knew little about the emperor and wanted to learn more about how the empire was run. The emperor is actually just a child. He doesn't rule the empire. The one pulling the strings from behind the scenes is the prime minister. The guard's expression darkened. He's the one responsible for the empire's corruption and darkness. The imperial capital is an even crueler place than you might think. Then, lowering his voice, he added, "But you'd best keep your mouth shut about this. Even though it's common knowledge, if the wrong person hears you talking, you might just lose your head." Blaine gave a small nod. "I understand." This was useful information. And the prime minister the guard mentioned, he was likely the same one as Death had referred to earlier. Blaine also couldn't shake the feeling that the guard was subtly warning him about something. If the capital was truly as corrupt and ruthless as the guard described, then was Arya's kindness genuine? He hoped he was overthinking things. But still, he made sure to stay on guard. Not long after, Arya emerged from the store. She wasn't carrying anything herself, but her two guards were practically drowning in bags, their arms and even heads piled high with purchases. With a sweet and innocent smile, Arya waved at Blaine. "Blaine, come over here. Let's go shopping together." Chapter 13, Flirting with Other Girls. "All right." Blaine accepted Arya's invitation. "Then let's go. Next, we'll check out that shop." Arya looked adorable, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "My lady, wait for us." The two escorts hurriedly chased after them after placing all of Arya's purchases in the carriage. "Blaine, is there anything you want? I can buy it for you," Arya asked. "Not for now. I'll just have a look," Blaine replied. As they continued, Arya entered store after store, buying an absurd amount of goods. It was as if she bought anything that caught her eye, like she was stocking up rather than shopping casually. With her family's wealth, she had no reason to hold back. The ones suffering, however, were her two escorts, who were struggling to carry all the purchases back and forth. Blaine, as a bystander, said nothing but was undoubtedly surprised by Arya's excessive shopping habits. "I think that's everything. Let me see if there's anything else I need to do." Arya pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh, right. I just need to get my hair done." "Your hair?" Blaine asked curiously. "Yeah, I go every so often to straighten my curls. Unfortunately, natural curls never stay straight, and it's such a hassle." Arya sighed. "You don't like your natural curls?" Blaine questioned. "Of course not. They're so ugly. Can't you tell?" Arya frowned in frustration. Whether it was her previous dissatisfaction with her eyes or now her discontent with her naturally curly hair, this was the real her, so real that she could easily torment and kill out of jealousy. In the original story, Natsume's childhood friends, Ayasu and Seo, fell victim to Arya and her family's deception. Ayasu was poisoned with the libar of Iris by Arya's mother, who had a habit of observing infected individuals and documenting their conditions. Ultimately, he died from the illness. As for Seo, Arya tortured her to death simply because she envied her long, straight black hair. However, Blaine knew none of this. If he had, he wouldn't still be interacting with Arya. "I really can't tell," Blaine said sincerely. "I think you look great just as you are. You're just trying to make me feel better," Arya muttered, though she did feel a bit comforted. To her, outsiders from the countryside were no different from livestock, and she hardly took a farm animal's word seriously. "I'm being honest. Blonde hair with natural curls isn't ugly at all," Blaine said matter-of-factly. "Miss Arya, you really don't have enough confidence in your own beauty. You're already so cute." Humphrey. Even though Arya viewed Blaine as a mere outsider, she couldn't deny that being called cute pleased her a little. For some reason, she suddenly felt no desire to torment or kill him. Maybe she should just let this guy go? Just then, Blaine felt a chilling gaze on his back, making his spine tingle. Instinctively, he turned around only to meet his Death's icy stare. Her beautiful face was cold and slightly shadowed with displeasure, as if something had upset her. "Blaine, what's wrong?" Arya asked, noticing his sudden reaction. Following his gaze, she turned around and locked eyes with his Death. Instantly, Arya felt suffocated. Terror drained the color from her face as she quickly looked away. She recognized the woman immediately, General Death. But why was she here? And why was she looking at her with such a terrifying expression? You seem to be enjoying yourself, flirting with other girls," Asdith remarked as she approached, her voice carrying a strange undertone. She had just received her imperial arms, the ice-based Igu, demon god manifestation, demon's extract, from the Prime Minister. Igu were incredibly powerful weapons, but they required compatibility with their users. If the affinity was lacking, they couldn't be wielded properly. Asdith's Igu, created from the blood of a legendary superclass danger beast from the northern lands, was a blood-based weapon. Many had tried using it before her, but even a small sip of the blood drove them insane with bloodlust. Asdith, however, not only resisted the Tigu's madness but also drank the entire container of blood without hesitation. It was a perfect match because she was already consumed by an inherent thirst for slaughter. Demon God Manifestation, Demon's Extract was hailed as one of the strongest Tigu, though much of that reputation stemmed from Asdith's own overwhelming power and mastery over it. At this moment, the mark on her chest symbolized her bond with the Tigu. Having secured her new power and taken care of other matters, she had gone looking for Blaine. It didn't take long. She had merely asked the Imperial guards patrolling the city streets where he was. And then, she had seen him. Shopping. Walking side by side with some blonde girl. The sight inexplicably irritated her. "I'm just showing her around while familiarizing myself with the capital," Blaine said calmly. Arya suddenly realized that Blaine actually knew General Asdith and their relationship was clearly unusual. Otherwise, why would Asdith look at her that way? Wait. If he knew General Asdith, then was he really just some random foreigner? Would a mere stupid outsider have the chance to associate with someone of her stature? But at this point, she no longer cared about Blaine's origins. Asdith was now standing before her. Even though Asdith had approached for Blaine, Arya was still terrified. She knew she wasn't entirely uninvolved in whatever was happening. Under the sheer weight of Asdith's presence, Arya's body froze. She couldn't even bring herself to breathe properly. No matter how wealthy her family was, they were still just merchants. They had no power to stand against the overwhelming might of General Asdith. Chapter 14, Vice Captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force. Let's go. I'm done here. With that, Asdith prepared to leave with Blaine. Where to next? Blaine asked. I'll take you to get acquainted with your new position. As they left, Asdith didn't spare Arya a single glance. She wasn't entirely sure why she felt irritated, but the reason was simple at this point: she had no real concept of love. Romantic feelings had never crossed her mind. It wasn't until later that something clicked, making her suddenly interested in the idea of a relationship. And when that happened, she had 5 key requirements for a potential partner: ambition, preferably someone aiming to become a general; courage, even if unarmed, he should be willing to hunt danger beasts with her; a background similar to hers, someone from the border regions, not the imperial capital; younger than her, easier to dominate; a pure smile. From Asdith's perspective, Blaine happened to meet nearly all of these criteria. The only thing missing was the pure smile. He had only ever shown a genuine smile once, that in Jisai City, and that single moment had left an impression on her, though not strong enough to be considered love at first sight. Still, since she had yet to understand romance, she wasn't aware of what these feelings meant. She just knew she found the blonde girl annoying for some reason. For Arya, however, being ignored by Asdith was a relief. She had been scared out of her wits moments ago, her face still deathly pale. Seeing Asdith walk away without doing anything to her, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. My lady. We should leave. Quickly. One of the guards whispered nervously to Arya, his voice trembling. After all, who wouldn't panic at the sight of General Asdith? Arya nodded quickly and quietly slipped back toward the carriage. Meanwhile, Asdith's presence had drawn the attention of nearly everyone in the area. She was immensely popular in the imperial capital, not just for her beauty, but for her overwhelming strength as a general. More importantly, she was known as the most approachable general in the empire, treating commoners far better than most nobles did. Wasn't that Lady Arya? I heard her family is not exactly normal. They trick newcomers into trusting them, then lock them up and torture them. I've heard that rumor too. Looks like she tried to lure in another young man, but it turns out he's someone General Asdith knows. That must be it. That guy's definitely no ordinary person. Just look at how casually he talks to Asdith. He doesn't act like one of her subordinates. That crazy noble nearly got herself into serious trouble this time. While the crowd continued murmuring amongst themselves, Arya's carriage quickly sped away, loaded with her excessive shopping haul. My lady, we really almost offended someone untouchable this time. The guards were still shaken by their encounter with Asdith. As Arya's personal guards, they were well aware of her family's twisted hobbies, something they never dared to question. They were just hired hands, and none of them were foolish enough to risk their jobs or their lives over a misplaced sense of justice. The only one with any conscience was the guard who had spoken to Blaine earlier. He had subtly tried to warn him but hadn't dared to be too direct. In the original story, this same guard had also given Tatsumi a vague warning, though Tatsumi completely failed to pick up on it. Knowing just how depraved Arya's tastes were, the guards were understandably terrified. If something had actually happened to that young man, their lives would have been in danger as well. After all, Asdith was infamous for her cruelty. I thought he looked like an outsider. But I never imagined he actually knew the crazy woman. Arya's face darkened, suddenly losing the charm she had displayed earlier. Since Asdith wasn't around, she freely referred to her as a crazy woman in private. At least she could be grateful she hadn't actually done anything to Blaine yet. Not that it mattered, she had already lost interest in him. Even if Asdith hadn't shown up, she wouldn't have bothered torturing him. Either way, she had dodged a bullet this time. As they walked, Asdith began explaining Blaine's new role to him. I spoke with the Prime Minister, but there's no way to make you skip straight from a civilian to my deputy. Simply put, you lack the necessary merits. Asdith stated. But I figured you wouldn't be satisfied starting as a regular soldier either. So after some discussion, the Prime Minister decided to place you in the Imperial Capital Security Force. They're short a deputy commander right now, so you'll be filling that position. It's already a pretty good starting point. Even when she first arrived in the Imperial capital, Asdith had to prove herself in combat before earning a position as an official soldier. Given that soldiers were paid well and the Empire was in a state of corruption, recruitment standards had only become stricter over the years. After all, the Empire couldn't afford to maintain a bloated army. In other words, Asdith had already bent the rules for Blaine. Getting him in as a regular soldier would have been an achievement, let alone making him the deputy commander of the Imperial Capital Security Force, a position much higher than an ordinary soldier. It was a safe, comfortable job. No need to march into battle, just routine patrols around the city. That's actually pretty good. Thanks, Blaine said, recognizing how much effort Asdith had put into securing this for him. This is just your starting point. Asdith replied. With your abilities and potential, I have no doubt you learn the merits needed to become a general soon enough. It was clear this was what she wanted for him. To rise through the ranks, to reach for the same goal she had once set for herself. Yeah, I'll do my best, Blaine answered. He wanted to see more of the Imperial capital. More of the Empire itself. If he became a general, he would have a broader perspective, more insight into the workings of the world around him. Only then could he decide what he truly wanted to do in this world. But let me make one thing clear, Asdith said suddenly. You may not be joining my campaigns just yet, but you're already mine. If you ever need anything, come to me. And another thing, I don't want to see a repeat of today's events. Her tone shifted as she reached out, pinching Blaine's chin and tilting it up slightly. Do you understand? Chapter 15, The Empire's Strongest. Hearing the unmistakable authority in Asdith's voice, Blaine couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He had figured it out, Asdith was the embodiment of a queen. And her desire for control was overwhelming. Didn't you say you'd give me freedom? But here you are, still trying to control me, he said as he took a step back, breaking free from her grip on his chin. Blaine had no interest in being dominated. He wasn't a masochist. I meant relative freedom, not absolute freedom, Asdith said coolly. Besides, do you even know what that woman's true nature is? That woman? You mean Arya? Blaine asked, curious. It seemed like Asdith knew something about her. That's right. Her name is Arya, and she's a repeat offender. She regularly deceives newcomers from the countryside, luring them into her home, fulfilling their desires just to toy with them before torturing them to death, Asdith said matter-of-factly. Of course, someone like you wouldn't have ended up as one of her victims, but just know she had no good intentions toward you. The atrocities committed by Arya's family weren't exactly a secret, just something the general public remained unaware of. Their victims were usually naive outsiders who had just arrived in the Imperial capital. Asdith, naturally, was well aware of their crimes, but she had never been interested in dealing with them. I see. Blaine nodded slightly. Though he had been wary of Arya, he hadn't expected her sweet exterior to hide such cruelty. Thinking back, it was hard to tell how much of what she had said to him was the truth. Still, now that he was about to become the deputy commander of the Imperial Capital Security Force, he might just have the chance to deal with that twisted noblewoman. But surely others know about this too. Has no one ever done anything about them? Blaine asked. By his standards, this was an unspeakable crime. And yet, not only had Arya and her family avoided punishment, but it seemed like no one had even attempted to intervene. If it were a case of the power of wealth, he might have understood. But Arya's family wasn't some high-ranking political force, just a wealthy noble house. The fact that they could act so brazenly without consequence was absurd. It could only mean one thing: whether it was the officials at the top or the Imperial Capital Security Force at the bottom, the Empire simply didn't care about the lives of outsiders. And perhaps Even the lives of its own citizens weren't valued. The empire was even darker than he had imagined. I don't know, and I have neither the interest nor the patience to care about such things. Asdith replied bluntly. Figures. Someone like you wouldn't care about things like this. Blaine sighed. Their worldviews were completely different. But he wasn't going to waste time trying to change her. Asdith had spent 20 years shaping her beliefs. There was no way she would suddenly alter them just because someone told her to. Oh? You talk as if you know me well. Asdith said, intrigued. Then tell me, what kind of person do you think I am? Probably a queen-like personality? And someone who strongly believes in survival of the fittest. Blaine answered honestly. You're not wrong. Asdith made no attempt to deny it. You believe in survival of the fittest so strongly. Is it because of your childhood experiences? Blaine asked. Maybe. If my father and the rest of my clan had been strong enough, they wouldn't have been slaughtered by the northern tribes. Isn't that a simple truth? She replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But Blaine wanted to argue but ultimately chose not to. Then again, you're right. He said. The northern tribes were invaders, but in a world where the strong rule over the weak, having reason on your side means nothing if you lack power. The weak are trampled regardless of how just their cause may be. It was like that old saying, fall behind, and you'll be left to suffer. If a nation is destroyed, if its people are wiped out, then concepts of justice and evil become meaningless. The only thing that matters is strength, the ability to survive. No matter whether it was his previous world or this one, both operated under the same brutal rule: the strong thrive, the weak perish. This truth was undeniable. But Asdith's interpretation of it was extreme. See? We get along just fine. Asdith said with a smirk, assuming Blaine was starting to agree with her. Blaine remained silent and instead changed the subject. So you don't hate the northern tribes? He asked. Of course not. The weak being slaughtered is natural. But regardless of what they did to my people, it won't change the fact that I'll slaughter them when I go to war. She said indifferently. Maybe your people were weak. Blaine admitted, but they didn't deserve to die. They were innocent. Their deaths weren't natural. Asdith's expression turned slightly cold. Not wanting to start an argument, Blaine continued, I'm just stating my opinion. That's all. But I am curious, if I were stronger than you, what would you, as the weaker one, think then? If that ever happens, then whether you kill me, make me your servant, or force me into submission, I won't have any complaints. Asdith said with a cold smile. But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. I will be the strongest in this empire. She wasn't boasting. If anything, she was the only one truly qualified to say those words. Now that she had obtained the Ice-Tegu, her absolute strength was inevitable. What she didn't realize was that Blaine wasn't bound by the rules of this world. As a transmigrator, he was an anomaly, one she couldn't predict. We'll see about that. Blaine said with a faint smile. He wasn't planning anything strange. But he was certain of one thing: dealing with Asdith in the future was going to be troublesome. And the best way to handle trouble was to be stronger than it. Just then, Asdith suddenly changed the topic again. Without warning, she reached out and gently touched Blaine's face. You can smile, can't you? Why not smile a little brighter? Her sudden shift in demeanor completely shattered the previously tense atmosphere. In an instant, the conversation's intensity vanished, replaced by something entirely different. Chapter 16, The Justice Girl, Saru. Molested again. Feeling the cool, soft touch on his face, Blaine realized just how cold Asdith's hands were. With a speechless expression, he moved her hand away. If you want me to smile on command, I won't be able to. Still, he couldn't help but notice the subtle changes in her. It wasn't just her hands, there was a faint chill radiating from her entire body. It was barely perceptible, but Blaine's sharp senses picked up on it. She hadn't felt like this before. Then there was the mark on her chest. He had noticed it earlier but hadn't said anything about it until now. That mark on your chest. It wasn't there before, was it? Blaine finally asked. He suspected that whatever was changing about Asdith had something to do with that mark. Could it be related to the Tegu she had just obtained? That's right. I received my Ice-Tegu today. After drinking a full pot of blood, this mark appeared. Asdith explained. Blood? So there are Tegu that use blood too? Blaine was a little surprised. He had always assumed Tegu were physical weapons: blades, swords, spears, hammers, and so on. But now, a blood-based Tegu had entered the mix. This is my first time seeing one as well, but the 48 Tegu are all unique and unpredictable. You don't seem very familiar with them, do you? You should take some time to study ancient records. If you ever face another Tegu user, you don't want to be caught off guard by an unknown ability. Asdith suggested. Yeah, I'll look into it. Blaine nodded. His biggest weakness right now was a lack of knowledge about this world. When it came to Tegu, he was completely in the dark. As Teeth was right, understanding them would be crucial. Even though he had double Kamui, he couldn't afford to be careless. He still didn't know if there was a Tegu out there capable of countering it. Blaine had since parted ways with Teeth and was on his way to report to the Imperial Capital Security Force. As he walked through the streets, someone suddenly called out to him. "Excuse me. Are you Blaine?" Hearing his name, he turned his head. Standing before him was a young girl with orange hair tied in a high ponytail, bright orange eyes, and a cute appearance. She was dressed in a gray breastplate and shoulder armor, standard gear for the security force. Despite her friendly and cheerful smile, Blaine had learned his lesson from Arya. In a place like the Imperial Capital, he wasn't about to take people at face value. "That's me," he replied. "We received orders from General Esdeath to escort you," the orange-haired girl said, giving him a formal salute before introducing herself. "I'm Sarah Ubiquitous, a new recruit in the Imperial Capital Security Force." At this point, it seemed that Sarah had not yet obtained her biological Tegu, magical beast transformation, Hecatonkairs. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have Koro with her. "I'm new here too." "No need to be so formal," Blaine said. "That's different. You're the vice captain." "I'm just a rookie, we're in completely different leagues," Sarah corrected him. "All right then." With that, Blaine and Sarah set off toward the security force headquarters. Along the way, Sarah eagerly struck up a conversation, her cheerful energy apparent. "Vice Captain Blaine, what made you join the Imperial Capital Security Force? You must have some noble ideals, right?" She was clearly curious. The security force members didn't know much about Blaine's background. All they knew was that he had been appointed by the Prime Minister and personally recommended by General Esdeath. As a result, many assumed he was some kind of rising talent. Nothing that noble, really. Blaine felt a little awkward, unsure how to answer. The truth was, he had simply taken the position as a means to learn more about the world. "Come on, you're just being modest, aren't you?" Sarah grinned, unconvinced. "I, on the other hand, joined the security force to uphold justice and eliminate all evil." Her expression turned serious, her gaze filled with conviction. She wasn't joking. "That's an admirable goal," Blaine said. But only if her sense of justice was truly just and not something twisted. Of course, he didn't know anything about her yet. From his perspective, if she genuinely had a strong sense of justice, maybe she could bring some light to the darkness of the Imperial Capital. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Right? Sarah beamed, clearly pleased that the vice captain had acknowledged her sense of justice. Before long, they arrived at the security force headquarters. "Vice Captain Blaine, we're here," Sarah announced. Looking around, Blaine noticed that all the security force members wore the same breastplate and shoulder armor. This uniform was clearly a symbol of their unit. There weren't any complicated formalities. Since he had already been assigned the role of vice captain, all that was left was to meet the captain and familiarize himself with the rest of the team. And apparently, Sarah was assigned to assist him with that. Blaine was starting to think she was just a rookie doing errands. "Vice Captain Blaine, I'll take you to meet Captain Ogre first," Sarah said. "Captain Ogre is incredible. He even has a nickname, Ogre the Demon. Criminals are terrified of him. If I had his strength, I'd be able to carry out justice even better. That's why I'm trying to become his apprentice." "Is that so? Well, good luck with that," Blaine responded casually. A few moments later, they arrived in front of a large office. "Captain Ogre is inside," Sarah said. "All right, thanks." Blaine pushed open the door. Inside, sitting behind a large desk, was a tall, middle-aged man with a vicious scar over his left eye. Blaine's attention was quickly drawn to the room itself. It was far more extravagant than he had expected. Was the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force really living this luxuriously? "Captain Ogre, this is Vice Captain Blaine. I've brought him here," Sarah said respectfully, saluting again. "Good." Ogre nodded, giving her a look that signaled she was dismissed. Turning to Blaine, he spoke in a polite tone. "Vice Captain Blaine, we don't know much about you, but we do know you're no ordinary man. Looking forward to working with you." Despite his position, Ogre wasn't putting on airs. After all, anyone personally endorsed by General Esdeath was not someone he dared to treat lightly. Chapter 17, A Gentle and Kind Person. Blaine and Ogre exchanged a few pleasantries, keeping the conversation friendly. There wasn't much to talk about, and after some formalities, their discussion came to an end. After leaving Ogre's office, Sarah continued leading Blaine around to meet the other members of the force. As they turned a corner, voices drifted over from the other side, out of sight. "Is that idiot Sarah still going on about justice all the time?" "Yeah, she's been like that since day one. She's almost 20 now, isn't she? And she's still this naive." She really has no idea what the Imperial Capital Security Force actually does. Then again, she's an out-of-town recruit, and you guys dump all the grunt work on her. She doesn't even get to join us for the fun stuff. Hey, keep your voice down. You never know who might be listening. Hearing this, Sarah abruptly stopped in her tracks. Sarah. Blaine's voice carried a hint of concern. I'm fine, she said, lifting her head with a forced smile. Blaine remained silent. As a newcomer with average strength, Sarah was an easy target for bullying. It was likely that even escorting him today was a task someone had dumped on her. But he was also curious, what exactly did they mean by fun stuff? Without hesitation, he stepped forward and asked, "What was that interesting thing you were talking about just now? Who's there?" The group of soldiers immediately spun around. They saw Sarah standing there, accompanied by an unfamiliar young man. However, something about him seemed oddly familiar, like they had seen him somewhere before. The one with spiky hair was the first to realize. He suddenly recalled a certain portrait, and this guy's face, especially his distinct eyes, matched it. And he was with Sarah. Plus, no outsider could just waltz into the security force's headquarters. Which meant Vice Captain Blaine. The man quickly straightened up and saluted. The others, realizing what was happening, followed suit. As for Blaine's question, none of them dared to answer. Blaine didn't press them. He figured that, given some time, he'd find out for himself what the security force was really up to. Instead, he continued, "By the way, do you guys make a habit of picking on Sarah?" Cold sweat immediately formed on their foreheads. "And no. I've never done anything like that." Some shook their heads frantically. Others looked guilty, avoiding eye contact. "It better stay that way," Blaine said casually. He hadn't actually done anything to them, but the message was clear. From now on, they'd think twice before messing with Sarah. Even bad-mouthing her in private would come with risks. Sarah, realizing that Blaine was standing up for her, was visibly surprised. For a moment, she simply stared at him, stunned. Then, gratitude welled up in her heart. Ever since she arrived in the Imperial capital, this was the first time someone had treated her with such kindness. Afterward, she continued leading Blaine through the security force headquarters. As they walked, she suddenly said, "Vice Captain Blaine, you're such a kind and gentle person." "I wouldn't say that. I just thought they were going too far, so I reminded them," Blaine replied. He didn't see his actions as anything special, just what any decent person would do. "No, my intuition is very sharp. Vice Captain Blaine is definitely a just and righteous person. I should learn from you," Sarah said, her tone filled with conviction. Blaine noticed how stubborn she seemed about this and decided to change the subject. "By the way, how did you and the others recognize me so quickly? You already have a portrait of me?" He was genuinely curious. This was his first time meeting the security force members, and technology in this world wasn't advanced enough for cameras to exist. Yet Sarah had recognized him instantly, and so had those soldiers. "Yeah. General Estes gave us a portrait. I happen to have it right now," Sarah replied. "She actually had one made? Let me see." Sarah nodded and pulled a rolled-up piece of parchment from her uniform, handing it to him. Blaine unrolled it and was immediately stunned. The artwork was abstract. To put it bluntly, it was only slightly better than a child's doodle. The only truly recognizable features were his blood-red eyes and the rough depiction of double Kamui. The portrait was crude, but the facial features were somewhat similar. With his distinct Mangekyo Sharingan, it wasn't hard to identify him from it. "Who drew this?" Blaine asked, though he already had a strong suspicion. "No idea. I just know that General Estes had it sent over," Sarah said. "Got it. Yeah, it had to be Estes' masterpiece. He never would have expected someone as dominant and powerful as her to be absolutely terrible at drawing." Not that he planned on saying anything about it. After settling into his role at the security force, Blaine went to see Ogre again. He had unfinished business. "Captain Ogre, are you aware of a noble family that lures in outsiders and kills them?" Blaine asked directly. "Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they haven't paid their protection fee this month. About time we sent someone to remind them," Ogre said nonchalantly. Blaine's brow furrowed. "Protection fee? You know they prey on innocent people, and you're protecting them." "Of course. Who cares about some country bumpkins? As long as we're getting paid, what's the problem?" Ogre grinned. "That noble pays us a hefty sum every month to indulge in their little hobbies. Honestly, it's a pretty sweet deal, don't you think?" Blaine was silent for a moment. Then, standing up, he said in a cold voice, "Too bad. I'm dealing with them soon." Ogre froze, taking a second to process what he had just heard. Then his eyes widened in shock. "What? You're joking, right? I don't joke about things like this." With that, Blaine turned and walked away. Ogre sat there, his expression darkening. This brat didn't take the ogre seriously at all. Chapter 18, The Change in Sero. Although this kid might be someone valued by the Prime Minister and Generalist Eth, that was only a possibility. From his interactions with him, Ogre saw nothing more than a naive young man, willing to eliminate a noble who brought significant benefits to the imperial capital just for the sake of some useless outsiders. Wasn't that the behavior of a reckless fool? At this moment, Ogre had already decided to kill Blaine. As a local tyrant, he had only been polite to Blaine out of respect for Generalist Eth. But now, this kid dared to disrespect him so blatantly he was practically asking for it. Ogre had plenty of ways to make someone disappear without a trace. As the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, he had done such things more times than he could count. Generalist Eth was often away on military campaigns, leaving her little time to oversee matters in the Imperial capital. In the end, cases like this would be forgotten, and no one would dare hold him accountable. In his view, as Eth couldn't possibly care too much about this kid, so there shouldn't be any problems. Not long after leaving Ogre's office, Blaine happened to run into Sero. Vice Captain Blaine. You just came from Captain Ogre's office, right? Was there evil that needed judgment? Sero's expression was full of excitement. Something like that. There's a noble who takes pleasure in torturing and killing foreigners who come to the imperial capital. Blaine briefly explained the noble's crimes. What unforgivable evil? Sero gasped in shock. She couldn't believe something like that could happen in the imperial capital. She immediately asked, what did Captain Ogre say? Are we going to judge that wicked noble right away? He took a protective stance. That noble regularly pays protection money to the security force. Blaine replied. What? That can't be possible. Sero was utterly stunned. To her, Captain Ogre was a relentless enforcer of justice, feared by all evildoers as the Demon Ogre. She couldn't believe he would ever do such a thing. The truth was, Ogre had always been like this, whether in this timeline or the original one. Extorting merchants, shielding corrupt nobles in exchange for money, illegally amassing wealth, and framing innocent civilians when things went south were all routine for him. But Sero had never been exposed to these matters and had no idea what kind of person Ogre truly was. In her eyes, he was the very embodiment of justice. That was why, after Ogre was assassinated by Night Raid, she saw them as absolute evil and pursued relentless vengeance against them. Anyway, that's the situation. I'll handle the noble myself. Blaine said indifferently. Wait. Let me talk to Captain Ogre. There must be some misunderstanding. Sero said urgently. Without waiting for a response, she immediately ran off to find Ogre. Just as Ogre was contemplating the best way to get rid of Blaine, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He snapped out of his musings and said coldly, "Come in." Sero quickly pushed open the door and stepped inside, speaking urgently, "Captain Ogre. I've heard what Vice Captain Blaine said about that noble. I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding. You would never tolerate such evil, right?" Hearing this topic come up again, Ogre's patience wore thin. He snapped, "Are you kidding me? Those nobles are the ones paying us. Only an idiot would get rid of them." Sero was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. At this point, Sero had yet to demonstrate her extraordinary talent, so Ogre didn't care about her in the slightest. Her so-called talent was her ability to form a contract with the biological Tegu, magical beast transformation, Ecchi, which she later named Koro. In its normal state, it resembled a small dog. Only after this did the Imperial Capital Security Force start valuing her. Originally, she had been tricked into becoming a test subject. To put it bluntly, they never even considered her a person. Everyone else who had attempted to bond with Ecchi had died. It was only later that Ogre took her in as his apprentice, carefully keeping her in the dark about his crimes, maintaining his image as her righteous mentor. But right now, Sero was nothing more than an ordinary recruit, even ridiculed as a fool by many of her colleagues. Naturally, Ogre couldn't care less about her. He wasn't worried about her reporting him, either. The majority of the Imperial Capital's officials and generals were already corrupt, covering for one another. Who would believe the words of a naive girl? And if she became a problem? Well, he could always silence her. He'd just make both Blaine and Sero disappear. Get lost before I really get angry. Ogre said coldly, as if he were shooing away a stray dog. Sero stood there, her head lowered. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she turned away, utterly heartbroken, and walked out of the room. Her steps were stiff and unnatural. The weight of what had just happened had shattered her worldview. Outside, Blaine had been leaning against the wall, silently listening to the conversation inside. As expected, the outcome was exactly what he had anticipated. He let out a quiet sigh and turned to leave, ready to focus on more pressing matters. He didn't say anything to Sero, deciding it was best to let her process things on her own. But just as he was about to leave, Sarah suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the front of his shirt. Her head was lowered as she trembled, unable to hold back her sobs. Tears streamed down her face. Why? Why? I always believed Captain Ogre was a true enforcer of justice. Who knows? Maybe this is just human nature. Blaine murmured after a brief silence. Hearing her sobs, his gaze softened. Without thinking, he reached out and gently patted her head. Though he wasn't particularly close to Sarah, she was the only one in the Imperial Capital Security Force who shared his views on that noble. However, Sarah quickly regained her composure. She wiped away her tears and straightened up. I'm very sorry, Vice Captain Blaine. That was disgraceful of me. It's fine. As long as you're back to yourself. Blaine said with a faint smile. Please wait a moment. I'll grab my gear, then I'll accompany you to purge this evil. Without another word, Sarah dashed back to her dormitory, returning moments later with a massive sword, one that looked completely out of place with her petite frame. Chapter 19, A Fierce Side. You're using such a heavy greatsword as your weapon? Looks like you've got some serious strength. Blaine remarked. It's not too bad. I've been training in martial arts since I was a kid, but I'm still nowhere near Vice Captain Blaine's level. Sarah replied with a cheerful laugh. She strapped the greatsword onto her back with ease, moving as if it weighed nothing. Before they began their mission, Blaine made sure to allocate his points. System points, 24, these were all accumulated from his previous hunts of danger beasts. Ding. Host has exchanged Constitution plus 14. Deducting 14 system points, ding. Host has exchanged Strength plus 5. Deducting 5 system points, ding. Host has exchanged Agility plus 5. Deducting 5 system points. As always, Blaine prioritized Constitution in his stat distribution. Final attributes, Constitution, 40 Strength, 27 Agility, 27 in terms of raw physical ability. Setting aside the double Kamui Dojutsu, Blaine still had a long way to go. He had came to realize that the people in this world possessed an incredibly high physical potential. As Death was an obvious example, but even Sarah's raw physicality surpassed what was considered the human limit in his previous world. Ordinary people were weak, but the strong were truly strong. After asking around, Blaine quickly learned the location of Arya's family estate. Wearing the breastplate and shoulder guards of the Imperial Capital Security Force, he and Sarah were immediately recognized as enforcers. Some passers-by eagerly approached to curry favor, likely conditioned by frequent extortion, hoping a bit of flattery might make the officers go easy on them. Blaine, of course, ignored them. Upon arriving at their destination, they found themselves in front of a grand and luxurious mansion. It stood in stark contrast to the common buildings that line the streets. This noble's wealth is even more ridiculous than I expected. Blaine murmured. Wow, it's huge. Sarah gasped in amazement. This is the power of the aristocracy. No wonder Ogre was so eager to protect them. Blaine said indifferently. Sarah, however, was too eager to enact justice to wait any longer. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and smashed open the gate with a single powerful swing of her sword. Imperial Capital Security Force Sarah ubiquitous. She bellowed at the entrance. In the name of justice, I hereby condemn you, evildoers. Her dramatic entrance immediately sent the entire mansion into chaos, and the noble's hired guards rushed out in full force. Blaine noticed something alarming. Sarah's once cheerful and innocent expression had twisted into something feral. The contrast between her usual demeanor and the sheer bloodlust in her gaze was staggering, as if she had become an entirely different person. Blaine could feel the killing intent radiating from her. It was unsettling. I had a feeling she wasn't as simple as she seemed. He thought. This world really is something else. The Imperial Capital Security Force? The guards halted in shock upon recognizing the uniforms of Blaine and Sarah. Go warn the master. One of them shouted. They immediately assumed this was about their protection fees. But Sarah had no intention of waiting. Gripping her greatsword tightly, she lunged at them with incredible speed. Despite often being the target of ridicule from her colleagues, Sarah only revealed this ruthless side of herself when she believed she was carrying out justice. Even now, among the Imperial Capital Security Force, the only people stronger than her were Ogre and Blaine. Just before she struck, Blaine called out, "Hold it." Sarah immediately halted. Even in her frenzied state, she was still obedient when it came to Vice Captain Blaine's commands. She turned to him, confused. Blaine stepped up beside her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Before we've confirmed the full situation, don't be so hasty. But Sarah hesitated. Her instincts screamed that evil should be executed immediately. But Blaine had a point. Lowering her head, she relented. Understood. The guards visibly relaxed. For a moment, they genuinely believed this girl was about to butcher them on the spot. It wasn't a matter of whether they could fight back. The issue was that no one wanted to cross the Imperial Capital Security Force. The consequences would be dire. Soon, Arya's father arrived, accompanied by Arya and her mother. Arya's father had the appearance of a kindly gentleman, and her mother was a refined beauty with a warm, gentle demeanor. At a glance, they looked like an ordinary, affluent noble family. It was hard to imagine them as murderous psychopaths. But based on what Blaine had learned, there was little doubt that they were exactly that. "Blaine? What brings you here?" Arya asked, immediately recognizing him. "Arya, do you know that gentleman?" her mother asked curiously. "Yes, we met not long ago," Arya replied. Arya's father took a step forward and addressed them with a polite smile. "May I ask what brings you two here today? If it's about the protection fee, we'll pay it right away." "Protection fee?" Blaine raised an eyebrow. "So you're admitting your crimes?" Sarah's expression immediately darkened. "Vice Captain Blaine, can I execute them now?" she asked eagerly. "Not yet." Blaine flicked her forehead with a light hand chop. "Ugh!" The impact snapped Sarah out of her murderous trance, and her expression returned to normal. Blaine had stopped her because he knew she was likely to kill them on the spot. For now, the bigger priority was locating any surviving victims. According to his intel, there were many, and they were still being held captive somewhere. Arya and her mother's faces paled with fear. The orange-haired girl beside Blaine had looked ready to slaughter them where they stood. Blaine, however, didn't waste any more time on pleasantries. "Based on your actions, you are under arrest," he stated flatly. "Now, take me to the victims." What victims? I don't understand what you're talking about." Arya's father visibly broke into a cold sweat, his eyes darting nervously. His guilty reaction betrayed him immediately. Seeing the criminals still trying to lie their way out, Sarah's fingers tightened around her sword hilt. She was itching to execute them on the spot. But she couldn't disobey Vice Captain Blaine's orders. Chapter 20, Justice, Executed. "If you insist on denying the truth, then we'll have no choice but to use force," Blaine said coldly. Arya's father hesitated for a moment, his expression wavering, but then his eyes turned ruthless as if he had made up his mind. He raised his hand, signaling the guards around them. His face twisted into something cruel and menacing, his previous gentle demeanor nothing more than a facade. "Kill them all." At his command, the guards surrounded Blaine and Sarah. Blaine's gaze darkened as he shook his head in disappointment. He no longer restrained Sarah and instead gave her a simple reminder: "Take care of yourself. Try not to get hurt." "Yes." With that, Sarah unleashed her so-called justice without restraint. Though the guards were far stronger than ordinary people, they were no match for someone chosen to serve in the Imperial Capital Security Force. Wielding her massive sword, Sarah carved through them effortlessly, heads rolling one after another. Wait. We were just hired. They're the ones responsible." Some guards, overwhelmed with terror, dropped their weapons as their legs gave out beneath them. Kneeling on the ground, they pleaded desperately for mercy. "You are all accomplices. Once tainted by evil, the only redemption is death." Sarah's expression remained ice-cold, utterly devoid of mercy. Ever since the day bandits slaughtered her parents, she had developed an unyielding hatred for evil. Justice, executed. No matter how much they wept and begged, Sarah swung her great sword without hesitation. With her merciless rampage, Blaine hardly needed to lift a finger. Within moments, the guards had either been slain or lost their will to fight. Arya and her parents stood frozen in terror. The orange-haired girl's strength was beyond anything they had imagined. She had single-handedly wiped out all the guards they had hired. Attacking the security force is another crime to add to your list. "If you don't start talking, I won't be able to stop her," Blaine said, his tone indifferent. He was, of course, referring to Sarah. By now, nearly all the guards had been slaughtered. The few that remained wouldn't last much longer. Once they were gone, Arya and her parents would be next. After all, in Sarah's eyes, they were the embodiment of evil. Realizing what was about to happen, Arya's father broke down. "All right. I'll talk. I'll take you to the place. Then lead the way. Now," Blaine ordered. At that moment, Sarah had already finished off the remaining guards. Bloodlust still clouding her mind, she didn't seem to notice that Arya's family had surrendered. Gripping her sword tightly, she charged straight at them. "Why isn't she stopping?" Arya's father shouted in panic. Arya and her mother clung to each other, trembling. Before Sarah could strike, Blaine stepped in and caught her wrist. Sarah blinked, snapping back to reality. "Vice Captain Blaine? They're still useful," Blaine explained. "Fine." Though reluctant, Sarah withdrew her sword. Blaine and Sarah followed Arya's family to a forested area outside the palace. In the middle of the woods stood a large building, which at first glance looked like a warehouse. However, the moment they opened the doors, it became clear this was no ordinary storage facility. The space was filled with an array of horrific torture devices, some still occupied by victims in various states of suffering. Corpses dangled from hooks on the ceiling, some headless, some missing limbs, others barely clinging to life. Along both sides of the room, rows of iron cages held prisoners with festering, reddened flesh, ravaged by disease. This was the work of Arya's mother, who took pleasure in infecting them with the lobar of Iris, her favorite pastime. Blaine's stomach churned at the sheer brutality. So, on the other hand, remained unfazed. A sight like this didn't scare her, it only strengthened her conviction to eradicate all evil. "Why did you do this to them?" Blaine asked, his voice heavy with disgust. Arya's father scoffed. "What's the big deal? These country bumpkins are nothing more than livestock, a waste of resources. We can do whatever we please with them." "Exactly." Arya's mother ratted gleefully. "Why treat livestock like humans? I love infecting them with the lobar of Iris, watching their condition worsen day by day, and recording it in my diary. It's simply addicting." Arya remained silent, her emotions conflicted. She had never expected that the young man she had taken an interest in would bring about her family's downfall. Some of the words he had spoken to her that day still lingered in her mind. She had been raised in this environment, her beliefs molded by her parents. "Vice Captain Blaine, can we pass judgment now?" Sir asked coldly. To her, these three were beyond salvation. "Let the court handle them. And while we're at it, we can take down Ogre as well." Keeping them alive had its uses. They could testify against Ogre, making his conviction inevitable. If they were executed now, it would take far more effort to bring him down. Moreover, allowing Sero to carry out an unauthorized execution could lead to legal complications. It was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. The court's verdict was swift. Arya's parents were sentenced to public execution by beheading for their countless atrocities. As for Arya, though she had fewer victims, each one had been chosen out of her jealousy. She was sentenced to life in prison. Blaine and Sero attended the trial, watching from the gallery. As Arya and her parents were led away, she passed by Blaine and, to his surprise, suddenly spoke. "That day. The things you said to me, did you really mean them? Or were you just trying to fool me?" Blaine hesitated before understanding what she was referring to. After a brief pause, he nodded. "I meant every word. Your eyes and hair are beautiful. You're already cute, there was never any reason to envy others." "I see. Thank you." A faint, complex smile lingered on Arya's lips as she was led away. Chapter 21, Tegu Experiment. As a result of this case, Ogre, the current captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, found himself in deep trouble. Arya's family had exposed him in court, implicating him in sheltering them from justice. That brat acted so fast. And that damn kid Sero was with him too. Since some officials in the court were also colluding with Ogre, he quickly learned the details of the situation and knew that Blaine and Sero were responsible. His expression was dark and grim. While he had a way to suppress this problem, it would be troublesome to execute. At the very least, he could buy himself some time. And within that time, he had to make both of them disappear. Otherwise, he would never have peace of mind. Leaving them alive would only lead to future consequences. In fact, Ogre had already devised a plan now, he just needed to put it into action. That damn brat Sero was eager to get stronger, wasn't she? Then he would lure her into participating in the Tegu experiment. So far, every single test subject had died without exception after being devoured by the Tegu's power. Getting rid of Sero would be the easiest. As for Blaine, he was a trickier problem. After all, he had ties to General Esdeath. One wrong move, and he could end up in an irreversible situation. But no matter what, Blaine had to die. At that moment, Blaine and Sero had already left the courtroom and were on their way back to the Imperial Capital Security Force headquarters. "So, when you killed those people earlier, did you feel even a little uncomfortable?" Blaine suddenly asked. "Not at all. Eliminating those evil scum was refreshing." Sero's expression lit up with a twisted excitement, her cheeks flushing slightly as if relishing the memory of the slaughter. Blaine fell silent. Sero really has a problem. Her obsession with justice and evil had reached near delusional levels. Much like Esdeath's extreme survival of the fittest ideology, Sero possessed an equally distorted sense of justice. To her, no matter the severity of a person's crimes, all wrongdoers deserve the same punishment, death. She carried out executions with ruthless efficiency, believing that any trace of evil warranted immediate extermination. This kind of decisiveness wasn't inherently right or wrong, but it certainly couldn't be called justice. To Blaine, killing regardless of the justification had nothing to do with justice. He had no qualms about eliminating his enemies, but he would never claim righteousness as his motive. Sero's most dangerous trait was that her definition of evil was entirely subjective. If she ever lost her ability to discern right from wrong, she would spiral into an even darker, more twisted path. In truth, absolute justice and evil rarely existed in this world. That made Sero's mindset all the more dangerous. Blaine figured he should try to guide her in the right direction if he ever got the chance before she went too far. For now, though, lecturing her would be pointless. Someone as extreme as Sarah wouldn't be swayed by logic alone. By the way, Vice Captain Blaine, back in the courtroom. Your conversation with that girl. Sarah hesitated slightly, then frowned. A person as vile as her, what's cute about that? She hadn't spoken too bluntly, but just thinking about Arya's face filled her with disgust. One thing has nothing to do with the other. Her appearance is indeed cute, but inside, she's twisted and rotten to the core. Blaine replied calmly. What I said back there was simply in the hope that she'd recognize her own sins while rotting in a dungeon. If possible, he wanted Arya to at least understand what she had done wrong. Unlike her parents, who had gone to their executions without the slightest remorse, still believing those they killed were nothing more than livestock, Arya had been sentenced to life in prison. She still had a chance at redemption. Then. Am I not as cute as her? Sarah suddenly muttered in a barely audible voice. She seemed a bit embarrassed, her face tinged with a faint blush. Blaine blinked in surprise before chuckling. Sarah is, of course, very cute. But when you're butchering people and leaving behind a mess of severed limbs, not so much. That can't be helped. Those people were tainted with evil. Sarah pouted, looking somewhat wronged. Blaine didn't press the conversation further. Changing her mindset wouldn't happen overnight. Blaine and Sarah didn't always operate together. As a vice captain, Blaine had a relatively easy workload. Sarah, on the other hand, was frequently assigned patrol duties. Ogre took advantage of this and sent someone to lure her in. As for Blaine, he just had to wait for the right moment when he left headquarters. You must be Sarah of the Imperial Capital Security Force, correct? A well-dressed man approached Sarah as she patrolled the streets. Yes, I am Sarah of the Imperial Capital Security Force. May I ask what this is about? Do you need assistance with something? She greeted him with a friendly smile. I'm a staff member of an experimental facility directly under the royal family. We've selected you to participate in a Tegu experiment, so I've come to find you. The man explained his purpose. Tegu experiment? Sarah's eyes instantly lit up with interest. You mean those legendary, incredibly powerful Tegu? That's right. This one is called Magical Beast Transformation, Hecatonkairs. It hasn't found a suitable wielder yet, but we believe you have a high chance of compatibility. The man smiled, though there was something off about it. Not that Sarah noticed. Really? She was ecstatic. She had always wanted greater power to enforce justice, and Tegu were known as the strongest weapons in existence. There was no way she'd let this opportunity slip away. I'll do it. Excellent. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Sarah. If you're ready, please come with me now. Without hesitation, Sarah followed him. Elsewhere, Blaine finally had a reason to leave headquarters. He had received a tip-off from a civilian and was on his way to investigate. But halfway there, he suddenly sensed something. Someone was tailing him. No, several people. Whoever they were skilled. Their movements were subtle, their presence well hidden. This wasn't something an ordinary person could pull off. Assassins? Blaine deliberately changed course, heading toward an isolated alley with little foot traffic. Then, he abruptly stopped and spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. Come out, you sneaky rats. Chapter 22, Kamui's offensive. As Blaine's words fell, three figures emerged from the shadows, approaching from different directions. They stepped out slowly, revealing themselves. Not bad, you actually noticed us. So, you deliberately led us here? As expected, our assassination target isn't simple. But unfortunately for you, we're your opponents. Their voices carried a tone of arrogance, making it clear they didn't take Blaine seriously. Oh? I take it you're Ogre's assassins. Blaine said calmly. At the moment, Ogre was the only person in the capital who had serious conflict with him. The assassins didn't deny it. A burly, bald man with a scruffy beard sneered, since you already know, just accept your fate. Maybe we'll grant you a quick death. A heavily made-up woman, wearing a revealing outfit, cracked a leather whip against the ground with a sharp snap. Enough talk, let's finish this and collect our reward. But before either of them could act, the third assassin, a tall, thin man wielding a blood-red broadsword, had already lunged at Blaine, striking first. Blaine remained composed, his expression unchanging, but he wasn't careless. He swiftly drew his black and white twin swords, relying solely on his eyes' insight to counter his opponent. The moment the tall man moved, Blaine had already seen through his attack pattern. He stepped forward, meeting the assault head-on. His twin blades clashed against the broadsword, deflecting it, and in the same motion, he seized an opening to counterattack. Blaine's black sword aimed straight for his opponent's throat, yet, in an unnatural display, the man's neck retracted backward, stretching like rubber. His control over his body was disturbingly abnormal. Blaine's strike barely grazed him. Even as his white sword followed with a horizontal slash, it only managed to leave a shallow cut on the man's neck far from a fatal wound. Realizing the danger, the tall man quickly retreated. Blaine didn't pursue. The other two assassins had already closed in. What a disgrace running away from this kid. The woman mocked as she attacked. The tall man scowled, irritated by her words. Mind your own damn business. Don't underestimate him. The bald man warned grimly, his tone the most serious of the three. That brief exchange had already proven that this young man wasn't ordinary. Even if they doubted he could take on all three of them at once, letting him escape would mean losing the bounty and their reputation. In the blink of an eye, Blaine found himself surrounded. At this distance, even his Mangekyo Sharingan's insight wasn't enough. His Taijutsu wasn't superior to theirs, and these weren't ordinary thugs. They had skill, coordination, and had effectively cut off his escape routes. Even though he could predict all their movements at once, his speed wasn't fast enough to evade attacks from three angles simultaneously. Cornered, Blaine had no choice but to activate Kamui's intangibility. He deliberately didn't dodge, allowing the woman's whip to strike. Got him! She exclaimed in delight, her eyes gleaming. She relished using her whip to torment pretty boys like him. But then something impossible happened. Her whip phased straight through Blaine's body, as if he weren't even there. Instead, it struck the tall man behind him with a loud crack. What the hell, you crazy woman? The man howled in pain. I don't know. She stammered, completely stunned. Why had her attack passed through Blaine and hit her own ally instead? Blaine seized the opportunity. In one swift motion, his white sword pierced straight through her heart. This was the power of Kamui's intangibility, making him untouchable while leaving his enemies open to counterattacks. Of course, to land his own strikes, he had to briefly disable the effect, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to touch his opponents either. The woman's eyes widened in shock, filled with terror and confusion. All she saw in response were Blaine's cold, merciless blood-red eyes. Then, she collapsed, dead. Ding. The host has eliminated Imperial Fist Temple Expert and earned 9 system point. It was clear that while her whip wasn't a Xing, her combat ability was on par with a Xing user. The remaining 2 assassins likely possessed similar strength. As for the so-called Imperial Fist Temple, Blaine had no idea what it was. He would investigate later. In reality, the Imperial Fist Temple was an elite training ground for the Empire's martial artists, emphasizing brutal physical conditioning. Its strongest warriors, the 4 Rakshasa demons, had honed their bodies to the point of controlling them at will, capable of fighting Tegu users barehanded. But these 3 clearly weren't among them. The 4 Rakshasa demons served as the Prime Minister's personal executioners, far beyond someone like Ogre's reach. Limai. She's dead. The tall man stared in disbelief at his fallen comrade. They had come here brimming with confidence, yet in mere moments, they had already lost one of their own. The bald man clenched his fists, his face dark with rage. We have to kill him, avenge Limai. Blaine had no objections. He planned to eliminate both of them anyway. Unlike the others, the bald man wielded no weapon. He relied solely on brute strength. If he got a hold of someone, tearing off their limbs was child's play. He was the most troublesome of the 3. But Blaine wasn't hesitant. His left eye focused sharply on the bald man's neck, activating Kamui's offensive ability. In an instant, the space around his throat distorted. Kamui's offensive ability worked by warping space itself. As long as his left eye locked onto a target, no physical defense could resist it. Even the most durable armor was meaningless against spatial distortion. With both eyes, the technique's speed was even greater, far too fast for most to react. What? The bald man's eyes widened in shock as he felt a terrifying force pulling at his neck. Panic surged through him. He was stronger than the average Xing user, yet he couldn't even comprehend what was happening. A second later, his neck twisted violently, snapping instantly. Chapter 23, Koro. As the bald brute's neck snapped, his head rolled to the ground, his expression frozen in the moment before death. He likely had no idea how he died. Blaine gained system points from the kill. Ding. The host has eliminated an Imperial Fist Temple Master and received 12 system points. However, using the Dojutsu of offensive Kamui had taken a massive toll on him. He had activated his Dojutsu twice, once for defensive intangibility and once for offensive spatial distortion, pushing his body to its limits. Of course, this limit referred to the threshold before his combat abilities were affected. If he used a third Dojutsu in quick succession, his body would weaken to the point of hindering battle. This proved that his current constitution stat of 40 was still far from enough. However, it was a clear improvement from when a single use of Kamui would leave him exhausted. While he could use Kamui again to instantly kill the remaining tall and thin man, there was no need. His base Mangekyo Sharingan abilities were more than enough to deal with him. Overexerting himself was unnecessary, especially since he couldn't be certain whether more assassins were lurking nearby. Playing it safe was the smarter move. System points, 21, ding. The host has exchanged Constitution plus 15. Deducting 15 system points, ding. The host has exchanged Strength plus 3. Deducting 3 system points, ding. The host has exchanged Agility plus 3. Deducting 3 system points. To ensure his condition remained optimal, Blaine immediately converted his newly earned system points into attributes. Constitution, 55, Strength, 30, Agility, 30. With a substantial increase in Constitution, his body recovered significantly. Meanwhile, the tall and thin man stood frozen in shock. After witnessing both Limai and the bald brute die in such an eerie manner, he was utterly paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Blaine struck. 3 moves later, his opponent was decapitated. Initially, Blaine hadn't fully understood the man's ability to control his body. But with enough intel, dealing with him became effortless. Ding. The host has eliminated an Imperial Fist Temple Master and received 9 system points, ding. The host has exchanged Constitution plus 9. Deducting 9 system points, Constitution, 64, Blaine immediately used his system points to boost his Constitution. Then, without hesitation, he turned and left the alley, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. He wasn't in a hurry to confront Ogre. His job came first, he could settle that score later. Meanwhile, in a sterile, white-walled room. After conducting compatibility tests on Sir, the biological Tegu, magical beast transformation, Hecatonchires, unexpectedly reacted to her from within its nutrient container. This had never happened before. Normally, Hecatonchires remained motionless when faced with unsuitable test subjects. Sarah noticed several body bags lined up around the room, but in her naivety, she only found it strange rather than suspicious. And just like that, the Tegu experiment was a success. Sarah became the only test subject to survive, the sole person to form a bond with magical beast transformation, Hecatonchires. At this moment, she was holding a small, white puppy with 2 tiny black dots for eyes. It looked adorable, rubbing its head against her affectionately, clearly recognizing her as its master. Only now did the staff dare to open the reinforced steel door and step inside. They stared at Sarah as if they had just witnessed a miracle. Especially the staff member who had been colluding with Ogre, he was the most shocked. He had merely taken Ogre's request to ensure this girl's accidental death, never expecting her to become the experiment's only success. An ironic twist of fate. He quickly adjusted his attitude. Producing a successful Tegu user was far more valuable than whatever plans Ogre had. Now that Sarah had become the master of Hecatonchires, harming her was no longer an option. Tegu wielders were an invaluable asset to the Empire. He decided not to inform Ogre about the experiment's outcome. In fact, he intended to cut ties with him altogether as if nothing had ever happened. Congratulations, Ms. Suru. Your experiment was a complete success. This Tegu is now bound to you. He smiled as he spoke. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Suru responded with heartfelt gratitude, completely unaware that she was supposed to be a victim. Instead, she had gained a powerful Tegu by sheer luck. The staff, feeling guilty, avoided the subject entirely. Ms. Suru, once you return, take time to familiarize yourself with your Tegu's abilities. Try to practice and build synergy with it. Understood. With that, Suru cheerfully left, Hecatonchires in her arms. On her way back to the Imperial Capital Security Force, Sarah held up the little puppy and mused, I should give you a name. Calling you by your full title is a hassle. Caillou Hecatonchires made a small noise, as if it understood her. After thinking for a moment, Sarah decided, I'll call you Koro. How does that sound? Caillou Koro excitedly waved its tiny limbs, seeming to approve of the name. Then from now on, we're partners, Koro. Sarah held Koro close, not viewing it as just a weapon, but as a companion. I'll introduce you to Vice Captain Blaine. He is also a warrior of justice. She believed it was her righteous heart that had allowed Koro to bond with her. So naturally, she was convinced Koro would also like Vice Captain Blaine. With that in mind, she quickened her pace toward the Imperial Capital Security Force headquarters. However, after searching for a while, she couldn't find Blaine anywhere. Left with no choice, she went to ask Ogre. Ogre was stunned to see Sarah alive. Did the assassin not make a move yet? How incompetent. Although he was aware of Hecatonchires, he had never seen what it actually looked like. So he failed to recognize the small puppy at Sarah's feet as the legendary Tegu. After all, no one had ever successfully bonded with it, so he simply assumed the staff hadn't initiated the experiment yet. Moreover, Koro was timidly peeking out from behind Sarah, its small frame hardly exuding the presence one would expect from a Tegu. You're looking for Blaine? Hearing her question, Ogre burst into laughter, his voice dripping with mockery. He's probably been torn to pieces by now. But if you want, I can show you his corpse. What? For a moment, Sarah was speechless. Then, realization hit. Her expression contorted into a vicious snarl, her voice dropping to a chilling tone. Koro. Prepare to judge the guilty. Chapter 24, Sarah takes a master at Sarah's command. Koro's body suddenly began to grow enormous. The Tegu Hecatonchires had the ability to gigantify, drastically increasing both its strength and defense. As long as its core remained intact, it would continue to regenerate, no matter how much damage it took. Koro also had a secret technique, Berserk Mode, which made it grow even larger, its body packed with bulging muscles, enhancing its power to an extreme degree. However, the side effect was severe. It would be completely immobilized for months afterward. To Sarah, Vice Captain Blaine was the person she held dearest, the embodiment of the justice she revered above all else. Ogre had already been tainted by evil. But now, he had also killed the most important person in her life, Vice Captain Blaine. She could never allow such evil to continue to exist. As Ogre watched Koro, now dozens of times larger, towering behind Sarah, his smirk instantly froze. What the hell is that? He hadn't yet realized that this was the Tegu Hecatonchires. Sarah didn't waste any words and ordered Koro to attack. Snapping out of his shock, Ogre finally grasped the situation. This was a beast-type Tegu, most likely the rumored magical beast transformation, Hecatonchires. This damn brat actually managed to bond with a Tegu? But there was no time to dwell on it. Koro was already lunging at him. Ogre immediately drew his sword to defend himself. But deep down, he knew he stood no chance. Tegu were simply too powerful. Even though his sword was no ordinary weapon, it was nothing compared to a Tegu, not even on par with a Shingu. His martial skills were formidable, but against a Tegu, they were meaningless. And worse, his opponent wasn't just Koro, there was also Saru. Ogre's entire focus was locked onto Koro, and in that split second, he failed to notice Saru. Koro's overwhelming strength forced Ogre back again and again. Seizing the moment, Saru leaped onto Koro's back, using its head as a springboard. She flipped through the air, sword in hand, and slashed downward, aiming straight for Ogre's head. Only then did Ogre realize that Saru was also a combatant, but it was already too late. Pushed to his limits by Koro, he had no strength left to block. In the next instant, Ogre's head was split open. Koro, devour the wicked. Saru's voice was cold and unwavering. Without hesitation, Koro opened its massive jaws and swallowed Ogre's corpse whole. With the battle over, the ferocity in Saru's expression faded. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed into a duck-sitting position on the ground. Her eyes were red, but she smiled. Vice Captain Blaine, I have avenged you. I will carry on your will and uphold justice until my last breath. But at that exact moment, Blaine returned. The fierce battle had caused a massive disturbance, throwing the Imperial capital's security forces into chaos. Hearing the commotion, Blaine rushed over. And what he found was a blood-soaked battlefield. Chunks of flesh littered the ground. Ogre's body was nowhere to be seen, but the blood dripping from Koro's mouth left no room for doubt. Then, he overheard Saru's declaration. His mouth twitched slightly as he sighed. "So, I'm not dead, you know." A voice. A familiar voice. At first, Sarah thought she was hallucinating. Her eyes widened in shock, and she spun around only to see a very much alive Blaine standing there. For a moment, she was frozen. Then, she bolted toward him and threw herself into his arms. Blaine nearly phased out of reflex, but he stopped himself. After all, there was no killing intent in her embrace. "Vice Captain Blaine. I thought you were." Before she could finish, tears streamed down her face. Seeing him alive, seeing him safe, overwhelmed her with relief. "It looks like Ogre must have told you something." Blaine quickly pieced together what had happened and explained. "It's true that 3 assassins from the Imperial Fist Temple tried to take me out. But I killed them all. You're not hurt, are you?" Sarah immediately reached to lift Blaine's shirt, eager to check for wounds. Blaine stopped her, calmly stating, "Of course not. Those guys weren't strong enough to touch me." "That's amazing." Sarah beamed with admiration. "I've also eliminated Ogre. These villains deserve to be purged." Sarah's eyes shone with anticipation as she leaned forward slightly. It was clear she was waiting for praise. Perhaps even hoping for a pat on the head. Blaine hesitated. If he wasn't careful with his words, his praise might push Sarah further down an extreme path. She was already dangerously devoted to the idea of absolute justice. If left unchecked. "So, you did well." He patted her head gently. "But I don't want you to become fixated on absolute justice or absolute evil." Sarah's smile faltered slightly. "Why?" "Because absolute justice and absolute evil don't exist. And just because someone has sinned, doesn't always mean they deserve to die." Blaine saw this as a chance to guide her. For example, if someone stole a steamed bun just to survive, they'd technically be committing a crime. But what if that same person later saved countless lives? Would you call them good or evil? Sarah's mind went blank. This. I don't know. Blaine continued, see? No one is purely good or evil. Ogre was a ruthless criminal, his death was justified. But a simple thief? They should be punished accordingly, but that doesn't mean they deserve to die. Blaine wasn't just speculating. In the original timeline, even petty thieves were executed by Saru, either devoured by Koro or personally beheaded. The question of whether a thief deserved to die wasn't what worried him most. It was the fear that Saru's black and white sense of morality would spiral further, blinding her to shades of gray. If that happened, tragedy would follow. I understand. Saru lowered her head slightly. Blaine wasn't sure if she truly accepted his words, but at least she wasn't arguing. Frankly, he was probably the only person she'd even consider listening to. If anyone else had tried to tell her this, she might have just cut them down on the spot. Blaine sighed. I know this might be hard for you to accept, but I really do want to help you. If you ever need to talk, you can always come to me. Yes. Still hugging him, Sarah squeezed him even tighter. Then, out of nowhere, Vice Captain Blaine, can you be my master? I feel like I still have a lot to learn. Chapter 25, The Revolutionary Army Become My Disciple? Blaine was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Sarah to make such a request. Is that not allowed? Sarah asked softly. It's not that I can't, but I honestly don't have much to teach you. If you don't mind that, then I have no objections. Blaine replied frankly. His strength came from the double Kamui and the system's enhancements, so he felt he had nothing to teach Saru. What was he supposed to do, teach her how to allocate skill points? But Saru didn't care in the slightest. She immediately declared, then from now on, I'll call you master. Blaine nodded slightly. At that moment, his attention turned to the small dog beside Saru, which let out a satisfied burp. Ogre had likely ended up as this creature's meal. So, this is? Blaine asked. Oh, right. I should introduce you, master. This is Koro, my new partner, I just met him today. Sarah said, picking up Koro. He's cute, but he looks a bit different from an ordinary dog. Blaine had an instinctive feeling that Koro was no ordinary creature. That's because he's a Tegu. Apparently, he's called Magical Beast Transformation, Ecchi, but that name's too much of a mouthful, so I just call him Koro. Saru explained. A Tegu, huh? Blaine was a bit surprised. This was his first time encountering a biological Tegu. So far, he had seen weapon-typed Tegu, blood-typed Tegu, and now, a biological Tegu. There were likely even more varieties. Speaking of which, he had nearly forgotten he should make time to study ancient records on Tegu and their abilities. That way, if he ever faced an enemy Tegu user, he wouldn't be caught off guard by their special abilities. Chirp. Koro let out a cheerful noise. Looks like Koro can sense Master's righteous heart. He really likes you. Sarah said happily. Blaine had a different theory. Koro was probably just influenced by Sarah's enthusiasm rather than sensing any so-called righteous heart in him. With the death of Ogre, the former captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, Blaine was appointed as his successor. As for Sarah and Koro, who had killed Ogre, neither faced any punishment. Sarah was an important Tegu user, and Ogre himself had been a highly controversial figure. After his death, not a single person spoke up for him. The citizens, on the other hand, cheered. After all, they had suffered under Ogre for far too long. He had committed countless atrocities against the common people. Blaine and Sarah continued their duties in the Imperial Capital Security Force. Blaine's daily routine consisted of handling various affairs, sparring with Sarah, and studying books on Tegu in the library. In a spacious training ground, Blaine and Sarah were once again engaged in a sparring session, hand-to-hand combat. Sarah relied on these sessions to improve her martial arts skills. She was growing stronger, but she still couldn't surpass Blaine. His Mangekyo Sharingan was simply too broken. Even without using techniques like intangibility, the heightened perception granted by his Mangekyo already gave him an overwhelming advantage. After today's training session, Sarah sat on the ground, gulping down water. Thanks for your help again today, Master. I'll work even harder. Don't push yourself too hard. Moderation is important. Blaine advised. I know, but I still want to grow stronger as soon as possible, otherwise, I won't be able to eliminate evil. Sarah said firmly. Here we go again. Didn't we already talk about this? Blaine sighed. Anyway, what's the next evil you plan to eliminate? I took what you said to heart, Master. I've been thinking about it these past few days. Different crimes deserve different punishments, but I still don't fully understand where the line should be drawn. That's why I'll need to ask for your guidance from time to time. Ever since Blaine had spoken to her about justice and morality, Sarah had been contemplating it daily. And the more she thought about it, the more she realized her master was right. Good. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Blaine nodded. It seemed that his words hadn't gone to waste. Sarah had genuinely listened. As for the evil I want to eradicate, of course, it's the Revolutionary Army rebels and the foreign tribes. Especially the assassination group Night Raid, which has suddenly become active in the capital. I think they're the greatest evil. Sarah said with conviction. The Revolutionary Army. It's not so easy to label them as purely good or evil. You should give that some serious thought. Blaine said thoughtfully. Anyone familiar with history knew that the rise and fall of feudal dynasties followed an almost inevitable cycle. The fact that Ecchi had existed for over 1,000 years meant that the empire itself had also endured for that long, a remarkable feat. Given the current state of affairs, the empire was already deep in a classic period of corruption and decay. The emergence of a revolutionary force was only natural. There was no simple justice or evil to assign here. One regime would fall, another would rise, and history would repeat itself. Sarah frowned. But the Revolutionary Army, Blaine interrupted, shaking his head. Actually, from what I've seen, most of the Revolutionary Army's members are impoverished civilians who have suffered under the empire. And the official who was assassinated by Night Raid 2 days ago? He appeared to be a just and upright man, but in reality, he had dealings with Ogre. He was a corrupt official. Blaine continued, of course, we can't take things at face value. Whether it's your perspective or mine, let's hold off on making final judgments for now. We'll see things with our own eyes first, then decide. Sir nodded obediently. Understood. I really should consult with you more often, Master. I still have so much to learn. As for the foreign tribes, that depends on the situation. Blaine said. In most cases, they're invaders pillaging, slaughtering, and seizing land. That's hardly justifiable. No matter how much turmoil exists within the empire, foreign forces have no right to interfere. He recalled that as Deith's entire tribe had been massacred by the invading northern tribes, there was no need to debate whether they were justified or not. From his perspective, it wasn't a matter of justice or evil. If one's homeland was invaded, retaliation was a given no matter the distance. Enemies had to be eliminated. I see. I heard that General Deith recently led a campaign against the foreign tribes. And after that, General Najunda defected, taking a group of rebels and joining the Revolutionary Army. But General Deith hunted down all of the rebels. Only Najunda managed to escape with the help of the Revolutionary Army. Sarah recalled. Blaine mused. I'm guessing she saw something during the campaign against the foreign tribes. After all, as Deith was ruthless, she showed no mercy to her enemies. Najunda had likely witnessed something during the war that she simply couldn't accept. Chapter 26. As Deith's return, there was no clear right or wrong in these matters. If Deith didn't show cruelty to the foreign tribes, those same tribes would turn around and massacre innocent civilians along the empire's borders. Unless complete unification was achieved, this endless cycle of blood feuds would never stop. This world had yet to reach the level of civilization that Blaine had known before his transmigration. It was just as unreasonable to judge ancient feudal dynasties by modern moral standards. During the feudal era, treating enemy soldiers and civilians with kindness was nearly impossible, and armies were far from being highly disciplined. One could only say that General Najunda was simply too kind-hearted. Of course, as Deith's army's brutality was just a catalyst. The real reason for Najunda's defection lay in the empire's deep-seated corruption and darkness, something a general like her could not have been unaware of. Najunda has now joined the Revolutionary Army. No, she shouldn't even be called a general anymore, she's a rebel. Sarah said. But for now, the most dangerous threat is still Night Raid. They've been wreaking havoc in the capital, and from what I've heard, every member of Night Raid is a Tegu user. For now, let's just observe. Blaine said calmly. Unless they start indiscriminately killing innocents or come looking for trouble, there's no need to consider them enemies just yet. As long as Night Raid was truly targeting corrupt officials and criminals, Blaine had no reason to oppose them. The darkness of the Empire was caused by those very people. Blaine wouldn't mind seeing them all eliminated. That day, someone arrived at the palace, requesting an audience with the Prime Minister. Inside the Grand Hall, the current Prime Minister was feasting greedily. His name was Honest, the true mastermind behind the Empire's corruption and decline. He appeared obese, but beneath the fat was a powerful physique. In his youth, he had undergone strict training, which allowed him to maintain his health despite his excessive drinking and gluttony. Lord Honest, Ogre, the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, has been killed. The ones responsible were Vice Captain Blaine and a Tegu user named Suru. Judging by Blaine's actions, it doesn't seem like he's on our side. The man kneeling before Honest was a high-ranking official, clearly someone who had been associated with Ogre. He was also one of the many corrupt bureaucrats in Honest's faction. I already heard about it. Ogre's death is truly heartbreaking. It's made my appetite surge. I had to eat 2 extra sausages just to cope with the grief. Honest said, eyes glistening with crocodile tears as he spoke nonsense, never once pausing from his feast. The official, long accustomed to Honest's bizarre behavior, remained unfazed. But don't concern yourself with Blaine, he was personally recommended by General Esdeath. Honest said, his expression shifting in an instant, faster than flipping a page in a book. I also heard that Ogre hired 3 masters from the Imperial Fist Temple to assassinate Blaine, only for all of them to be slaughtered instead. No wonder Esdeath values him so highly. He's probably quite the capable killer. Honest and Esdeath had a mutually beneficial relationship. Honest knew that Esdeath cared only for war and had no interest in politics, which made her trustworthy in his eyes. He needed Esdeath to defend the Empire from external threats and to solidify its rule. At the same time, he saw her as a counterbalance to Great General Do. Great General Do was the highest-ranking commander of the Empire's military. Before Esdeath rose to power, Do had been known as the Empire's strongest warrior. Even after Esdeath's rise, they were still considered equals in strength. This made Honest wary of Do's influence. Meanwhile, Esdeath had no interest in politics, she only cared about power and combat. Honest had given her full military authority, even granting her a tegu, allowing her to indulge in battle and bloodshed. Esdeath had always been interested in fighting Do, which made her more than willing to cooperate with Honest. Blaine, as someone personally recruited by Esdeath, naturally had Honest's favor, certainly more than someone like Ogre. In fact, Honest hoped that the people under Esdeath's command would become even stronger, making it easier to counter Do's influence. Is that so? The official immediately panicked. I was foolish, I didn't realize he was someone General Esdeath valued. He knew all too well how unpredictable Honest was. One wrong word, and he could lose his life. But Honest barely spared him a glance. Instead, he muttered to himself, let's have him transferred to the assassination unit. Expand their numbers to deal with night raid and the Revolutionary Army. Understood. The official dared not say another word, fearing he might accidentally offend Honest. As he left the palace, tail between his legs, Esdeath walked in from outside. She didn't even spare the fleeing man a glance. Esdeath, just in time. That Blaine you recommended has been making things rather interesting lately. Honest said, welcoming her with a grin. Oh? Let's hear it. Esdeath replied, intrigued. Unlike the other officials who had to kneel before Honest, Esdeath stood as his equal. The former captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, Ogre, was killed a few days ago. That fool hired 3 experts from the Imperial Fist Temple to assassinate Blaine, only to end up dead himself. Your recommendation was clearly well placed. Honest said. Of course. Those 3 alone never stood a chance against him. Esdeath said, showing not the slightest surprise. She had already known Blaine was powerful. Also, it seems he's taken on an apprentice, someone named Suru. This apprentice of his is quite interesting as well, having successfully bonded with the Tegu Hecatonchires. Honest added, half speaking to Esdeath, half musing to himself. Now that I think about it, this Tegu user might be a good fit for the assassination unit as well. Suru? Esdeath had no idea who that was, but the name sounded feminine. Her gaze grew sharp. A woman? Seems like it. I don't know much, but from what I've heard, she's a little girl who never stops talking about justice. Honest said, waving dismissively. As someone who almost never left the palace, Honest only knew about Blaine and Sarah through his subordinates. I see. I'll pay a visit to the Imperial Capital Security Force. Esdeath said. With that, she turned and left. Honest watched her go, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Huh? Why does it feel like Esdeath is in a bad mood today? Maybe it's just my imagination. Chapter 27, Confused about love. Not long ago, General Esdeath led an army to crush the southwestern foreign tribes. In just a few days, she returned with a resounding victory, a feat no previous general had ever accomplished. Of course, this excluded General Do, who rarely left the imperial capital, as his primary duty was guarding the palace. With this latest triumph, Esdeath's reputation soared once again. As she walked through the streets, she was constantly surrounded by admirers. Before long, she arrived at the Imperial Capital Security Force headquarters. Is that General Esdeath? Why is she suddenly here? Could it be because of what happened to Captain Ogre? But that doesn't make sense. Captain Blaine is under General Esdeath's command now. Don't bring up Captain Ogre. If Captain Blaine hears you, we'll be in trouble. Esdeath's presence immediately drew the attention of the surrounding guards. She casually stopped one of them and asked, "Do you know where Blaine is?" The soldier, awed by her presence, quickly responded, "Captain Blaine should be at the training ground. I'll notify him right away." "No need. I'll go find him myself," Esdeath said indifferently. Meanwhile, Blaine was in the middle of his usual training session with Suru. During a break, he flipped through a book he had found in the study, a pictorial guide on Tegu. Books detailing Egu were rare, and this was the only one he had come across that contained illustrations. Though it only documented a dozen or so Tegu, even that much knowledge was incredibly valuable. The first Egu listed was National Defense Machine God, Shikao Taser. The first and strongest Tegu, known as the Supreme Tegu. Only an emperor of royal blood can wield it. It is said to possess godlike power, but few have ever seen it. Its exclusive secret ability remains unknown. Blaine frowned. The emperor's personal Tegu was supposedly the strongest, yet there was almost no information on its actual capabilities. He continued browsing through various Egu blades, swords, rings, gloves, armor, even Hecatonchires, which Koro had bonded with. Two Tegu in particular caught his attention, one cut killer, Morasame, and dimensional formation, Shambhala. Morasame, also known as the Demon Blade, inflicted a deadly curse with even the slightest cut. Once poisoned, there was no antidote. The victim would die almost instantly. Without prior knowledge, facing a Tegu user wielding Morasame would be a death sentence. Shambhala, on the other hand, was a spatial Tegu that allowed its user to teleport targets to pre-marked locations. If someone were sent directly into a volcano or another lethal environment. Blaine found it interesting, but it didn't compare to his double Kamui, which far outclassed Shambhala in terms of spatial manipulation. The only downside was that double Kamui consumed far more energy. Unfortunately, there was no mention of Asdith's Tegu in the book. He didn't see any blood-type Tegu listed, which confirmed that her weapon wasn't included. After reading through the dozen or so Tegu, Blaine reaffirmed just how dangerous they could be. Fighting a Tegu user required caution. Recklessness could lead to instant death. Master, are all those Tegu? So, exhausted from training, leaned against Blaine's shoulder, catching her breath. Koro lay motionless on Blaine's lap, looking more like a stuffed animal than a living creature. Just then, the training hall doors burst open with a loud bang. Blaine looked up only to see Asdith standing in the entrance, having kicked the doors open. You? What are you doing here? Blaine asked, slightly surprised. He hadn't seen Asdith in a while, and now she had suddenly appeared. Asdith didn't answer. Instead, her icy blue eyes flickered as they locked onto the orange-haired girl leaning against Blaine's shoulder. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Realizing Asdith had entered, Saru immediately stood up and saluted. General Asdith. Koro rolled off Blaine's lap and hit the ground with a thud. Asdith ignored Saru entirely and walked straight up to Blaine. Didn't I already tell you? I don't want to see this happening again. Blaine blinked, momentarily confused. Then, it hit him. Wait, you were serious about that? If Asdith hadn't brought it up, he would have completely forgotten. So, utterly lost, looked back and forth between Blaine and Asdith in confusion. Of course, I was serious. Asdith stated without hesitation. Alright, but we were just taking a break. This isn't the same as last time. Blaine explained. That's right. Master and I were training so intensely that I almost collapsed from exhaustion. So added with a grin. Blaine's mouth twitched. Please don't phrase it like that, it's way too easy to misinterpret. Asdith, however, remained unaffected. Her mind went straight to the logical assumption that Blaine and Sarah had simply been sparring. By the way, why are you so against me interacting with other women? Blaine finally asked. Yeah, why? Asdith muttered, her expression momentarily lost in thought. She genuinely didn't know. She had no experience with romance, nor did she understand her own emotions. You don't know either? Okay. Blaine sighed. He had briefly considered the possibility that Asdith had feelings for him, which would explain her behavior. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Asdith was a complete battle maniac. Someone like her wouldn't be interested in romance. And now, his assumption was proven correct. Good thing he hadn't gotten ahead of himself, otherwise, it would have been really awkward. Blaine decided not to dwell on it. Maybe Asdith was just an overbearing queen with a strong sense of control. So, do you know why? Asdith suddenly asked him. How the hell would I know? Even you don't know? Blaine said, exasperated. Asdith fell silent. As she thought about it, she realized something strange. She wasn't acting like her usual self. Something had changed. Her emotions shouldn't be affected by trivial matters like this. So why was she feeling this way? Asdith couldn't figure it out. But the more confused she became, the more she wanted an answer. And the only possible answer had to be connected to Blaine because it was his presence that had made her feel this way in the first place. Chapter 28, Akame and Kuro. Asdith pushed aside the messy thoughts in her mind. The Prime Minister seems to want you transferred to the assassination unit. She said to Blaine. What kind of place is that? A department for carrying out assassinations? Blaine asked. Something like that. Their main targets are rebels like Night Raid, which has been making a lot of noise recently. I don't know the details, but the assassination unit operates under the intelligence agency. Asdith explained casually. In any case, it's technically a promotion. You've been climbing the ranks pretty fast. At this rate, it won't be long before you replace Najunda as a general. So, am I expected to go there in the next couple of days? Blaine asked. He was intrigued by this new role. It would give him a chance to interact with the so-called rebels, in other words, the Revolutionary Army. Blaine wanted to determine where he truly stood. Would he continue climbing the military ladder and become a high-ranking officer? Or would he side with the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the empire and establish a new one? Perhaps he would support the royalists, ensuring the young emperor's survival while eliminating the true root of corruption, the prime minister. As for becoming prime minister himself or even seizing the throne, he had no interest. He wasn't skilled in politics, nor did he care for it. Managing an entire empire wasn't something he was arrogant enough to consider. Since he had ended up in this world, he had to do something. He couldn't just spend his days hunting danger beasts. That would be far too dull. But for now, Blaine hadn't made up his mind. He didn't know the exact military strength of the Empire, the Revolutionary Army, or the foreign tribes. Jumping headfirst into helping the revolution could be disastrous. If the Empire and the Revolutionary Army crippled each other, leaving the foreign tribes to invade in the aftermath, wouldn't that just lead to a repeat of the Ming Dynasty's downfall? It should be within the next few days. The assassination unit has been in turmoil recently, Asdith said. What happened? Blaine asked curiously. The elite group within the assassination unit, 7 of them are either dead or on the run. Even their commander was killed, and his Tigu, Morasame, was stolen. The one who killed him was a girl named Akame. Apparently, she defected to night trade. Asdith said indifferently. She had no sympathy for the deaths of those people. However, night trade piqued her interest. She had heard that every single member was a Tigu user. And Asdith loved fighting strong opponents. Even Najunda had been allowed to escape on purpose. Asdith could have killed her before the Revolutionary Army arrived, but she wanted Najunda to return stronger. It would make for a far more enjoyable battle. That was just Asdith's twisted sense of fun. Morasame. Blaine had just read about that ego in the book earlier. So, the elite forces of the assassination unit are basically gone? No wonder they want me and Sarah to go there. Blaine muttered. Pretty much. I heard there's still a Tigu user named Kurom in the assassination unit. She didn't defect. But the rest of the members aren't worth much. Asdith said bluntly. Still, this is a good opportunity. The assassination unit is in shambles right now. If you make an impact, you'll climb the ranks even faster. That makes sense. Blaine turned to Saru. What about you, Saru? Do you want this? My opinion? Saru blinked, as if the thought had never crossed her mind. To her, obedience to the Empire was absolute. The idea of having a choice in the matter had never even occurred to her. Of course I do. I want to fight alongside Master and carry out justice. Right, Koro? Saru looked at her partner. Chirp. Koro jumped up, letting out a cheerful noise. Then it's settled. I should be returning to the front lines anyway, Asdith said before turning to leave. Her priority was still war. Nothing else mattered more. After all, she hadn't even figured out what she really felt about Blaine. As for Saru working with Blaine in the assassination unit, Asdith didn't mind. As long as she didn't have to see Blaine getting close to another woman, she wouldn't feel that strange discomfort again. It wasn't as if she would go so far as to forbid him from interacting with other women altogether. As Asdith left, Saru watched her go with admiration. General Asdith is incredible. She never stops hunting down evil. Then, turning to Blaine, she asked curiously, Master, you seem really close to General Asdith. Have you known her for a long time? Not really. We only met recently. Blaine replied. Eh? Really? Saru looked surprised. It feels like you two have a special connection, though. She wasn't sure what exactly made it seem that way, but something about their dynamic felt different. The next day, Blaine received an official summons. A replacement would be sent to take over his and Saru's positions in the security force. They were to report to the assassination unit immediately. Since both of the unit's previous commanders had been killed by Akame, Blaine was assigned as the new leader. Saru would be his assistant. Their job was to train the remaining members of the assassination unit, most of whom were under 20, around the same age as Blaine and Saru. Blaine had already received a personnel file and was reviewing it on the way to the unit's base. The file contained names, weapons, strengths, weaknesses, and background information. And one detail stood out. Every single member of the assassination unit was an orphan. So they specifically select orphans to be trained as killers. Blaine mused. Classic. Scanning the list, he noted that there was only one other Tigu user in the unit. A few had Shingu, but the majority wielded ordinary weapons. The Tigu user was Kuro Makame's younger sister. Her Tigu, March of the Dead, Yatsufusa, allowed her to control the bodies of those slain by it, effectively turning them into puppets. She could command up to 8 corpses at a time, and they retained the abilities they had in life. However, the more puppets she controlled, the weaker her own combat ability became. All things considered, it was an incredibly powerful Tegu. Akame and Kirim, huh? Blaine muttered to himself, deep in thought. Chapter 29, The Empire's Assassination Core. The base of the Empire's assassination unit was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere due to the series of recent events. The elite group of 7 had once been the most promising, chosen from a batch of children subjected to rigorous assassination training as the top performers. But now, not a single one remained either dead or gone. Most notably, Akame had outright defected, taking the Tegu Morasame with her. The only members left in the assassination squad were those who originally ranked below the top 7. With their current weakened state, they faced the very real danger of being abandoned by the Empire. If their future performance was deemed unsatisfactory, the Empire would likely discard them and train a new generation instead. And being abandoned meant facing punishment. The rules of the assassination squad were ruthless. Anyone who became too weak would be dealt with. Simply put, if they lost their usefulness, they would be eliminated. And if the entire unit was abandoned, their fate would be far worse than simple punishment. What do we do now? Our only real hope is Kirim, right? She can wield a Tegu. She's far stronger than the rest of us. But our enemies aren't just a single Tegu user. Akame is among them, and she has Morasame in her hands. There's no other way. We have to take things one step at a time. I heard that 2 people from the Imperial Capital Security Force will be sent to assist us today. I wonder how strong they are. The security force? They don't even have a single Shin user, let alone a Tegu user. We can't count on them. We're on our own. In the base, a few dozen members of the assassination squad gathered, discussing their grim situation. Their best bet was Kirim, the wielder of the Tegu Yatsufusa. She was ranked 8th, the strongest among those outside the Elite 7. To be precise, Kirim had originally been tied with Akame for 7th place. Akame had carried Kirim through the trials, but the elite squad did not allow familial bonds. As a result, Kirim was removed from the elite ranks and given the 8th position. None of the current assassination squad members knew about this, not even Kirim herself. At that moment, Kirim sat alone in a corner, lost in thought. No one dared to approach her, sensing her foul mood. It was clear why. Her sister had betrayed the Empire. Kirim couldn't understand Akame's decision and resented her for it. From now on, she would have to see her sister as an enemy. Meanwhile, Blaine and Saru arrived at the base of the Empire's assassination core, their carriage coming to a halt before a looming building. "Are you Blaine and Saru?" A staff member approached to receive them. He wore a white lab coat, suggesting he was part of the research division. Blaine gave a slight nod. Saru, on the other hand, was much more enthusiastic. Yes. I'm Saru from the Imperial Capital Security Force. All right. From now on, you will be in charge of the enhanced team. There will also be times when we require your cooperation. The staff member spoke directly, wasting no time on pleasantries. Blaine simply nodded, saying nothing more. He had already learned the general structure of the assassination unit. The core had been divided into an elite team and an enhanced team. The elite team was already gone, so there was no point dwelling on it. The enhanced team, on the other hand, consisted of those who had been deemed weaker than the Elite 7. To compensate, they had been forcibly injected with special drugs to boost their abilities. That was all Blaine knew for now. You have full authority over them. There's no need to report to us. I'll take you to meet them. The staff member then led Blaine and Saru to the resting area, a spacious room where dozens of young assassins sat, chatting amongst themselves. As soon as the staff member entered, the room fell silent. "This is your new manager, and this is your commanding officer." After the brief introduction, the staff member had no further role to play and promptly left. The assassins immediately began whispering among themselves. "They're from the security force. And they're supposed to be our managers and officers. They look about our age. They seem a lot weaker than the previous managers. Looks like we really are being abandoned if these are the people they sent to take charge." Blaine's youthful and refined appearance only fueled their doubts. Their previous managers had been formidable. The elite squad's leader had been one of the 4 Rakshasa demons of the previous generation from the Imperial Fist Temple and the former wielder of Morasame. The enhanced team's manager had been an experienced Imperial officer. Now, the ones taking over were 2 young people who looked no different from them. Naturally, skepticism spread through the ranks. Blaine didn't need to hear their whispers to understand their reaction. Seeing their expressions was enough. He let out a small, awkward chuckle. "Looks like we're being underestimated. They don't seem to know anything about Master," Saru muttered, unfazed. "But with Master's abilities, it won't be a problem." Blaine cleared his throat lightly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Let's start with introductions. My name is Blaine. I was previously the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force. Before arriving, I familiarized myself with your situation. I look forward to working with you. The assassins nodded. They still harbored doubts and dissatisfaction, but Blaine was now their superior. They dared not be openly disrespectful or defiant after all, their manager had the power to decide their fate. I'm Suru. And this is Koro. Let's all do our best together. Suru beamed with an innocent, carefree smile, while Koro, her companion, appeared harmless. To the assassins, this only made them seem even more unreliable. But neither Suru nor Koro were as simple as they looked. Alright, let me get to know each of you properly. Blaine said, glancing at the roster. Unlike the elite squad, the list contained names but no portraits. A strange silence fell over the group. The assassins exchanged uncertain looks. What is it? Blaine asked, puzzled. Well, the previous managers never used our names. A girl finally spoke up. They called us by numbers. I was number 24, that was my ranking. In other words, their previous superiors hadn't even bothered to learn their names. They had always been treated as mere tools used until they broke, then discarded. Blaine nodded slowly. I see. But that was then. From now on, I'll be calling you by your names, not numbers. Chapter 30, Kuro Mursena, right? The Shin user who took over Prometheus from Tsukushi. And you're Kelly, the former captain of Team B. And you, Joe, I remember you were the captain of Team C. Blaine had everyone introduce themselves one by one, carefully memorizing their faces as he went. Thanks to his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had an almost perfect photographic memory. For example, he had glanced at the roster back in the carriage, and even now, he still recalled every detail about the individuals on the list. Suru stood beside him, also trying to memorize the names and faces of their new comrades. The assassins were growing increasingly surprised this new manager actually seemed to care about them. He wasn't holding a roster or any kind of notes, yet the moment someone said their name, he could immediately recall information about them. This meant that he had already memorized their details beforehand. Many of them began to change their opinion of Blaine. Whether or not he was strong, at the very least, he seemed approachable. But then again, could this just be a test? Considering that possibility, they remained cautious, unwilling to let their guard down. Finally, Blaine turned to the girl sitting in the corner. Although he had never met Kurome before, his memory was sharp. Since her name hadn't come up yet, it was easy to deduce that the dark-haired, black-eyed girl must be Kurome. Compared to the others, her outfit was somewhat unique: a black crop top, a short black skirt, and thigh-high stockings. She had a petite frame, slightly long short hair, and delicate, doll-like features. Her expression was blank and somewhat dazed. In her hands, she held a katana with mysterious characters engraved on the hilt, likely the Tegu Yatsufusa. On the table beside her lay a bag of snacks, labeled Kurome Streets. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Kurome? Blaine asked directly. Yes. Kurome blinked, snapping out of her thoughts as she lifted her head slightly to look at him. Her gaze was immediately drawn to his blood-red eyes. They were the same color as her sister Akame's. However, unlike Akame's, Blaine's eyes had strange patterns swirling within them. Sister. The word slipped from Kurome's lips instinctively. No, I'm not your sister, Akame. I'm your new manager, Blaine. Blaine's voice was calm, cutting off any misunderstanding. Sorry. I got distracted for a moment. Kurome lowered her head slightly. She knew, of course, that her sister wasn't here. It's fine. Blaine turned away, preparing to address the group again. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Suru opening her mouth, seemingly about to say something to Kurome. Without hesitation, he grabbed the back of her collar and dragged her away. He could already guess what she wanted to say, probably something along the lines of Kurome is just, Akame is evil. The last thing he needed was for Suru to start pushing that ideology onto others. You were originally divided into 4 teams: A, B, C, and D. But now, with only about 20 of you left, we'll be merging you into just 2 teams, A and B. Blaine looked at the group. For now, I'll be in charge of Team A, and Suru will handle Team B. We'll see how it works out. The original team divisions hadn't been based on strength. The squads had been fairly balanced, and he planned to keep that balance while redistributing them. As for captains, Kurome will lead Team A, and Kelly will remain the captain of Team B. Blaine continued, if anyone has objections, feel free to speak up. Most of the group shook their heads, while a few remained silent. They were too used to obeying orders to question them. Blaine waited a few moments, but no one spoke. Alright, then that's settled. Starting tomorrow, we begin our first training session under my command. At his words, the expressions of nearly everyone turned serious. Every previous training session had resulted in injuries, sometimes even deaths. Their former managers had been strict: if someone got hurt, the entire team would be punished with imprisonment. And if an injured person couldn't recover quickly enough, they would be disposed of without hesitation. Everyone nodded solemnly, mentally preparing themselves for another round of hellish training. That night, Blaine and Sarah remained at the Assassination Squad's base. Blaine spent some time finalizing the next day's training plan. Early the next morning, Blaine and Sarah led the squad out of the Imperial capital, heading toward a designated location. "Commander Blaine, what's our training exercise this time?" Midway through the journey, Kelly, the captain of Team B, approached and asked. "Hunting danger beasts." Blaine replied casually. "Hunting danger beasts?" Kelly looked surprised. The others also showed varying degrees of shock. Their past training had almost always been about assassination, killing people, many of whom were even stronger than Shin users. By comparison, hunting danger beasts seemed much easier. However, none of them dared to relax just yet. If the mission required them to hunt special class or even superclass danger beasts, it wouldn't be easy at all. "That's right," Blaine confirmed. "For this training, the two teams will not be separated." He then elaborated, "The targets you need to hunt are 22nd class danger beasts, 10 first class danger beasts, and 2 special class danger beasts." Blaine carried the map marked with locations where danger beasts were frequently spotted within the Empire. Outside human settlements, the land belonged to the danger beasts. Some areas had higher concentrations of them, while others were home to rarer, deadlier ones, special class or even superclass beasts. Upon hearing the details, the assassin's eyes sharpened. Good thing they hadn't let their guard down. This was going to be brutal. At least they wouldn't have to split up. With Kurum, their strongest member, they had a better chance of surviving the challenge. Blaine glanced at Kurum. Even during training, she carried that bag labeled Kurum Streets. He found it a bit curious. Was it really just snacks? Sensing his gaze, Kurum blinked at him, tilting her head slightly. Then, as if realizing something, she suddenly pulled the bag closer to her chest, looking at him with a blank yet wary expression. "I'm not sharing." Chapter 31, Special Class Danger Beast. "I'm not going to take your snacks." Blaine spoke with a hint of awkwardness. Then, he and Sarah led the group into a dense forest, a place where danger beasts were commonly found, perfect for training. Upon arriving, Blaine came to a halt. "Team A and B, don't stray too far from each other," he instructed. "That way, you can provide support if needed. Sarah and I will only step in if your lives are in immediate danger. Otherwise, you're on your own." "Yes. We understand." The group nodded in unison. That said, none of them put much faith in his words. Their previous managers had never cared whether they lived or died. Even if Blaine seemed different, they weren't about to let their guard down. Preparing for the worst was second nature to them. After that, Team A and Team B split up, though they remained within close proximity. Blaine had set identical training objectives for both teams. They each had to hunt 10 second-class danger beasts, 5 first-class danger beasts, and 1 special-class danger beast. Naturally, Blaine and Sarah accompanied them. Before long, Team A, led by Kurum, encountered a third-class danger beast. However, since third-class beasts weren't part of their training target, they didn't need to engage. "You don't need to worry about this one. I'll take care of it," Blaine said immediately. The moment he finished speaking, he dashed forward at high speed, his twin swords flashing as they struck the creature's massive head. Ding! Host has slain a level 3 danger beast. Reward, 3 system points. By eliminating these lower-tier threats, Blaine not only ensured smoother training for the team but also gained system points in the process. The members of Class A widened their eyes slightly. Even though it was just a third-class danger beast, they could tell that their commander's combat skills were far from ordinary. He might be young, but he had some real ability. That said, they doubted he was stronger than Gazuki, the former manager of the elite squad. After all, Gazuki had been both one of the 4 Rakshasa demons and a Tegu user. Blaine's behavior also struck them as unusually kind. If it were their previous manager, they would have been forced to fight through everything in their path, making their training significantly more difficult. However, Blaine simply found it inefficient to let them waste energy on weaker beasts. Plus, the extra system points didn't hurt. Meanwhile, Sarah took a similar approach. Any 3rd and 4th class danger beasts outside the training objectives were swiftly eliminated by her. Justice, executed. Her face contorted into its usual crazed expression as she swung her sword, sending a danger beast's head flying. She looked more ruthless than the monster itself. Thanks to recent physical training, her hand-to-hand combat skills had improved, and her strength and speed had noticeably increased. Koro clung to her neck like an accessory, as if Sarah didn't see the need to let him waste energy on such insignificant evil. Blaine had previously advised Sarah to be more objective when judging people, but he had never said anything about danger beasts. To her, they were all evil and needed to be eradicated. And honestly, danger beasts weren't something that required moral objectivity. They were a threat to humanity. Killing them was simply practical. Why do I feel like Officer Sarah looks a little terrifying? No wonder she became our commander. She's definitely not as simple as she seems. She's scary. I definitely don't want to get disciplined by her. Even these assassins hardened by years of killing felt uneasy watching Sarah in action. As time passed, both Team A and Team B began encountering second-class and first-class danger beasts. Blaine noticed something peculiar. All of them, almost simultaneously, retrieved small white pills from their pockets and swallowed them. So the enhanced team needs to keep taking drugs to maintain their abilities. Blaine made a mental note of this. His knowledge on the matter was still incomplete, so he wasn't entirely sure how the process worked. At first, Kurom didn't use Yotsufusa's ability to manipulate corpses. Instead, she fought the danger beasts with the sword itself. The corpse puppetry ability consumed a lot of stamina, so she only planned to use it when absolutely necessary, like against a powerful opponent. Still, as a Tegu, Yotsufusa was far superior to any ordinary weapon in sharpness and durability, making it incredibly effective even without its special abilities. After Team A took down 3 second-class danger beasts and 1 first-class danger beast, Blaine gained a clearer understanding of their individual strengths. Overall, Team A was solid. There was no obvious weak link. Perhaps the ones who had been weak had already been disciplined long ago. The most exceptional member, of course, was Kurom. She wasn't just powerful, her combat sense was sharp, and she remained composed in battle. And this was without even using Yotsufusa's corpse-controlling ability. Team B was also strong. To maintain balance, Blaine had assigned more Shin users to Team B, since Kurom's presence in Team A gave them an overwhelming advantage. Ding. Host has slain a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. Ding. Host has slain a level 3 danger beast. Reward, 3 system points. As time passed, Blaine accumulated a substantial number of system points. Team A had progressed slightly faster than Team B, having slain 1 more first-class danger beast. Now that night had fallen, Blaine decided it was time to set up camp. Everyone did well today, he announced as they gathered around the campfire. Team A hunted 7 second-class and 3 first-class danger beasts. Team B was just slightly behind with 1 fewer first-class kill, but they still performed admirably. For these trained assassins, second and first-class danger beasts weren't much of a challenge. At most, some of them sustained minor injuries. But special-class danger beasts were a different story. That would be the real test. Commander Blaine. Are you not the strict type? Kelly, the captain of Team B, couldn't help but ask. They had been on edge the entire time, fearing that one misstep would lead to their discipline. Having a commander who wasn't excessively harsh was something they weren't used to. There's a limit to how strict one should be. Blaine replied. You haven't done anything wrong, so why would I be needlessly harsh? Kelly was momentarily at a loss for words. This commander was completely different from their previous ones. If it had been their old manager, even being slightly slower than Team A would have earned them a severe scolding or worse, punishment. At that moment, Blaine suddenly stood up. He had sensed something. Kurom, gripping Yotsufusa tightly, issued a warning. A danger beast is approaching. It might be a special class one. Chapter 32, Tegu Yotsufusa. Blaine immediately turned toward the source of the disturbance. Though the dense forest obstructed his view, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of a danger beast. Focusing his gaze, he saw that it appeared to be a plant-type danger beast, and its size was extraordinarily massive, far larger than the Class 1 and Class 2 danger beasts he had encountered before. It was highly likely to be a special class danger beast. Prepare for battle. Stay alert. His stern command made everyone tense up. Facing a possible special class danger beast, their expressions turned grim. They had to successfully take down their target while ensuring they didn't sustain severe injuries, otherwise, they would be executed. This mindset had long been ingrained in them. Before long, the special class danger beast emerged before them. It was an oddly shaped creature with a deep green body, unrecognizable as any known plant. Towering over 10 meters tall, it had no obvious lethal appendages but could move swiftly using its unique root system. This is a verdant chrysis. It really is a special class danger beast. Sarah was the first to recognize it. Watch out for the venom it sprays, it's extremely toxic. However, her warning came a moment too late. Before she could finish speaking, the verdant chrysis' mouth released a burst of green venom, scattering it in multiple directions like a showerhead. Everyone managed to dodge just in time except for one girl with twin ponytails. A stray droplet grazed her arm. The venom immediately seeped into her skin, spreading rapidly through her bloodstream. Ah! No, No. I don't want to die yet. Dark green streaks began appearing across her skin, a clear sign of poisoning. A wave of weakness and pain overtook her body. In reality, the verdant Chris's venom was far deadlier than what she was experiencing. Ordinarily, within minutes, the victim's heart would fail, leading to death. Even if the antidote was administered in time, there would still be lingering after effects. The longer the delay, the more severe they would be. However, thanks to prior treatments, her body had a much higher poison resistance than the average person. She wouldn't succumb so easily, and the speed of her physical decline had significantly slowed. Yet, her greatest fear wasn't death by poison, it was the irreversible after effects of the antidote. These after effects could impair her physical abilities. If she fell below the required standards, she would be disposed of. Quick! Get the antidote for Yasha! Kelly shouted urgently. Fortunately, they had stocked up on antidotes, and one of them was effective against the green kith's poison. I got it. A young boy frantically rummaged through his backpack before finally retrieving the antidote. He hurriedly administered it to Yasha, who soon fell unconscious. I just hope the after effects aren't too severe. If she can't meet the standard, she'll... The boy muttered anxiously. No time to worry about that now. First, we take down that damn beast. Kelly growled, his face dark. He had a bad feeling that they were about to lose another comrade. Yes. The boy gently laid Yasha on the ground and grabbed his sword, ready to join the fight. Kurum, seeing Yasha's condition, narrowed her eyes. A cold, murderous glint flickered within them. Yatsufusa. Determined to avenge her comrade, she activated the power of her Tigu. Meanwhile, Blaine and Sarah remained on the sidelines, watching the battle unfold. They would only step in if someone's life was in immediate danger. Master, are we really just going to stand by? Sarah asked, concerned. There's no need to worry. They were trained by the Empire's assassination unit. If they can't even handle a special class danger beast, how are they supposed to take on Nitrate? Blaine said calmly. A special class danger beast was roughly on par with an average Tigu user and far stronger than a typical Xing user. The assassins in this unit, even those without Xing, were close to the level of Xing users. Those who wielded Xing were even stronger, especially Kurum, a Tigu user. If they couldn't defeat a special class danger beast, they had no hope against Nitrate. At that moment, Kurum activated Yatsufusa's ability, summoning 5 corpse puppets in an instant. In life, these 5 had been named Natara, Doya, Wall, Enter, and Rokigu. At a glance, they didn't even look like corpses. But they were indeed dead, retaining only a faint trace of self-awareness derived from their final obsessions. They followed Kurum's orders without question. More importantly, they still possessed the full strength they had in life. Doya, dressed in the attire of the northern tribes, wielded twin pistols. Working in tandem with Senna, who used a gun-type Xing Prometheus. She fired precise shots that pierced the verdant Chris's mouth. Natara, a light blonde youth dressed in white with a white mask, focused solely on protecting Kurum. Since controlling the corpse puppets significantly weakened Kurum's own combat ability, his role was critical. With the rest of the team launching a relentless assault, the special class danger beast, verdant Chris's, was soon on the verge of death. Let me finish it. Kurum stepped forward. Her corpse puppets obediently halted their attacks. The others also stopped, knowing full well what was coming. Kurum intended to turn the verdant Chris's into another corpse puppet. With a single strike, she ended its life. Immediately, Yatsufusa's blade changed, black runes surging into the verdant Chris's body. Within moments, it was transformed into a new corpse puppet. The battle was over. Without hesitation, Kurum reabsorbed all of her corpse puppets, including the newly acquired verdant Chris's, back into Yatsufusa. Controlling so many at once was a heavy burden on her stamina. Just as everyone began to relax, a sudden tremor shook the ground. Another special class danger beast burst forth. A massive black scorpion emerged from underground, its enormous body spanning several meters. Its gaping maw could swallow a person whole in a single bite. Its target was the nearest girl. The attack happened so abruptly that even Kurum had no time to summon a puppet to intervene. Run! Kurum, reacting the fastest, shouted in warning. But it was too late. The scorpion was far quicker than its prey. The girl's face was filled with horror and despair as the monstrous creature lunged at her, completely unaware of the barely perceptible spatial distortion forming in front of her. Chapter 33, Teleportation. The moment the black giant scorpion burst out of the ground, Blaine immediately reacted. This was undoubtedly a special class danger beast, otherwise, it wouldn't have such a strong ability to conceal its presence. Just moments ago, Blaine hadn't sensed any trace of it underground. There was no question that the orphans' lives were in danger. He had to intervene. Running wouldn't be fast enough, so he decisively activated the Dojutsu of double Kamui. Both his left and right eyes possessed the ability to open a space portal. It wasn't an ability exclusive to either eye, rather, one could open portals over long distances, while the other functioned at close range. Because he had both, Blaine could use them simultaneously. His right eye's Kamui transported him into Kamui space, while his left eye's Kamui opened a portal at a distant location. On top of that, double Kamui significantly increased his teleportation speed, allowing him to move almost as if he were teleporting instantaneously. As for why he didn't use the offensive power of his left eye, its long-range attacks were strong, but they typically only severed limbs. Against a massive, highly resilient special-class danger beast, it would be difficult to land a one-hit kill. If he failed to kill the black giant scorpion instantly, not only would he have wasted his eye power, but he also wouldn't have time to save the girl. To ensure her safety, he chose to teleport himself over instead. In the blink of an eye, Blaine emerged from the distant portal, appearing as if out of thin air between the girl and the black giant scorpion. With a swift strike, his black and white twin sword slashed at the scorpion's head. The beast had no time to react to the sudden appearance of a human before it suffered a devastating blow. The defense of a special-class danger beast was truly formidable, especially for one like the black giant scorpion, which was covered in a tough exoskeleton. Even with his attack, Blaine wasn't able to decapitate it in one strike. "Commander Blaine." The girl behind him finally reacted. "Get back to safety," he warned. She quickly retreated to her companions. The scorpion stiffened from the heavy blow to its head, but within moments, it started regenerating at a visible speed. Clearly, while it lacked particularly lethal attacks, its defense and regeneration abilities were an enormous problem. Blaine took advantage of the moment before its head fully regenerated and launched another attack. It wasn't often he had to use his Shingu's dual blades ability. His black and white swords danced in rapid succession, his movements fluid and practiced, like a true master of dual wielding. In a single burst of attacks, he not only severed the scorpion's head but also hacked off its two massive pincers. "Is it dead? That damn thing just burst out of the ground. It almost got us." "But how did Commander Blaine get here so fast? Wasn't he with Commander Saru? She only just arrived." "I have no idea. Everything happened so fast I didn't even catch his movements. It was like he teleported or something. That speed was insane." As the group was still recovering from the shock, Saru arrived with Koro, rushing to Blaine's side. In truth, only a few seconds had passed. Blaine's reaction and speed were just that fast. "Need my help, Master? The evil still isn't quite dead?" Sarah asked. She was right. Even after all this, the black giant scorpion was still clinging to life. Good thing Blaine hadn't used his left eye's long-range attack. At most, it would have twisted the scorpion's head off, and the girl would have been doomed. "No need," he said calmly. "I want to see if this thing can still regenerate when it's nothing but meat scraps." More importantly, he needed to personally kill it to earn system points. If Sarah took the final blow, all his effort would go to waste. His gaze hardened, and the speed of his slashes increased even further. In no time, the black giant scorpion was reduced to a pile of flesh. By the time he had sliced through half of its body, it was already dead. Ding. The host has slain a special-class danger beast. Reward, 20 system points. Killing the black giant scorpion had been a hassle, but the rewards were worth it. System points, 46. Blaine opened his system panel and saw his newly accumulated points. Ding. The host has exchanged Constitution plus 26. Consuming 26 system points. Ding. The host has exchanged Strength plus 10. Consuming 10 system points. Ding. The host has exchanged Agility plus 10. Consuming 10 system points. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Constitution, 90. With his points allocated, Blaine turned to the others and said, "Looks like we're having scorpion meat for dinner. Special class danger beast meat should be even tastier." The group had braced themselves for a reprimand, but instead, Blaine casually talked about food. Just then, Yasha, who had been poisoned by verdant Chris's earlier, began to regain consciousness. "Yasha, how do you feel?" Kelly asked immediately. The others gathered around, all concerned for her condition. Yasha checked her body and quickly realized she was far weaker than before. She covered her eyes with the back of her hand, unable to hold back her tears. With her current state, she no longer met the assassination unit's standards. When they returned, she would be disposed of. She didn't want to die. But that was the cruel reality. There had never been a single exception. Anyone who fell below the standard was executed. The moment they saw her expression, everyone understood. The group fell silent, their faces filled with sorrow. Some turned away, secretly wiping away tears. Kurom also watched Yasha with a pained expression. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she drew Yatsufusa from its sheath. "Before you get disposed of, I'll set you free. Just like Natrala. That way, we'll always be together." Her voice was chillingly emotionless, her expression frighteningly cold. She didn't want to lose a comrade, so she would keep her close in the only way she knew how. In other words, Kurome intended to kill Yasha herself using Yotsufusa and turn her into one of her corpse dolls. Kelly hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. The others also looked conflicted but didn't speak up. They all understood. The death that came with disposal was cruel and humiliating. Compared to that, Kurome's way was almost merciful. At least Yasha would stay by their side, even in death. Even Yasha accepted it. Tears streaming down her face, she moved her hand away and nodded, giving Kurome permission. But just as Kurome was about to drive Yotsufusa into Yasha's heart, a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. A confused and exasperated voice followed. "What the hell were you thinking, you idiot?" Chapter 34, Kurome really is an idiot, huh? Why? Did he just call me an idiot? Kurome's expression froze in shock, her eyes staring blankly at Blaine. She's not dead, yet you want to use Yotsufusa to turn her into a corpse puppet? Blaine looked completely baffled. You guys don't actually think I'm going to discipline her, do you? He was aware of the so-called punishment system, but it wasn't something imposed by the higher-ups. It had been put in place by the previous manager of the enhanced unit. In contrast, the former manager of the elite unit never enforced such a rule. None of the Elite Seven had ever been disciplined. They had either fallen to powerful enemies or left the Empire entirely. Aside from Akame, the so-called traitor. Two other members of the elite unit, Nagisho and Pony, had vanished, taking the Shing Water Dragon Sword and Yakdo Bottoms with them. If Blaine hadn't taken over the assassination squad, the punishment system would likely still be in place. No wonder Kurome and the others reacted so strangely. "Commander, my body. I don't think I can hold on much longer. Please, I don't want to be disciplined. Let Kurome kill me instead." Lying on the ground, Yasha pleaded with Blaine. At least this way, she could stay with everyone in some form. Kurome wanted to say something but held back. She had always followed orders without question, never defying the Empire or her commanders. If Blaine insisted on executing Yasha as a form of punishment, she wouldn't utter a single word of protest. "So when exactly did I say I was going to punish you?" Blaine was at a loss for words. The moment he spoke, the entire group froze. Kurome was stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. "What?" Yasha, equally bewildered, stared at Blaine in disbelief. "Didn't you hear me? The punishment system was something your former commander came up with. I have no intention of following his rules. I have my own way of managing things," Blaine said flatly. Then I... Yasha murmured in a daze. "You'll be fine. Just rest and recover when we get back, or if necessary, someone can escort you now," Blaine said. "Really?" Yasha couldn't believe it. Did she actually have a chance to live? "Of course. In my squad, there is no punishment system. Train as usual, and if you're injured and can't continue fighting, just return and heal. You don't have to worry about anything else," Blaine stated firmly. His words left not only Yasha but everyone else in shock. This commander. Was he just too kind? For the first time, they felt warmth and kindness from a superior. It was an unfamiliar sensation. Commander Saru was another example. While terrifying in battle, she was surprisingly friendly when interacting with them, often laughing and chatting. Of course, if the goal was to cultivate heartless killers, Blaine's leniency might be seen as a flaw. But he didn't care. He was here for the money, not to serve the Empire. He did things his own way. Besides, no rational person would treat a living soldier like disposable trash and discipline them to death, right? "So Yasha doesn't have to die?" Kurome asked, still somewhat dazed. "Kurome, you really are an idiot. I've already explained this twice now," Blaine said, exasperated. He had been crystal clear. At the same time, he noticed that Kurome fluctuated between being a naive airhead and a ruthless killer. That cold, detached look on her face earlier, the one that suggested she was ready to kill her own comrade without hesitation, wasn't something a normal person would have. It was clear that the Empire had twisted everyone in the assassination squad in one way or another. "I'm not an idiot," Kurome muttered under her breath, sounding slightly disgruntled. Only now did everyone truly process the situation. Yasha wasn't going to be disciplined. She could go back and recover. Kelly immediately reached out to help Yasha up. "Yasha, should I go with you to get treatment?" Realizing she wasn't going to die, Yasha's energy returned. "Actually, I'm not that bad off, just weak. I can still fight. If you're able to move, you can continue training with us." Since Yasha was a member of Team B, Blaine turned to Saru. "Saru, keep an eye on her for now." "Yes, Master." Saru nodded enthusiastically. "Wait, so Blaine is actually Saru's master?" someone in the group asked, curiosity piqued. "That's right. Master is incredibly strong, so I've been learning from him," Saru replied proudly. Commander Blaine is really strong. After witnessing Blaine's battle with the special class danger beast, everyone had been left in awe. His sheer speed was something none of them could even react to. But above all, it was his kindness that had completely won them over. For now, let's prepare dinner. Training resumes tomorrow morning. But stay alert, we might get attacked by danger beasts tonight. Team A and Team B will take turns keeping watch. Blaine instructed. Got it. I'll handle the cooking. I know exactly what seasoning makes scorpion meat taste amazing. The atmosphere had lightened considerably, and everyone worked together to prepare the meal. Blaine was tending the fire using the chopped wood, having started it with the traditional fire drilling method. With his current strength, it was a trivial task. Just then, Kurom walked over and sat down beside him. She seemed to have something on her mind, but she hesitated, remaining silent as she simply watched him. Do you need something? Blaine finally asked. Not really. I just can't believe how different you are from our previous commander. Kurom said softly, tilting her head back to gaze at the night sky. I mean, I'm just thinking like a normal person. Your last commander was so deranged that I seem unusual by comparison. Blaine said with a sigh. This empire had far too many twisted people. So much so that being rational now seemed strange. Kurom was silent for a while. If you had been our commander back then, maybe my sister wouldn't have betrayed us. As she mentioned her sister, she instinctively hugged her knees, looking small and vulnerable. Chapter 35, Naturally oblivious, naturally dark. That's hard to say. Blaine said, your sister is Akame, right? Didn't she tell you anything before she left? Ever since hearing the name Akame, he'd been paying attention. After all, this world was Akame ga Kill, which meant Akame was likely the protagonist. Blaine made a mental note to stay alert. If he ever encountered Akame, he couldn't afford to be careless. After all, protagonists always had their plot armor. She did. My sister tried to persuade me for a long time, but I refused. I will never betray the Empire, nor will I betray my fallen and living comrades. Kurom spoke with firm conviction. I see. Then doesn't that mean you'll have to fight Akame? Blaine couldn't help but ask. That's right. So, I'll kill my sister with my own hands this way, she'll be with me forever. Kurom's expression darkened again, just as it had before with Yasha. This time, she seemed even more twisted. If she used Yatsufusa to kill Akame, then yes, Akame would never leave her side. But that Akame would be nothing more than a corpse puppet. What meaning was there in that? Blaine couldn't understand. Are you sure about this? After being killed by Yatsufusa, a corpse puppet shouldn't retain its former consciousness, right? Correct. Only lingering obsessions remain, but that's just an instinctual reaction. The puppet itself has no awareness. Kurom continued, I love my sister the most, but she betrayed the Empire and betrayed us. I'll make her part of Yatsufusa so that she'll never leave me again. Blaine hesitated to say more. This was ultimately a personal matter between Akame and Kurom. As an outsider, it wasn't his place to interfere. Before long, the food was ready. Some of the scorpion meat was used for stew, while the rest was grilled. A danger beast of this size classified as special class was more than enough to feed all 20+ people to their fill. As they enjoyed dinner, laughter and conversation filled the air. Master, try this. I grilled it myself. Saru approached, holding out a skewer of scorpion meat. From the way she did it, it seemed like she wanted to feed him directly rather than have him take it. Blaine didn't mind and took a small bite. How is it? Saru looked at him expectantly. It's good. Blaine nodded. Saru beamed with delight. Commander Saru and Commander Blaine seemed to have a really good relationship. Yasha remarked. Her condition was neither too severe nor too light. The poison had damaged her body, and while she could still function normally, her physical recovery and growth would be permanently slowed. Her overall strength would never return to what it once was. It wasn't just Yasha, others in the group felt the same way. Of course. After all, I like Master the most. Saru declared boldly, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Blaine was caught off guard. That sounded almost like a confession. But when he saw Saru's innocent, straightforward expression, he realized she probably didn't mean it the way it sounded. Whoa. That's a confession, right? That was totally a confession. Commander Saru is amazing. She's so bold. Honestly, I'm kinda jealous. Makes me want to fall in love, too. Not that I'd ever get the chance. The group erupted into chatter. As assassins of the Empire, they were forced to cut off such emotions. Even sisters like Akame and Kurom weren't allowed to be in the same unit, let alone entertain romantic relationships. But now, with a new commander, who knew what might change? Realizing they had misunderstood, Blaine quickly corrected them. That's not what she meant. Just as he said, Sarah herself didn't even understand what they were talking about. She was too naive in some ways but at the same time, terrifying in others. To her, the world was strictly divided into justice and evil, with no in-between. She would only listen to Blaine's guidance. At that moment, a girl with long blue hair curiously asked, Commander Cyril, I hope you don't mind me asking, but do you want to date Commander Blaine? Date? What does that mean? Sarah tilted her head, looking genuinely confused. The blue-haired girl awkwardly shook her head. And never mind. She was stunned by how innocent Sarah was. The rest of the team was equally amazed. Blaine sighed. Just as he thought, Sarah had almost no understanding of these things. Meanwhile, Kiram remained completely uninterested in the conversation, silently eating her grilled meat as if nothing else mattered. As the night deepened, exhaustion set in. They had spent the entire day hunting danger beasts, and everyone was eager to rest. Team O would rest first while Team B stood guard, then they would switch roles at midnight. Blaine found a suitable spot, lay down, and closed his eyes. His sleep was always light, staying alert in case of any sudden threats. But with Sarah around, he felt somewhat reassured. As a teammate, Sarah was incredibly reliable. As an enemy? She'd be a nightmare. Towards the second half of the night, Sarah approached to wake him. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, Master, it's time to switch. Blaine had already woken the moment she got near. Got it. He sat up immediately, fully alert. Team A and Team B swapped shifts, splitting into pairs to cover different positions. Blaine was paired with Kiram. He greeted her, How was your sleep? Did you get enough rest? Kiram yawned, looking drowsy. Not bad. I should be fine. The energy I spent using Yatsufusa has recovered. All right. Blaine nodded, saying nothing more. After a while, Kiram suddenly spoke up. Once training is over, I want to apply for leave to visit Ecchi. Ecchi. That's a high-risk area where super-rank danger beasts appear, isn't it? Blaine recalled seeing it on the map. Yes. If I'm lucky, I might find the super-rank danger beast death to go hibernating there. If I catch it asleep, I can kill it with Yatsufusa. Kiram explained her intent. But that place is extremely dangerous. You're planning to go alone? Blaine frowned. Yeah. I don't want to drag anyone else into such a risky mission. Kiram nodded slightly. Then I'll go with you. At least let me watch your back. Blaine suggested after a moment of thought. But Kiram hesitated. She didn't want to involve her commander in this. Blaine immediately cut her off. I'm your commander. How could I let you go alone on such a dangerous mission? Kiram blinked in surprise. Then, a rare smile appeared on her face. All right. Chapter 36, The contrast is too strong. Early morning. As the sky brightened, visibility improved significantly, even though the sun had yet to rise. The members of Team B were already awake, getting up early to resume their unfinished training. Yesterday, the special class danger beast, Verdant Chrysis, was taken down by Kiram. Team A is progressing much faster than us. We can't afford to lag too far behind, said Captain Kelly, rallying his team. The commander has been so good to us, so we mustn't disappoint him. The entire team nodded firmly in agreement. As before, Team A and Team B split up but stayed within a reasonable distance to support each other if needed. So, in particular, kept a close eye on Yasha, who was physically weaker than the others. Throughout the morning, they encountered several danger beasts, but very few were Class 1 or 2, leaving their training objectives incomplete. The most challenging task, hunting a special class danger beast, remained unmet. Finally, after completing their targets for Class 1 and Class 2 danger beasts, they discovered a special class danger beast in a swamp. It was a massive, spider-like creature with a black body, crimson front claws, 6 legs, and 6 red eyes. Scattered around it were countless spider eggs. Once the battle began, it was almost certain that a swarm of baby spiders would hatch and attack. This should be the special class danger beast known as Bloodbath Mother. Its main body isn't particularly strong, but those spider eggs are the real problem. There are at least 1,000 spiderlings, each as strong as a Class 4 danger beast. They're the real threat here. Kelly warned in a hushed tone. We need to take it down in one decisive strike. If the Bloodbath Mother dies, the spiderlings will either scatter or cease attacking. The faster we kill it, the better. A single Class 4 danger beast wasn't much of a threat, but 1,000 of them. That was an entirely different challenge. Without hesitation, Team B sprang into action. Those wielding melee-type Xing charged forward, while Senna, the only member equipped with a long-range firearm-type Xing, Prometheus, provided cover fire from a distance. Prometheus was modeled after the Imperial Arm, Roman artillery, Pumpkin. But its power was far inferior. Unlike Pumpkin, which increased in strength under greater danger, Prometheus lacked such an ability. However, it was still a formidable weapon, capable of performing ricochet shots, bouncing attacks, and other special firing techniques. Its main drawback was decreased accuracy with continuous shooting. Despite their best efforts, an instant kill was unlikely. Alarmed, the Bloodbath Mother immediately activated its defense mechanism, hatching the spiderlings. From all directions, a wave of baby spiders surged forth. Calling them baby spiders was misleading. They were each about half the size of an adult human, merely small in comparison to the Bloodbath Mother itself. "Kill it now, before we get surrounded," Kelly shouted. Working together, they successfully eliminated the Bloodbath Mother before the spider swarm could overwhelm them. With the mother dead, the spiderlings either froze in place or scattered in different directions. They had no intention of chasing after them, only the special class danger beast mattered. Kelly let out a sigh of relief. "Guess we got a bit lucky." Among special class danger beasts, the Bloodbath Mother is relatively easy to handle provided you understand its habits. The others chimed in. "We only just finished our training objectives, but Tima is still way ahead of us. Let's head back. Yasha needs to rest and recover as soon as possible." However, just as they were about to leave, they felt the ground tremble unnaturally. More danger beasts? And from the sound of it, more than one. If they're all class 1, this could be a real problem. Damn it. Did the bloodstains here attract them? Should we call for Team A support? Their expressions darkened. After a long day of hunting, exhaustion was setting in. The effort to quickly eliminate the special class danger beast had drained their stamina. They were in no condition to take on multiple class 1 danger beasts. The concern wasn't whether they could win, the real issue was avoiding casualties. A victory with heavy losses would be meaningless. Within moments, the creatures appeared in their field of vision. 5 class 1 danger beasts. Seeing this, Kelly made a swift decision. "We should call for backup," or maybe if Commander Sarah. Before he could finish his sentence, Sarah had already drawn the massive sword from her back. "Your training is complete. You don't need to deal with these class 1 danger beasts. Leave them to me and Koro." As she spoke, her expression twisted into a feral grin. A terrifying aura of bloodlust radiated from her, sending a chill down Kelly's spine. "Those who dare to harm our comrades' evil shall not be forgiven." With a furious cry, she commanded, "Koro, hunt down these evildoers." She stomped the ground, causing cracks to form beneath her feet, and launched herself forward like an arrow. In one hand, she gripped her enormous sword. With the other, she hurled Koro toward the enemy. Most of the team had assumed Koro was nothing more than Sarah's adorable pet, a harmless companion with little combat ability. But as they worried for Koro's safety, the creature suddenly transformed. In an instant, Koro grew into a monstrous beast, larger than any of the class 1 danger beasts. Gone was its cute appearance. Its massive, bulging eyes glared menacingly, mirroring the vicious expression on Sarah's face. So, relying solely on her martial prowess, was able to battle a class 1 danger beast head-on. But Koro? It ripped through them like they were nothing. With a single swipe, Koro tore the head off a 5-meter-tall bear-like danger beast, then casually tossed it into its mouth, chewing noisily. Its powerful jaws crushed the skull effortlessly, bone fragments scrunching between its teeth before being swallowed whole. In mere moments, Sarah had slain one of the beasts, while Koro had shredded the remaining 4. Even the wounds Koro sustained healed rapidly. As long as its core remained intact, it was virtually immortal. As a biological-typed Tegu, Koro was on par with super-class danger beasts. After all, many Tegu were crafted from the remains of such creatures. Even without activating its special ability, Berserk Mode, Koro utterly dominated the battlefield. Against Class 1 danger beasts, it was complete overkill. The rest of Team B stood frozen, stunned by the sheer brutality of the scene. Just then, Blaine arrived with Team A to check on the situation. He had heard the commotion but, knowing Sarah was present, chose not to rush over using double Kamui. "Master, Koro and I defeated those evildoers," Sarah called out excitedly, running up to Blaine with an eager expression, clearly expecting praise. Koro had already reverted to its small, puppy-like form. Wagging its tail, it nuzzled against Blaine's chin affectionately. The stark contrast between their earlier ferocity and their current behavior left the members of Team B utterly speechless. They stood there, stunned, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Chapter 37, Conflict of Interest. Commander Sarah is already so strong, and yet she's still Commander Blaine's apprentice. If that's the case, just how strong is Commander Blaine? It feels like Commander Blaine has never truly revealed his real strength. We really underestimated him before. It looks like the Empire hasn't abandoned us after all. Not only is our current commander stronger than the previous one, but he also treats us well. Everyone couldn't help but express their amazement. "Well done. I knew you and Koro would protect everyone." Blaine praised Sarah and Koro. "By the way, how did it go? Team B's training should be finished by now, right?" Blaine asked Suru. Yes. Although they weren't as efficient as Team A, everyone worked hard to reach their goals. Suru nodded. Then let's head back. Yasha needs time to recover as well, Blaine said. With that, the group started their return journey. On the way, Suru noticed that Team B seemed particularly focused on Koro, who was walking beside her. What's wrong? Do you want to play with Koro? She asked them curiously. No, it's not that. We were just surprised. Koro usually looks so cute, but seeing him fight like that. Kelly explained awkwardly. Right now, they were honestly a little afraid of Koro. Noticing the faint trace of fear on their faces, Suru picked Koro up and smiled. Don't worry, Koro is completely harmless to anyone except bad guys. Oh. Okay. They felt a little relieved. But then, a troubling thought crossed their minds. We aren't exactly good people, are we? Back at the base. Didn't you go hunting danger beasts? You must have collected a lot of materials. You can hand them over now. As soon as they returned, some staff members approached them. It seemed to be a standard procedure within the assassination unit. Kiram, Kelly, and the others had no complaints and were ready to hand over their loot. However, Blaine found it strange. They had risked their lives to hunt these danger beasts, so why were they expected to give up everything they had gained? Even though these children currently depended on the Empire's assassination unit, it was still excessive to demand they surrender all their spoils. Blaine directly asked the staff, after handing over the danger beast materials, do they receive any kind of reward or payment? No. The staff member replied bluntly. That doesn't seem fair, does it? They worked hard to hunt those beasts. Blaine furrowed his brows slightly, though his tone remained calm. Kiram, Kelly, and the others were visibly surprised. Commander Blaine was actually standing up for them. In truth, they had long since accepted the rules of the assassination unit. They never even considered questioning them. Besides, for some reason, the enhanced team had never produced a traitor or deserter. The same couldn't be said for the elite team. Their circumstances were different, which might explain why among just 7 members, 1 had betrayed them, and 2 had deserted. What are you talking about? They just need to obey orders. As their commander, you should know that better than anyone. The staff found Blaine's reaction odd. Previous commanders had been far more ruthless. In fact, many of the existing rules were set by their predecessors. However, the rule about confiscating danger beast materials had been implemented purely for their own benefit. I don't see it that way. Either compensate them fairly, or let them keep what they've earned. Blaine stated flatly. The staff members' expressions darkened. They were obviously unhappy with Blaine's stance, but there was little they could do. After all, Blaine outranked them within the assassination unit. They had only 2 choices, compromise and take a share of the profit, or get nothing at all. What baffled them most was that Blaine himself should have benefited from this system. They had always shared a cut of the profits with the previous commanders and were prepared to do the same with Blaine. So why was he willing to give up part of their earnings for the sake of those workhorses? To the assassination unit, these children were nothing more than tools. Why should they care about them? Since the assassin training program began, the Empire had never once treated these children as human beings. Fine. We'll give them half of the profits from the material trade. That should be enough, right? The staff had no choice but to concede. Half was better than nothing. That'll do. Blaine didn't push them further. After collecting the materials, the staff quickly left. Commander Blaine, we don't really need the money. Serving the Empire is already an honor. Kelly admitted. He didn't want their commander to get into conflicts with the staff over them. The other team members felt the same. Don't be ridiculous. This is something you rightfully deserve. Sure, the base provides food and shelter, but don't you need money when you go out in the capital? Blaine said. No, actually. Kelly scratched his head. We've never gone out in the capital before, so we've never needed to spend money. Is that so? Blaine was slightly surprised. So they never left the base except for training missions? In that case, you all did well in this training. As a reward, you'll have 3 days of leave. Use this time to explore the capital, but be mindful of your safety. Try not to go out at night. Recently, night trade had been especially active in the capital, always moving under the cover of darkness. Since the assassination unit was their enemy, there was a chance they could be targeted. Wait. Really? That's amazing. There's a place in the capital I've always wanted to visit. And the next scheduled ability enhancement is in 5 days, so it won't interfere with our break. Excited, everyone eagerly discussed where they wanted to go. For the first time, they would get to experience what it was like to take a break and enjoy themselves. Seeing their joy, a small smile appeared on Blaine's face. Just then, Kiram, who had been standing behind him, tugged lightly at his sleeve. Commander, don't forget about that thing. You promised to come with me. Chapter 38, Feed Me. Blaine immediately realized what Kiram was referring to. She wanted to head to Sea Eagle Cave in search of a hibernating super rank danger beast. Of course I haven't forgotten. Blaine replied. Then we can't leave today or tomorrow. Kiram said right away. Let's go today. The sooner we leave, the sooner we'll be back. It'd be best if we return while everyone is still on break. Blaine hoped Kiram would have a chance to enjoy some rest as well. So, while they're out exploring the Imperial capital, I'll leave them in your care. He turned to Saru. With her protecting them, he could be at ease. Leave it to me. Saru lifted Koro in her arms and declared, if we run into any evildoers, Koro and I will judge them in the name of justice. Blaine flicked her forehead. I told you not to keep going on about justice and evil all the time. I got it. Saru lowered her head obediently. Before leaving, they took Yasha to receive medical treatment, heading straight to the base's research personnel. Blaine and Saru accompanied her. It's the toxin of a special class danger beast, verdant Chris's. It doesn't seem too severe, so she must have taken the antidote in time. However, recovering from the physical weakness will be difficult. Medicine has its limits. If it were a normal toxin, it could be neutralized with basic antidotes. The researchers were assessing Yasha's condition. Though they didn't say it outright, they were surprised that Blaine hadn't simply disposed of her. If it had been the previous commander, that would have been the outcome without question. After all, the researchers had participated in such disposals before. No matter how difficult, as long as she can recover, that's all that matters. I'll leave her treatment in your hands. Blaine said. As long as you approve. The researcher nodded. From now on, she should come in for treatment every night. Once she resumes training or missions, we can reduce it to once a week. They outlined a preliminary plan. No need for that. Until she's fully recovered and able to fight normally, she won't be participating in training or missions. Blaine stated firmly. That works too. We'll follow your orders. The researcher agreed, though his curiosity deepened. He couldn't help but remark, it's rare to find someone like you in a place like this. Blaine chuckled wryly. Yeah, being normal around here makes you the odd one. As Blaine and the others left, the researcher watched his retreating figure. This new commander clearly didn't understand the full extent of the assassination unit's dark underbelly. He couldn't help but wonder once he learned the truth, how would he react? Commander Saru, can I hold Koro? In the break room, a girl hesitantly asked Saru. Of course. Saru tossed Koro to her like a stuffed toy. The girl panicked but managed to catch Koro, handling him with extreme caution. Koro is actually a Tegu. Without my command, he won't attack anyone, so there's no need to be so careful. Saru reassured her with a smile. She was ruthless toward enemies but had complete trust in her comrades. She was so open that she casually revealed Koro's nature as a Tegu, something that could be considered a trump card. A Tegu, huh? I've heard of biological Tegu before. No wonder Koro was so strong. Kelly muttered in amazement. The sight of Koro in his massive form, tearing apart danger beasts, was still fresh in his mind. Truly, a Tegu was on another level. Just then, Kiram stood up, signaling that it was time to move out. Kiram, are you really going to Sea Eagle Cave? That place is way too dangerous. Commander Blaine will be with her, so it should be fine. Yeah, and Kiram is a Tegu user. Nothing short of a super rank danger beast could be a real threat to them. Everyone was clearly worried about Kiram. But she didn't explain her reason for going. Don't worry, I'll come back safely. Kiram assured them. With that, she and Blaine set off. Sea Eagle Cave was located on the western border of the Empire. The journey from the Imperial capital was long, far too long to travel by horse. A horseback trip would take several days, wasting valuable time, so Blaine requested a flying mount from the Empire. It was a Class 1 bird-type danger beast. Though wild, danger beasts could be tamed, and the Empire had an entire division dedicated to training them. Even as Death had done it numerous times. Records showed that special class danger beasts had been successfully domesticated, though super-class ones remained untamable. Super-class danger beasts, after all, were used as raw materials for many Tegu and existed on an entirely different level from special class ones. Blaine's mount resembled an enormous dragonfly, large enough to carry multiple passengers and significantly faster than a horse. Are you holding on? We're about to take off. Blaine reminded Kiram. She grasped his sleeve with one hand. This way, I won't fall. As usual, her other hand clutched her bag of Kiram's snacks. Never letting go. Blaine found himself curious once again. Before he could say anything, Kiram had already sensed his gaze. Just like last time, she looked up at him with a blank yet serious expression. I'm not sharing. Blaine sighed. No, I was just wondering, do you like sweets that much? You always have them with you. I do love sweets, but these cookies also contain medicine. It's convenient to mix the two. Kurome explained. I see. But it seems like you rely on medicine a lot, as if you always need to take it. Blaine was beginning to suspect this medicine was far from ordinary. Yeah. It's necessary to maintain our bodily functions. If we don't take it regularly, we suffer. Kurome's tone was completely flat, as if she were discussing something trivial. Blaine fell silent. From her description, this sounded like a drug with severe addiction and withdrawal effects. The side effects must be serious, perhaps even worse than he thought. Feed me. Kurome suddenly said. Huh? Blaine blinked in confusion. My hands are full. I need you to feed me. One hand gripped her snack bag, the other held onto his sleeve. She truly had no free hands. She sat there, waiting patiently, looking almost like a kitten expecting to be fed. Her expression remained calm, blank, even completely unbothered by the situation. Chapter 39, See Ecchi Cave. Although it wasn't a big deal in itself, the fact that Kurome could stay this calm was simply due to her naturally blank demeanor. Alright. Blaine took a small cookie from Kurome's snack bag. He could immediately feel her gaze fixated on him, as if she was afraid he'd take the opportunity to steal one for himself. Relax, I'm not going to take your cookies. Saying this, he carefully held the cookie by its edge with his thumb and forefinger, preparing to feed it to her. Kurome slightly opened her mouth, waiting to be fed. Blaine made sure to be extra careful, releasing the cookie just before it touched her lips so that it would slide into her mouth on its own. After all, they had only recently met, so it was better to maintain some sense of distance. Watching Kurome munch on the cookie with a blank yet content expression, he couldn't help but feel like he was feeding a pet. Want more? Blaine asked. 2 more. Kurome replied. By now, their flying danger beast had been in the air for a while. It was a smooth ride, with the only issue being the strong winds. However, Blaine had no fear of crashing. With double Kamui, he had plenty of ways to handle any situation. Taking Kurome along wouldn't be a problem either. That was, until an unexpected situation arose. It wasn't entirely surprising since airborne danger beasts existed, it was only natural that the sky wasn't completely safe. Sure enough, a bird-type danger beast appeared ahead. It resembled a hawk, though it seemed to be even faster than their own Class 1 mount. Its long, razor-sharp beak and talons looked exceptionally lethal. Figures. Can't expect a completely smooth ride. Blaine muttered. It's also a Class 1 danger beast. I can't fight well in the air, but I can summon Doya to take it down with her dual pistols. Kurome reached for Yatsufusa. Doya was one of the corpses controlled by Yatsufusa and the only one with ranged combat abilities. No need for that. Blaine said casually. The next moment, his left eye sharpened, turning bloodshot as he focused on the danger beast's neck. Despite its high-speed movement, Blaine's perception allowed him to predict its trajectory. Spatial distortion wasn't truly instantaneous. Even with his enhanced Kamui, it still required a fraction of a second, meaning he needed to account for movement. However, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, such calculations were trivial. As space twisted violently, the hawk-like danger beast suddenly had its neck snapped. The effect was simple: its neck was transferred into the Kamui dimension, instantly severing its head from its body. Both halves plummeted from the sky. Most Class 1 danger beasts lacked exceptional traits like regeneration or extreme durability, so his left eye Kamui was more than enough to take care of it. Ding. Host has slain a Class 1 danger beast. Reward, 10 system points. What just happened? Kurome asked, her voice tinged with surprise. She hadn't seen Blaine make a move, yet the danger beast had dropped dead in an instant. Nothing. Just think of it as one of my abilities. Blaine replied nonchalantly. The secret of double Kamui couldn't be exposed so easily. As long as no one knew how it worked, it was practically invincible. At the very least, he would never find himself in a truly hopeless situation. The only drawback aside from its massive energy consumption was that Kamui's intangibility had a time limit. A single Mangekyo Sharingan could sustain intangibility for a maximum of 5 minutes. However, with both eyes awakened, his duration exceeded 5 minutes, possibly even 10. He had never tested the upper limit, but when he used it to evade a special class danger beast with Esdeath, he was certain it had lasted longer than 5 minutes. That said, it wasn't much of a weakness. As long as no one knew his limits, he could simply deactivate and reactivate intangibility, effectively resetting the timer. In short, unless his ability was exposed, he was practically untouchable. I see. So it must be a Tegu ability, right? Is it your eyes? I've never heard of a night-type Tegu before. Kurome's instincts were sharp. She had always suspected that Commander Blaine's eyes were unusual. Her sister, Akame, was born with blood-red eyes, but Blaine's were clearly different, unnatural, carrying strange patterns within them. It wasn't unreasonable to assume they were linked to a tegu. After all, as Teeth's blood-based tegu, demons extract, left a distinctive mark on her chest. If Blaine's eyes bore a unique symbol, it could very well be his ego's mark. Blaine remained silent, neither confirming nor denying it. Even with a flying mount, it took them several hours to reach Siiga Cave. By the time they arrived, it was nearly dusk. Now, they would have to continue on foot. A large mount like this would only hinder their movements from here on. Wait for us here. Blaine patted the danger beast's head. It might not understand his words, but it had been trained well enough to stay put. The cave is just ahead. We should go in before nightfall, at least that way we won't have to deal with the danger beasts outside. Kuro pointed toward the vast limestone terrain before them. Inside a cave like this, there was no difference between day and night. Without a proper light source, they wouldn't be able to see a thing. Of course, Blaine and Kuro had come prepared. With that, they ventured into Siiga Cave. The entrance was deserted. It was no surprise any place known to house a superclass danger beast was essentially a death trap. No ordinary person would dare set foot here. They encountered very few danger beasts along the way. The stronger a danger beast was, the more territorial it became, meaning most weaker ones instinctively avoided these grounds. Before long, darkness swallowed the cave. Blaine and Kuro each took out a luminous pearl special light source crafted from the eyes of a special class danger beast. Unlike ordinary torches or lanterns, these pearls emitted an intense glow and never ran out of power. As they ventured deeper into what seemed like a bottomless abyss, the number of remains increased. Most were danger beast skeletons, but a few were unmistakably human. Kuro's grip never left Yatsufusa's hilt, ready for anything that might come their way. Chapter 40, Kamui Enchantment, Kamui Yatsufusa. These bones are pretty old. And there are quite a few large danger beast remains here. It seems like a superclass danger beast was definitely active in this area. But we can't be sure if it's still hibernating or if it's already moved to another habitat. Blaine whispered his analysis. Given the sheer size of a superclass danger beast, even after venturing this deep into Siiga Cave, the passage ahead remained incredibly vast. We'll find out once we reach the very bottom. Kuro's tone was resolute, despite knowing how dangerous this was. She had no choice if she wanted to strengthen Yatsufusa, she needed to act fast. Otherwise, she would never be able to defeat her sister. As they ventured further down, the temperature steadily dropped. It's getting cold. Kuro muttered, noticing the chill. Cold temperatures could affect the body's physical capabilities just as athletes perform worse in freezing weather. The frigid depths of this cave would also hinder movement and reaction time. However, Kuro had a way to counteract the effects: drugs. This time, she wasn't reaching for the cookies infused with mild medicinal compounds meant for sustaining bodily functions. Instead, she took out a white pill, one that could forcibly enhance her abilities in a short period of time. But, of course, the stronger the effect, the worse the side effects. Just as Kuro was about to take the pill, Blaine suddenly took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. The unexpected gesture caught Kuro off guard. She froze, the pill still in her hand, just inches from her lips. These drugs must have serious side effects. If possible, I hope you won't rely on them too much. Blaine explained. He planned to investigate this matter further once they returned to the base. What exactly had the Empire done to these children in the assassination unit? Kuro's lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Silently, she put the pill away, then pulled Blaine's coat around her and whispered, "Thanks." This feeling wasn't so bad. For now, it was just the cold, and there was no real urgency to take the pill. She had simply gotten too used to relying on them. But if they encountered a crisis she couldn't handle, she wouldn't hesitate to take it. The deepest part of Siiga Cave was far deeper than Blaine had expected. They had no idea how long they had been descending before finally reaching the bottom. They hadn't encountered a single danger beast along the way, which only confirmed that something terrifying lurked at the deepest level. Thanks to his Mangekyo Sharingan, Blaine was the first to see what lay ahead. Sure enough, there it was, a superclass danger beast. Although Blaine had never encountered one before, the sheer size of this creature made it obvious. It dwarfed any special class danger beast he had seen, standing at least 100 meters tall. This had to be the death Tagul Kurom had mentioned. Fortunately, it appeared to be in hibernation, lying motionless on the cave floor. Its appearance was bizarre, like a massive dinosaur, but with no flesh, only a skeletal frame of gleaming white bones. Its eye sockets were empty black voids. If not for its steady, rhythmic breathing, one might have mistaken it for a lifeless skeleton. I see it. It's still hibernating. Let's be careful going down, we can't risk waking it. Blaine whispered to Kurom. Kurom nodded slightly. Her heart pounded in excitement. She had taken a gamble, And she had won. Her luck couldn't have been better. A super-class danger beast. If she could add it to Yatsufusa, her strength would skyrocket. Blaine and Kirim carefully descended to the cave floor, drawing closer to the massive creature. This is definitely Death to Ghoul. I'm making my move. Kirim murmured, keeping her voice low as she slowly unsheathed Yatsufusa. Blaine stayed alert, ready to react in case anything went wrong. Kirim knew she couldn't kill a super-ranked danger beast in one strike, so she immediately summoned the corpses stored in Yatsufusa. Her plan was to severely wound Death to Ghoul first, only then could she finish it off with the final blow. Before the battle began, Kirim instinctively reached for her pills again. She needed them to fight at full strength. Blaine immediately stopped her. If you don't take those pills, I'll help you. Kirim's eyes widened slightly in shock. Even now, he was still trying to stop her from taking them. Also, lend me Yatsufusa for a bit. Blaine held out his hand. He wasn't offering his help for free, there had to be some benefits for him too. If he used Yatsufusa to kill a super-class danger beast, he would receive a massive system points reward, while Kirim would still gain the enhanced power of Yatsufusa. It was a win-win situation. This. Kirim hesitated. Normally, a Tigu user would never let someone else wield their Tigu. But Blaine was her commander, someone she was supposed to obey without question. Then, she suddenly realized something. Wait. You're already a Tigu user. You can't wield a second Tigu at the same time. That doesn't apply to me. Blaine responded calmly. His double Kamui wasn't a Tigu to begin with, so the supposed iron rule of Tigu didn't affect him. Without waiting for further argument, he reached out and grasped Yatsufusa's hilt, taking the blade from Kirim's hands. The moment he touched it, he felt an immediate and indescribable discomfort, likely a rejection reaction from the Tigu. If someone wasn't compatible with a Tigu, they wouldn't be able to use its full power. In many cases, the power would be significantly weakened. Some Tigu, like Hasdith's blood-based demons extract, even drove incompatible users insane. Of course, that Tigu was an exception. Most weren't that extreme. Regardless, it was clear that Blaine couldn't fully harness Yatsufusa's abilities. After all, he and Kirim had completely different personalities, there was no way he could wield it as seamlessly as she could. But that didn't matter. To him, Yatsufusa was just a tool. A tool that would now carry the power of Kamui. In the next instant, Blaine channeled Kamui's energy into the blade, enchanting it as if imbuing a weapon with magic. With this, Yatsufusa gained the power of Kamui, an absolute attack that ignored all physical defenses. Chapter 41, Beheading a Super-Class Danger Beast. The principle was the same as Kamui Shuriken, both belong to the same type of ability. In theory, Blaine could also imbue his black and white dual swords with the power of Kamui if he wished. However, borrowing Kirim's Yatsufusa allowed him to achieve two goals at once, earning system points while also adding the super-class danger beast, Death to Ghoul, to Yatsufusa's ranks. Wielding the Kamui-enhanced Yatsufusa, Blaine slashed directly at Death to Ghoul, who was still in hibernation. The blade, imbued with Kamui's power, tore through the beast's incredibly hard bones with ease. What was once an impenetrable defense now crumbled like brittle paper. The sudden injury jolted Death to Ghoul awake, but before it could react, its massive skull was severed in a single strike. Kirim's eyes widened in shock. She knew just how formidable super-class danger beasts like Death to Ghoul were. Their destructive energy waves could alter terrain, and their skeletal bodies had no discernible weak points. Her Yatsufusa was primarily used for summoning corpse puppets. Its sharpness was far from exceptional among weapon-type Tigus. For Blaine to decapitate such a beast so effortlessly was beyond her comprehension. Was he somehow more compatible with Yatsufusa than she was, able to draw out a strength she never could? Attack together. Pushing aside her surprise, Kirim commanded her corpse puppets to strike. Though Death to Ghoul was not particularly resilient compared to some other danger beasts, decapitation alone wasn't enough to guarantee its death. The corpse puppets, summoned before Blaine borrowed Yatsufusa, still followed Kirim's orders. However, their attacks barely made a dent. The beast's defenses remained nearly impenetrable. Fortunately, having just awakened from hibernation, Death to Ghoul was far weaker than usual. With its head severed, it had little ability to fight back. Blaine, on the other hand, was cutting through it with ease. His first strike had taken its head, and his second cleanly severed its right arm. Realizing that Blaine's attacks were by far the most effective, Kirim swiftly called out, "Its only weakness is the heart. Destroy it, and you'll kill it for good." She had thoroughly researched Death to Ghoul before the hunt, ensuring she understood its abilities, habits, and weaknesses. Upon hearing her words, Blaine reversed his grip and drove his blade straight into Death to Ghoul's chest. No matter how thick or sturdy its bones were, they stood no chance against Kamui Yatsufusa. The moment his blade pierced through, he felt the presence of a massive, pulsating heart, one brimming with life. But in an instant, that life was snuffed out. Ding! The host has slain a superclass danger beast and received 50 system points. As the notification rang out, the black incantations of Yatsufusa seeped into Death Tagul's body. In the blink of an eye, the once dead beast stirred again, resurrected. Death Tagul was no longer an enemy, it was now a part of Yatsufusa. Blaine returned the weapon to Kurum. "Thanks. If it weren't for you, I would have had to pay a heavy price," she said sincerely. "No big deal," Blaine replied casually. On the surface, he looked unfazed, completely unharmed. In reality, both his body and eye power had been pushed to their limits. Kamui enchantment was an incredibly draining ability, far more exhausting than simple intangibility or spatial transfer. Each swing of his blade consumed his energy at an alarming rate. After just 3 strikes, he was already nearing his limit. He sighed inwardly, maybe he had gone a little overboard trying to show off. That said, Kamui enchantment had undoubtedly been the best method for the situation. At least he had gained 50 system points, it was a worthwhile trade. After all, his stamina and eye power would recover on their own, but system points wouldn't accumulate automatically. "Commander. Your eyes are bleeding." Kurum's voice suddenly pulled him from his thoughts. "Huh?" Blaine raised a hand to his face and wiped beneath his eye. Sure enough, his fingers came away stained with fresh blood. He must not have noticed it until Kurum pointed it out. Compared to the sharp pain in his eyes and the slight blurring of his vision, the bleeding was trivial. The pain alone overshadowed the sensation of blood trickling down his face. Fortunately, his regenerative abilities would gradually restore his vision and ease the discomfort. "You really pushed yourself too hard using 2 Tigas at once, didn't you?" Kurum asked, her concern evident. "I'm fine, don't worry," Blaine said with a faint smile. He couldn't exactly explain the details of his dual Kamui ability. Kurum, however, didn't seem convinced. Taking out a white handkerchief, she gently wiped away the lingering blood beneath his eyes. "Commander, don't push yourself like that again. Leave the rest to me," she said. "All right." Blaine nodded slightly. At the same time, he accessed the system menu in his mind. System points, 60, ding. The host has exchanged Constitution plus 40. Deducting 40 system points, ding. The host has exchanged Strength plus 10. Deducting 10 system points, ding. The host has exchanged Agility plus 10. Deducting 10 system points, Strength, 50, Agility, 50, Constitution, 130. With the upgrades, Blaine felt himself recovering rapidly. He suddenly realized the importance of keeping spare system points. In a crisis, instantly boosting his stats could be a game changer, almost like having a second life. Meanwhile, Kurum remained fixated on how Blaine had managed to wield Yatsufusa with such devastating power. She walked over to Death Tagul and attempted a slash of her own. The result was clear, her strike barely scratched the surface, leaving only a shallow mark on its bone. Even without using her full strength, she knew that even at her best, she could never achieve the effortless, razor-sharp cuts that Blaine had displayed. This only confirmed that if Blaine hadn't been there, hunting this superclass danger beast would have come at a steep cost for her. At the very least, she would have had to rely heavily on recovery drugs. "Commander Blaine, how did you manage to cut through its bones so easily? Could it be that you're actually more suited to be Yatsufusa's wielder than I am?" She turned to him, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. Chapter 42, A Quilt. Blaine felt slightly embarrassed and tried to brush the topic aside. "Regardless, you're the true owner of Yatsufusa. Even if you handed it over to me, wielding 2 Tigas at the same time would be too much of a burden. So don't overthink it." "Okay." Kurum nodded. Given the current situation, if Blaine had actually wanted to take Yatsufusa from her, she wouldn't have hesitated to agree. But in truth, he wasn't suited for Yatsufusa. Even if he took it, he wouldn't be able to draw out its full power, and besides, he had no interest in doing such a thing in the first place. This mission went pretty smoothly. "Should we head back now?" Blaine asked, changing the subject. "But considering the time, it should already be night outside. I think it would be better to return in the morning," Kurum said. She had a point. Traveling at night, especially flying, was not ideal. Although she had acquired a superclass danger beast corpse puppet, Death Tagul wasn't suited for aerial combat. This cave, however, was a perfect place to rest for the night. The lingering scent of Death Tagul would deter most creatures from approaching, and only another superclass danger beast would dare venture here. Even then, the sheer noise of its massive body would wake them up long before it got close. "All right, we'll head back tomorrow," Blaine agreed. A night of rest would give his body and eye power time to recover naturally. "I'll go bring my mount inside the cave. Leaving it outside might be dangerous." With that, he prepared to head back to the surface. "I'll come with you," Kurum said, immediately following him. She was still worried that he hadn't fully recovered. At the same time, Death to Goal vanished as Kurom recalled it into Yatsufusa, storing it away until it was needed again. Of course, finding a mount wasn't really an issue for them. If necessary, Kurom could simply track down a Class 1 or Special Class flying type danger beast and kill it with Yatsufusa. However, since their current mount was borrowed from the Empire, they had a responsibility to take care of it. Their return to the surface was much quicker than when they had descended into the cave. By the time they emerged, the sky had already darkened. The area was quiet, no sign of any danger beasts. However, just as they were about to retrieve their mount and take it back to the cave, the creature suddenly grew restless. Its unease suggested it had sensed a threat. Blaine's expression hardened as he quickly scanned his surroundings. A short distance away, he spotted a large figure. As expected, a danger beast has appeared. Judging by its size, it's probably a special class. Even in this darkness, you can still see so clearly, Commander? Kurom asked, slightly impressed. Then again, she reminded herself, it was a Tigu. Having night vision was nothing unusual. Blaine was about to draw his black and white dual swords when Kurom spoke up. This time, let me protect you. I'll use Death to Goal's power. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Blaine said without hesitation. This would also be a good chance to test the strength of a superclass danger beast in action. Yatsufusa. Kurom activated her Tigu, summoning Death to Goal. The ground trembled violently as two massive skeletal hands burst forth, followed by the towering, nearly 100-meter-tall behemoth. Though it resembled a dinosaur, Death to Goal's arms were structured more like human hands, allowing it to wield them with surprising dexterity. With one massive hand, Death to Goal scooped up Blaine, Kurom, and their mount. Despite being a Class 1 danger beast, the mount was barely the size of its palm. The special class danger beast in the distance froze for a moment before turning to flee, clearly intimidated by the overwhelming presence of a superclass danger beast. But now that she had summoned Death to Goal, Kurom wasn't about to let it go. Death to Goal, blow it to pieces. At her command, Death to Goal threw its head back and began gathering energy. It inhaled violently, drawing in the surrounding air and compressing it into a terrifyingly dense mass of energy. When the buildup reached its peak, a devastating energy blast erupted toward the fleeing danger beast. Boom. The explosion obliterated the landscape, instantly transforming the plains and hills into a deep canyon. The terrain itself had been altered. As for the special class danger beast, it had been completely vaporized, reduced to nothing. No wonder it's a superclass danger beast. That power is insane. Blaine muttered, surveying the destruction before him. If he used this creature's body as a material for a new Tigu, he could probably create an incredibly powerful firearm-type weapon. After witnessing Death to Goal's overwhelming display, no other danger beasts dared to approach. Even their mount had been scared stiff, trembling uncontrollably in Death to Goal's massive hand. Once Death to Goal returned them to the ground, Kurom recalled it back into Yatsufusa. Afterward, they spent some time calming the mount before leading it back into the cave. Halfway in, they stopped. They wouldn't be going all the way to the deepest part of the cave. This spot should be good for the night. It's not too cold here, Blaine said. The deeper sections of the cave were freezing, far from ideal for resting. Their mount carried some supplies for overnight stays. Blaine casually grabbed a blanket, laid it on the ground, and lay down to rest. However, there was only one quilt and it was Kurom's. Blaine hadn't thought to bring one for himself. With his constitution being several times that of a normal person, he wasn't concerned about the cold. Commander, don't you need a quilt? Kurom asked. I'm fine. You use it. Blaine replied. Hearing no further response, he assumed she had already gone to sleep. Then he heard soft footsteps approaching. Puzzled, he turned his head only to see Kurom walking toward him, carrying the quilt. You. Before he could finish, Kurom lay down beside him, spreading the quilt over both of them. It was a bit small for two people, so she moved in closer. This way, you won't get cold, she said calmly. Her tone was neutral, but a faint blush had appeared on her face. She deliberately turned her back to him, not wanting him to see. Chapter 43, Leon. Blaine fell silent, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. He really didn't need the blanket, but he hadn't expected Kurom to be so concerned about him. She probably thought his body was still weak from using two Tigas at once. I don't know what to say. But thank you. After thinking it over, that was all Blaine could manage. Hearing no response from Kurom, he assumed she had actually fallen asleep this time. But that wasn't the case. Kurom was simply too shy to reply. She wasn't oblivious. She understood that her actions were a bit bold. But after everything Commander Blaine had done for her today, she couldn't just let him go to sleep and risk catching a cold. Good night. Blaine didn't overthink it. He said good night and went straight to sleep. A while later, Kurom waited until she was sure Blaine had dozed off before whispering near his ear, good night. Blaine had indeed fallen asleep, but Kurome's movement stirred him awake again. However, he only opened his eyes briefly, making no other movements. The night passed without incident. At dawn, Blaine and Kurome set out on their mounts and returned to the imperial capital. For breakfast, they made do with the dry rations they had brought along. By midday, they arrived back in the capital. After returning the mounts, Blaine turned to Kurome. "Are we heading straight back to base, or do you want to take a walk around the city? Our leave doesn't end for another 2 days. If possible, I'd like to have lunch here." Kurome answered without hesitation. The assassination unit usually ate at the base canteen, and it was only during missions that they had the chance to dine out at restaurants or taverns. Compared to those places, the base's food was much more mediocre. "All right, pick a restaurant you like," Blaine said. After spending the past few days with her, he had realized that Kurome was a bit of a foodie. It wasn't hard to guess that she wasn't exactly fond of the base's meals. Kurome quickly chose a restaurant, drawn in by the rich aroma of meat wafting from within. "This way, we have open seats." A waiter greeted them upon entry. Blaine handed Kurome the menu. "Order whatever you want." The restaurant served a variety of dishes, including ones made from danger beasts as well as more common home-style meals. Kurome immediately ordered 10 meat dishes, and that still might not be enough for her. Blaine, on the other hand, opted for a much simpler meal: 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, a bowl of soup, and 2 servings of white rice. "Would you like any alcohol? Or just plain water?" the waiter asked. "Just water," Blaine replied casually. 10 minutes later, the food started arriving. As they ate, a striking young woman with golden hair and eyes, a curvaceous figure, and revealing attire walked past them. She took a seat behind Kurome and ordered several bottles of alcohol. At first, Blaine didn't pay her any mind. However, his peripheral vision soon caught her glancing at him and Kurome. Seated across from Kurome, Blaine could just barely see the blonde woman from the corner of his eye. His instincts were sharp where an ordinary person might dismiss it as nothing. He remained cautious. Of course, there was always the possibility that he was being overly alert. Regardless, Blaine made a mental note of her presence while maintaining a completely natural demeanor, continuing his meal as usual. Kurome, on the other hand, was oblivious to the woman behind her. She was too focused on the meat in front of her to notice anything else. However, Blaine's instincts proved to be right. The blonde woman was actually Leone, a member of the assassin group Night Trade. She had came to the capital for a drink as usual but happened to run into Blaine and Kurome at the restaurant. More notably, she immediately recognized Kurome as Akame's younger sister. Which meant the young man sitting across from her was most likely a member of the Empire's assassination unit as well. That realization led Leone to observe them more closely, an action that did not go unnoticed by Blaine. "Oh no, I think I've been spotted." At that moment, Leone vaguely sensed that she might have been noticed and couldn't help but think to herself. Fortunately, she had never exposed her identity as a member of Night Trade. Otherwise, she wouldn't be strolling so openly through the streets of the imperial capital every day. "Well, whatever. I'll just finish my drink and leave." With that thought, she continued drinking as if nothing had happened. She no longer paid any attention to Blaine and Kurome moving around in broad daylight, especially in a crowded place like this, was too risky for someone like her. If her identity were exposed here, it would only bring trouble. Let alone if Akame had warned them before that Kurome was extremely dangerous, and as for the other young man's strength, it was still unknown. Leone definitely wouldn't act recklessly. Sure enough, 10 meat dishes weren't enough for Kurome. She ended up ordering 2 more. "You should be full now, right?" Blaine asked. "Yeah, let's go." After taking her last bite, Kurome got up, ready to leave. Blaine suddenly realized that despite eating so much, Kurome didn't look the slightest bit full. Not to mention, her figure was incredibly slim, completely at odds with her massive appetite. Where did all that food even go? A mystery with no explanation. "Before we go, at least get rid of the rice on your face." Blaine noticed a grain of rice stuck near Kurome's cheek and pointed it out. Even though she had already wiped her mouth, that tiny piece had somehow survived. "Where is it? Help me take it off." When it came to eating, Kurome was completely unfazed. Expressionless, she even asked Blaine to remove it for her. Without hesitation, Blaine reached out and plucked the tiny grain of rice from her face. Just as he was about to casually flick it into the trash. "Wait." Kurome stopped him. "What?" Blaine asked, slightly puzzled. The next moment, Kurome grabbed his wrist, leaned in, and gently took the grain of rice from his fingertip with her lips. "Food shouldn't be wasted." She spoke in a deadpan voice, her face blank as ever. Blaine was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that at all. His expression stiffened slightly. The warmth of her lips still lingered on his fingertips. Chapter 44, Night Trade. There was a secret base hidden in the mountains about 10 kilometers north of the imperial capital. It was the current headquarters of the assassination group Night Raid. At present, Night Raid had 7 members: mine, Najenda, Akame, Lubbock, Shiel, Leon, and Bullet. Almost all of them were Tegu users, with the sole exception of their leader, Najenda. Her previous Tegu, Pumpkin, had been passed on to mine, and the Revolutionary Army had yet to assign her a new one. After paying for her meal, Leon made her way back to Night Raid's headquarters, eager to report on her encounter with Kurum. "Leon, why are you back so early today?" Najenda asked as soon as she saw her return. Aside from Shiel and mine, who were outside training, the rest of Night Raid's members were inside the base. "I was planning to stay in the capital a little longer, but I ran into Kurum while I was eating at a restaurant." Leon's expression was unusually serious. She was normally much more carefree. "Kurum?" Akame's eyes flickered at the mention of the name. "Kurum, huh?" Lubbock sighed. Everyone knew that Kurum was one of the most formidable enemies within the Empire's assassination unit. Still, given Akame and Kurum's relationship, Lubbock hesitated to discuss her too casually. "Akame, what do you think?" Najenda asked directly. "Something feels off. As far as I know, the enhanced team is never allowed to roam the Imperial capital freely unless they're on a mission. Could they be setting something up?" Akame voiced her concerns. "That does sound suspicious. If they're planning something against Night Raid, we'll need to be extra cautious during our missions from now on." Najenda nodded slightly. "Good thing we have Akame on our side now. Thanks to her, we know so much more about the Empire's assassination unit," Leon said with a grin. "Hey, don't say it like that." Lubbock quickly whispered a warning to her. Akame had only recently joined Night Raid, and she had spent far more time with the Empire's assassination unit. That was where her real bonds had been, especially with one particular person. "What's the problem?" "Akame's already made it clear, hasn't she?" Leon casually draped an arm over Akame's shoulder. "That's right. I've already made up my mind. Even if I have to face Kurum, I won't hold back." Akame's gaze was firm. "It's because I love her that I want to save her as soon as possible." Kurum had become nothing more than a tool of the Empire, a killing machine. Akame saw no other way. If she couldn't bring her back, she would have to set her free herself. "Good. We haven't forgotten our agreement. When it comes to Kurum, you'll be the one to deal with her." Najenda reaffirmed the promise. The only condition Akame set when joining the Revolutionary Army was that Kurum be left to her. Whether Akame intended to save her or kill her, the Revolutionary Army had no objections. At this point, saving Kurum seemed nearly impossible. Akame had already spent days trying to persuade her, but it had all been in vain. If Kurum had defected, the Revolutionary Army's odds against the Empire would have significantly improved. But at the very least, Akame's resolve to personally end things meant one less threat on the battlefield and a weaker Empire. The rest of Night Raid didn't question Akame's resolve. They all respected her decision. "Oh, right. There was a boy with Kurum at the time. He looked kind of familiar, but I just can't remember where I've seen him before." Leon spoke up again. Back then, she had been too cautious about exposing herself, so she didn't dare stare too long at Kurum or the boy. As a result, her impression of his face was vague. "Do you remember any distinguishing features?" Najenda asked. "Let me think." After a brief moment, Leon recalled the most striking detail. His eyes, they were red, just like Akame's. But his were even more scarlet, and there were strange patterns in them. She then added, "That boy definitely isn't ordinary. The moment I spotted Kurum, I only glanced their way a couple of times, but he seemed to have noticed me almost immediately." "From your description." Najenda appeared to have a thought. She walked over to her desk, pulled open a drawer, and took out a portrait. "Is this him?" "Yes, that's him." Leon nodded. "No wonder he looked familiar. It's this guy." The Revolutionary Army had numerous spies in the Imperial capital. After all, many of its members had once been Imperial officials or military officers like former General Najenda and former soldier Bullet. For Night Raid, which specialized in assassinations within the capital, the Imperial Capital Security Force was one of their main obstacles. That meant someone like Blaine, who had previously served as the force's captain, would naturally be a person of interest. It wasn't surprising that his portrait had circulated within the Revolutionary Army. He used to be the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, but in the past couple of days, they suddenly replaced him. I was wondering where he disappeared to, and it turns out he ended up with the Empire's assassination unit. Najenda speculated. "Blaine. I don't recall him being corrupt or tyrannical, do you?" Lubbock asked. "No, ever since he took over as captain of the security force, he's done a lot of good. For one, he was responsible for the downfall of the previous captain, Ogre, which saved us quite a bit of trouble. Public perception of the security force also improved significantly under him." Najenda continued, He was one of the Empire's rare few officials with a conscience. My guess is that he was reassigned to the assassination unit by his superiors. The only question is, what's his position over there? Still, considering his way of doing things, it's a little odd that he hasn't been framed by the Prime Minister or his lackeys. Bula commented. Back when he and General Liver were still in the military, they had been arrested simply for refusing to bribe or flatter the Prime Minister. Liver was imprisoned, while Bullet himself was falsely accused of treason. Unable to stomach the Empire's corruption any longer, he escaped before his arrest and defected to the Revolutionary Army. In comparison, Blaine had done things far more radical than he ever had. It's hard to say. Being transferred to the assassination unit might actually mean he was set up. We'll have to wait and observe. Nadine voiced her thoughts. If the opportunity presents itself, we might even consider inviting him to join Night Trade. Chapter 45, Sharing Snacks. Meanwhile, Blaine had no idea what was happening at Night Trade's headquarters. He didn't even know who Leon was. After he and Kiram left the restaurant, Leon didn't follow them, so he didn't think much of the blonde woman from earlier. As they walked through the streets of the Imperial capital, "Commander, are you really not going to use these 3 days off for more training?" Kiram suddenly asked. It seemed like she was hoping to take advantage of this break to train even more. What's wrong? Do you think 3 days of rest is too much? You want extra training instead? Blaine asked in return. Yes. Kiram nodded. That way, we'll be stronger when facing those Night Raid members. My sister alone is already incredibly powerful. There's no need to be so tense. Rest is important, too. Being on edge all the time isn't good for you. Blaine smiled. For these 3 days, just relax and enjoy your time off. Yes, Commander. Kiram never disobeyed a direct order. Besides, Blaine's words reminded her of how excited her teammates were when they found out they had 3 days off. Maybe she really was being too rigid. Should we go find Saru and the others, or just wander around? Blaine asked for her preference. He didn't really mind either way after all. When he worked for the Imperial Capital Security Force, he had already explored every corner of the city. Let's just walk around. Kiram chose the latter. Just then, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. It was because of a pastry shop by the roadside. You want some? Blaine asked immediately. Even though she had just eaten lunch, Kiram, ever the foodie, was already drawn in by the desserts. Then let's go in. I remember this place, they make some really good pastries. Blaine led Kiram inside. Well, if it isn't Captain Blaine. Haven't seen you around for a few days. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly as soon as he saw him. Since Blaine used to patrol the streets daily, many shop owners were familiar with him. Looks like business is doing well today. No surprise your sweets are really something else. Blaine greeted him in return. It's our greatest honor to receive such praise from Captain Blaine. The owner beamed, clearly flattered. Old man, don't just stand there, ask Captain Blaine and the young lady next to him what they'd like. The shopkeeper's wife nudged him. She had already noticed the girl beside Blaine practically drooling at the sight of the pastries. Captain Blaine, and this young lady. What can I get for you? As he spoke, the shopkeeper couldn't help but take a closer look at the cute, dark-haired girl standing beside Blaine. By the way, is she a new recruit in the Imperial Capital Security Force? I don't think I've seen her before. No, actually, I don't work for the security force anymore. I've transferred to a different position. She's my current colleague. Blaine explained simply. Oh, I see. But in that case... The shopkeeper trailed off. What he really wanted to say was that the security force had finally replaced that tyrant ogre with a righteous captain like Blaine, only for Blaine to leave after such a short time. It was a shame, a real loss, in his opinion. But he didn't voice his thoughts. If someone with ill intentions overheard and reported it to the new captain, he could get into serious trouble. So, he quickly changed the subject. What would you two like? Everything here was freshly made this morning, guaranteed to be top quality. Blaine turned to Kiram. You decide. Then I won't hold back. Kiram proceeded to order 3 of every dessert that looked good to her. You're ordering that much? Even 4 people wouldn't be able to finish it all. The shopkeeper was taken aback. For an average person, this amount of food was absurd for just 2 people. Since everything had already been prepared that morning, he simply packed up the desserts and handed them over. Blaine and Kiram found a table and sat down. Kiram immediately started digging in, while Blaine just watched. He was still full from lunch. Besides, he figured Kiram would be pretty possessive of her food, so he didn't bother trying to take any. Looking at her now, he couldn't help but think that their earlier meal probably hadn't been enough for her. She was still going strong, as if she had barely eaten at all. Halfway through, Kiram finally noticed that Blaine hadn't touched anything. She paused, looked up at him, and asked, Commander, aren't you going to eat? She had ordered 3 of everything, but she had only planned on eating 2 herself. The third portion was meant for him. No, you go ahead. Blaine shook his head slightly. Really? That's a shame. I had ordered 1 for you. Kurom said casually. No, seriously, I cannot eat that much. Blaine was taken aback. Even if he hadn't been full, there was no way he could handle that portion. At that moment, Kurom seemed to have found a pastry that was especially delicious. Without hesitation, she picked up a piece with her fork and held it up to Blaine. This one is really good. Do you want to try it, Commander? She didn't even think twice about using her own fork, holding it directly to his mouth. Blaine hesitated for a moment. He had been about to say something, but then he realized if Kurom herself didn't care about sharing, why should he make a big deal out of it? So, without another word, he simply leaned in and took a bite. It is good. Soft, not too greasy, and just the right amount of sweetness. I haven't had this one before, thanks. After savoring it, Blaine gave his honest thoughts. Huh, so you do share when something tastes good. Or is it just the cookies because of their special ingredients? Blaine suddenly recalled how Kurom always made sure no one else ate her cookies. Maybe it was because they contained something extra. That is one reason. Kurom admitted. But she didn't say the other reason she wasn't willing to share sweets with just anyone. Meanwhile, across the shop, the owner and his wife had been watching the entire exchange unfold. Old man, I swore that Sarah girl was Captain Blaine's girlfriend, but I guess I was way off. Yeah, same here. Looks like this cute little lady is the real one. They whispered to each other. But not quietly enough. Blaine and Kurom heard everything. Kurom's cute face immediately turned slightly red, but she just kept her head down and continued eating as if nothing had happened. Chapter 46, Medical Data. Blaine noticed Kurom's embarrassed expression as her pace of eating slowed significantly, as if she had lost her appetite. Her face was slightly flushed as she lowered her head, nibbling at her dessert in small bites. Sensing that Kurom was feeling troubled, Blaine quickly stepped in to clear up the misunderstanding. He explained to the shop owner and his wife, "No, she and I are just colleagues. It's not what you think." Oh, we were being too presumptuous. Realizing their mistake, the shop owner and his wife felt they had overstepped. How could they be so nosy about Captain Blaine's personal affairs? However, upon hearing Blaine's words, Kurom's face immediately darkened. The shyness she had just shown vanished completely. Blaine was puzzled. Why did it feel like Kurom was suddenly upset? Still, seeing her appetite return, he figured everything was fine. In truth, Kurom was just amusing herself. Kurom devoured all the snacks. You should be full now, right? Blaine asked, astonished by her appetite. I'm full. Kurom replied flatly. Yet, she didn't show any discomfort from overeating. Blaine couldn't help but wonder, could she still eat more? After that, the two continued strolling through the streets, casually taking in the sights and observing the people around them. It seems like a lot of people really admire you, Commander. Kurom remarked. On their way, many people had greeted Blaine not out of flattery, but with genuine respect. Well, I used to work for the Imperial Capital Security Force. Don't you remember? Blaine responded casually. But I think it's more because of the kind of person you are, Kurom said. After spending these past few days with him, she had came to understand Blaine's character. It didn't surprise her at all that he had earned the people's respect during his time in the security force. Maybe so, but I only did what was expected of me, whether back then in the security force or now in the assassination unit, Blaine said, not wanting to take any credit. In his view, he was simply doing his job and following his own sense of judgment. He never saw himself as noble or righteous. But to us, there's probably no commander more considerate than you, Kurom said with a faint smile. Is it really that exaggerated? But as he thought about it, Blaine realized there was some truth to it. Prime Minister Honest practically ruled the empire with an iron grip. When even the highest-ranking officials were corrupt and ruthless, it was no surprise that the rest of the government was rotten to the core. Blaine, however, was an exception. Perhaps due to his Death's influence, the Prime Minister still placed some trust in him. Otherwise, back when he was captain of the security force, he would have been an easy target for the corrupt officials. Having his Death backing him certainly made a difference. If someone else had been put in charge of the Empire's assassination unit, the previous brutal system would likely have remained or even worsened. So, Commander, please don't leave your post so easily. And I hope you will continue to look after us, Kurom said sincerely. She didn't want to experience the pain of losing another comrade, whether through disciplinary actions or on a mission. Blaine was the only leader who had changed the system and actually cared about their safety. That, to her, was something truly rare. Blaine nodded. I don't plan on leaving so easily. Unless something unexpected happens. You never know with these things. After dinner, Blaine and Kiram returned to their base. The assassination unit's base, of course, was also located within the Imperial capital. Kiram and Commander Blaine are back so soon? I thought it would take a few days. The Ecchi cave is pretty far from the capital. They must have switched to a danger beast mount, right? I'm not sure if Kiram managed to do what she wanted, but at least she doesn't seem injured. That's good. Hearing everyone's concern, Kiram smiled and said, actually, the commander and I returned at noon. We just spent some time walking around the city. Oh, so you went out with the commander? We were worried you wouldn't get to enjoy any time off, but I guess we didn't need to worry after all. While Kiram chatted with the others, Blaine quietly left on his own. Noticing this, Sarah quickly followed. Master, is something wrong? You seem troubled. She asked. It's nothing. I just want to investigate something specifically, the drugs Kiram and the others take regularly. Blaine replied. Oh, that's a relief. I thought something bad had happened on your mission. Sarah said, letting out a breath. At least it wasn't anything concerning his health. Blaine headed straight for the laboratory. With so much data stored there, he figured he would find the information he needed. Sarah followed closely behind. Inside the lab, several researchers were still at work. Blaine wasted no time. I want to see the records on the drugs, he stated. The researchers didn't refuse. The information was classified only to outsiders and the young operatives, but Blaine and Sarah had full clearance. Once he obtained the files, Blaine flipped through them. His pupils shrank, and his brow furrowed slightly. The drugs were far from ordinary. According to the documents, the drugs administered to the Empire's assassination unit had severe negative effects on the brain. The enhanced abilities they provided came at the cost of drastically shortening the user's lifespan. Beyond that, the drugs created an extreme dependency. If the operatives went too long without taking them, not only would their physical abilities deteriorate, but they would also suffer agonizing withdrawal symptoms. One of the previous administrator's punishments involved locking underperforming squads in solitary confinement and depriving them of the drugs for several days. The records even detailed a case where a teenage operative had used the drugs excessively, causing his body to deteriorate to that of an elderly man in his 70s or 80s. Once his weakened state began interfering with missions, he was promptly disciplined. Additionally, the entire enhanced team underwent regular forced brainwashing. This was why, no matter what happened, Kiram and the others never even considered betraying the Empire. And that wasn't even the worst of it. There were countless other cruel policies, most of which were direct orders from the higher-ups. The previous administrator had merely been following those commands. Blaine suddenly became aware of the danger he was in. Everything he had done since taking over had gone against the superior's rules. This is unbelievable. These drugs are incredibly dangerous. Sarah exclaimed, staring at the documents in disbelief. They were always just tools. If they lose their usefulness, they're discarded. What's there to be so shocked about? A nearby researcher spoke in a completely indifferent tone. Chapter 47, Kiram's concern exactly. As their managers and commanders, you really shouldn't be this surprised. They're newcomers, so they probably just found out about all this. A word of advice: these policies were set by the bigwigs above. If you don't enforce them properly, you'll be the ones in trouble. The researchers showed little to no concern for the children. They only cared about following orders. Anyone with rebellious thoughts had already been dealt with, and those who remained were the obedient ones. You. Sarah was about to lose her temper, but Blaine raised a hand, stopping her. I can take these documents with me, right? He asked the researchers. Of course. But if this leads to any trouble, the responsibility falls on you. One of them replied. As for what Blaine and Sarah intended to do with the documents, the researchers didn't care. It wasn't their concern. Blaine and Sarah outranked them. No problem. With that, Blaine took the most crucial documents and left. He kept a firm grip on Sarah's arm, preventing her from doing anything reckless. Once they stepped outside the lab, Blaine finally spoke. The priority right now is finding a way to wake Kiram and the others up to make them stop willingly accepting these drugs and the Empire's control. If we had lashed out at those researchers, we'd have lost our positions on the spot. His current rank at least allowed him to stay close to Kiram and the others. Forcibly separating them from the Empire's assassination unit wasn't an option either. The documents stated that the enhanced team had undergone countless brainwashing sessions. The chances of successfully pulling them away were extremely slim. Blaine still remembered what Kiram had told him before Akame defected. She had tried persuading Kiram for a long time, but Kiram never agreed. Even her own sister, the person she was closest to, couldn't convince her. That alone proved just how deeply the brainwashing ran. There was no way Blaine could expect to break through it so easily. Yes. Sarah murmured, lowering her head as she listened to her master's words. In short, Taking direct action is the worst option. As infuriating as those researchers' words were, the real problem isn't them, it's the so-called higher-ups, or rather, the corrupt and decaying empire itself. Blaine continued. The empire. Sarah hesitated. She had always believed that serving the empire was absolute justice. Her parents had been imperial soldiers, and she had inherited that belief from them. But hearing her master describe the empire as dark and corrupt, she instinctively wanted to argue. Yet, she couldn't find a single reason to refute him. Memories of past events resurfaced: the nobles who slaughtered foreigners for sport, Captain Ogre, and now this horrifying revelation. Sarah had already came to see Kiram and the others as her comrades. And as someone who valued her comrades deeply, she couldn't accept the Empire's assassination unit treating them so cruelly. Could it be that only the higher-ups in the Empire's assassination unit are corrupt, while the Empire itself should still be? Sarah tried to convince Blaine to change his view of the Empire, but even she was struggling to convince herself. Her belief was shaken, and the conflict on her face was clear. Blaine didn't rush her to accept the truth. Instead, he said calmly, "Take your time. It's okay. I'll be here to help you see the full picture of this empire." After all, even he hadn't fully grasped everything about it yet. Sarah's heart was stirred. She nodded firmly. "For now, let's have Kiram and the others go through this information first," Blaine said, his eyes glinting as he spoke. Blaine and Sarah brought the documents they had retrieved from the lab to the assassination unit's usual rest area. "There's something I want you all to see, though I'm sure you already know parts of it," Blaine said, placing the documents on the table. Kiram was the first to pick them up, while the others gathered around to read. They quickly went through the contents. Kiram's expression changed slightly, but she didn't have much of a reaction. Some things were unexpected, while others were just confirmation of what they had already assumed. For instance, the side effects of the drugs, they had been well aware of them. They weren't oblivious. They had been brainwashed, not made stupid. They could clearly feel the toll the drugs took on their bodies. What caught Kiram off guard, however, was the section on brainwashing. This was something none of them had ever known. They had always believed they were simply undergoing routine enhancements and were unconscious during the process. They never realized those sessions were actually brainwashing procedures. The documents were passed around, and soon, everyone had finished reading. Brainwashing? What exactly have we been brainwashed to believe? No idea. Maybe just to make us more loyal to the Empire? Honestly, that seems unnecessary. Yeah. We would never betray the Empire anyway, so why go to such lengths? Blaine observed their reactions. It was just as he expected. They had been brainwashed so thoroughly that they couldn't even recognize the effects of it. He decided not to bring up the brainwashing for now. Even if he did, they wouldn't believe him, not after going through it countless times. What about the drugs? Do you have any thoughts on them? Blaine asked. Not really. There's no other choice. Kelly replied with an indifferent smile. Since we're not as strong as the elite squad, this is the only way for us to gain power. If it weren't for these drugs, we probably would have been disciplined from the start. After all, if we can't serve the Empire properly, we have no value. The others nodded in agreement. Their thoughts were the same because they had all been conditioned to think that way. Blaine wasn't surprised by their response. He turned to Kiram. What about you? Do you think the same way? Yeah. Kiram replied without hesitation. If we want to fight the rebels, we have to be willing to make sacrifices. Sarah still found it hard to accept. Fighting the rebels was one thing, but the brainwashing, the drugs, the punishments, those were something else entirely. Even if they were meant to fight the rebels, did they really have to go through all this cruelty? I see. Blaine let out a quiet sigh. They had been brainwashed to this extent, there was no way he could change their minds with just words. He would have to take things slowly. Kiram, however, didn't dwell on the documents for long. Instead, she turned her attention to Blaine, looking concerned. Commander, let me go for a walk with you later. It feels like you're worrying too much about us. You seem really burdened. Chapter 48, Strolling with Kiram, Encountering Akame and Night Raid. Yes, Commander, let Kiram go with you for a walk. We're really fine, so you don't have to worry about us. Kelly added. It wasn't just Kiram and Kelly, everyone else also brushed off the contents of the documents, thinking Blaine was simply concerned for them. None of them realized how severely Blaine's actions had violated the rules. If the higher-ups found out, they would undoubtedly have him and Sarah arrested. Alright, maybe I was just overthinking things, Blaine said, using the moment to drop the topic. No one in the assassination unit was affected by the documents. If he kept pushing the issue, it would only backfire. For now, it was best to let it go. Wait for me a moment, Blaine said to Kiram before picking up the documents, preparing to return them to the lab. As expected, Sarah followed him. Master, We can't get through to them at all," she said. This is the power of brainwashing. When someone has been conditioned to this extent, no amount of reasoning can persuade them. We can only take our time and find opportunities to change them. Blaine replied quietly. "All right. Until then, I'll do my best to protect everyone," Sarah said with determination. Blaine and Sarah returned the documents to the lab. The researchers didn't bother asking what they had done with them. As promised, Blaine and Kiram went out for a walk to clear their minds, strolling through the streets of the Imperial capital. Not long after they left, the rest of the assassination unit began chatting among themselves. "Do you think Kiram actually has feelings for Commander Blaine? I've noticed she seems pretty close to him." "Probably. Kiram is friendly with us, but she's never invited a guy for a walk before." "True. Commander Blaine has always been good to us. It wouldn't be surprising if Kiram started liking him. Besides, she's at that age now." Kelly chimed in. "That's exactly why I tried to create an opportunity for her earlier. She mentioned the commander's name twice while we were chatting tonight." Hearing them talk so excitedly about Blaine and Kiram, Sarah murmured to herself, "Kiram likes Master." For some reason, she felt a dull pressure in her chest. She should have been happy for her master after all. It was a good thing that someone liked him. But why did she feel so uneasy? Sarah couldn't understand what was wrong with her. Maybe she was just tired. A good night's sleep should fix it. If Kiram had been alone, the guards at the base wouldn't have easily allowed her to leave without a commander's permission. With Blaine accompanying her, however, they encountered no obstacles. The Imperial capital was brightly lit at night. Most of the shops along the streets had already closed, and there were far fewer pedestrians compared to the daytime. Occasionally, a few scattered figures could be seen moving through the dimly lit roads. In such a quiet atmosphere, it was actually a good setting for Blaine and Kiram to take a walk and clear their minds. "Commander, before you worked in the Imperial Capital Security Force, were you a soldier stationed in the capital?" Kiram suddenly asked, shifting the conversation to something more casual. "No, my hometown was a small village on the southern border. I only arrived in the capital recently. Because my village was destroyed by a danger beast." Blaine responded. "I see. I can't really remember much about my life before joining the assassination unit. I was too young at the time. All I remember is wandering with my sister." Kiram recalled. "You must really miss her, right?" I do. Which is why I'm going to kill her so she'll never be able to leave my side again." Kiram spoke with a bright smile, yet the words that came out of her mouth were chilling. In that moment, her innocent expression took on an eerie undertone. Blaine felt slightly awkward. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought up Akame. Just then, several figures darted swiftly across the rooftops not far ahead. Blaine's keen perception allowed him to spot them immediately. However, their faces were obscured by black cloaks, leaving only the tall man clad in armor somewhat distinguishable, though even his face remained hidden. "Did you see them? That should be the Tegu user of demon armor. They must be nitrate," Blaine whispered to Kiram. "Yes. My sister is among them." Kiram's right hand was already gripping the hilt of Yatsufusa, her expression cold. "Commander, this is the perfect chance to wipe out nitrate tonight. Let's follow them first and see," Blaine said, not immediately agreeing to engage. His stance toward nitrate wasn't exactly hostile. During his time as captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, he had already learned a fair amount about them. After all, he had been in charge of maintaining public order in the capital. Every target assassinated by nitrate had been far from innocent. They were all scum people like Ogre, whose deaths were well deserved. That was why, back then, he had deliberately turned a blind eye to nitrate's actions. He had chosen not to confront them directly. Otherwise, he would have crossed paths with them much sooner. Now, Blaine and Kiram moved to pursue the figures swiftly traversing the rooftops. Naturally, their targets had already noticed they were being followed. Leon glanced behind them, eyes widening in surprise. "Wait. Is that Blaine and Kiram? Looks like luck's on our side." Mine's expression grew serious. This route was supposed to be the safest. We timed it to avoid all of the capital's patrols at this hour. Was this really just a coincidence? Or did they predict our movements in advance? In reality, it really was just bad luck. If Blaine and Kiram hadn't randomly gone for a late-night stroll, they wouldn't have been spotted at all. This complicates the assassination. We'll have to reschedule the hit for another day. Should we just take them out now? Bullet, who stood out from the group due to his full-body armored Tegu, spoke up. His armor concealed his identity completely, making a disguise unnecessary. "You guys go ahead. I'll deal with Kiram myself," Akame suddenly declared, coming to a stop. Now that they had been discovered, tonight's assassination was no longer feasible. She needed to end things with Kurome quickly before the Empire's assassination unit or the military caught wind of their presence and closed in on them. No way we're letting you handle this alone. If we're fighting, we might as well take them both down together. Leon said immediately. Exactly. There are only 2 of them, and we have 6 ego users. We should eliminate them quickly and then rework our assassination plan. Mine added, already pulling out her Tegu pumpkin, brimming with confidence. But the boss mentioned that Blaine is someone we could potentially win over. Try not to kill him. Bullet reminded them. What a coincidence of all people, they had to run into them tonight. At this point, all 6 members of Nitrate had stopped, seemingly waiting for Blaine and Kurome to come to them. Blaine and Kurome arrived in front of them, and sensing the tension, Blaine instinctively grabbed Kurome's hand, ready to activate his intangibility ability at any moment. Kurome hadn't expected him to suddenly take her hand, and she let out a soft protest. Commander, now isn't the time for this. However, Blaine showed no intention of letting go. His grip was firm, his stance unwavering. What? The moment Akame saw Kurome's hand in Blaine's, she completely lost her composure. Chapter 49, Akame and Kurome's resolve. Akame was an undeniable siscon. Unless it was a man she personally approved of, she couldn't stand seeing Kurome getting close to any other guy. So at this moment, Akame completely lost her composure. However, she was still capable of assessing the situation and quickly suppressed her emotions, reverting to the cold, ruthless assassin she had trained to be. Drawing more aim from its sheath, she made her decision tonight. She would personally put Kurome to rest. You're still flirting in front of us at a time like this? Mine deliberately lowered the hood of her cloak, raising pumpkin and aiming it directly at Kurome. Without hesitation, she fired a blast of compressed energy. Their primary target was Kurome. They knew she had been thoroughly brainwashed by the Empire. There was no reasoning with her. Kurome instinctively tried to dodge, but her hand was still held by Blaine. Trust me. Blaine said calmly. Just those 2 words were enough to put Kurome at ease. In her heart, Commander Blaine was someone she could trust. All right. She nodded slightly. However, just as the energy blast from Pumpkin was about to hit her, she instinctively raised Yatsufusa to block it. Yet, to her astonishment, she felt nothing. It was as if the attack had passed right through her body without a trace, without impact, without pain. Huh? Before Kurome could make sense of what happened, a loud boom erupted behind her. She turned around. An abandoned wall just behind her had been blasted to rubble. Thankfully, no bystanders were harmed. What just happened? That attack had been aimed directly at her. Could it be Commander Blaine's Tegu ability? What? Mine was just as shocked. Her own attack had gone straight through them. Be careful. Their abilities are weird. She immediately warned the others. Hearing this, Akame and the rest of Nitrate held back from attacking right away. You're Kurome's sister, Akame, right? Blaine finally spoke to her. Akame gave a slight nod, her expression grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. She didn't bother to conceal her face. By now, word of her defection to the Revolutionary Army had spread throughout the Empire. Among Nitrate, her identity had been exposed. The earliest her wanted posters were plastered all over the capital. Blaine could clearly see that her face was almost identical to the one on the bounty posters. Long, flowing black hair. Crimson eyes. Her features bore a strong resemblance to Kurome's, delicate yet sharp. Dressed in a black dress and cloak, her figure was slender, taller than Kurome's. You two finally get to see each other again, yet you're already drawing your swords? Blaine had sensed Akame's killing intent toward Kurome. He knew Kurome wanted to kill Akame, but he hadn't expected Akame to feel the same way. The sisters who once depended on each other for survival were now set on each other's deaths. There is no other choice. I have to end Kurome's suffering with my own hands. Akame said firmly. I'm going to kill my sister too, so she'll stay by my side forever. Kurome replied with a soft chuckle. Enough. I won't let you kill Kurome. But if you insist on fighting, don't blame me for not holding back. Blaine's voice grew cold. He remained neutral toward Nitrate and the Revolutionary Army, but that didn't mean he would tolerate them harming the people around him. This might be a personal matter between the sisters, but there was no way he would stand by and watch Kurome die. Akame, should we? Leon whispered. Retreat. His ability is strange, and we can't afford to take unnecessary risks without a guaranteed quick victory. Akame said decisively, staying calm. Moreover, the noise from Pumpkin's blast had likely alerted the Imperial Capital Security Force. The approaching figures in the distance were probably them. The Empire's assassination unit and military forces wouldn't be far behind either. Lingering here would only lead to disaster. Let's go. Lubbock was the first to turn back along their original escape route, followed closely by Akame, mine, and the others. Akame glanced back one last time at Blaine and Kurome. They weren't chasing after them. Sure enough, shortly after Night Raid withdrew, the Imperial Capital Security Force arrived at the scene. However, when they got there, only Blaine and Kurome remained. Captain Blaine? We detected signs of a battle here. Did you encounter Night Raid? Although Blaine had left his position days ago, the security force members still habitually addressed him as their captain. They retreated. Blaine said with a nod. Sorry you had to rush over for nothing. Not at all, Captain. This is our duty. As expected of Captain Blaine. Night Raid must have been planning to assassinate another high-ranking official tonight, but you intercepted them. Sigh, with Captain Blaine's strength, it really is a waste for him to be stationed in the security force. The officers naturally assumed Blaine had driven Night Raid away. As for Kurome, they didn't recognize her. From appearance alone, she seemed like a fragile young girl. They also didn't know where Blaine was currently assigned, only that he had been transferred elsewhere. The security force then proceeded with their investigation, scanning the area. There were hardly any signs of battle, only the collapsed wall from Pumpkin's blast. Seeing this, their admiration for Blaine only deepened. They believed he had driven off Night Raid within moments and remained completely unscathed. Given that Night Raid usually operated in groups of at least 2 or 3 Tegu users, this was an impressive feat in their eyes. While the officers processed the scene, Kurome was still lost in thought about what had just happened. Commander, are you trying to stop me from killing my sister? She asked. Maybe. But what I can say for sure is, I will protect you, because Blaine paused. Kurome's eyes wavered slightly as she looked up at him, as if his words had struck something deep inside her. Because I'm your commander. Blaine smiled. The light in Kurome's eyes immediately dulled. Her lips puffed slightly, and her expression soured, clearly displeased. Forget about my sister for now. More importantly, Commander, how long do you plan on holding my hand? As if in retaliation, she deliberately emphasized the fact that Blaine was still holding on to her. Chapter 50, Siscon Sentiment. Sorry, I forgot. Blaine said, quickly letting go of Kurome's hand with a slightly awkward smile. Why are you apologizing? I never said I disliked it. Kurome replied. What is even happening right now? Blaine sighed, feeling exasperated. Let's keep walking. Kurome said, stepping forward with a light-hearted pace. As Blaine caught up, Kurome suddenly asked, Commander, we could have fought back just now. Why did it feel like you were deliberately avoiding a fight? All 6 of them are Tegu users. The situation wasn't in our favor, my body hasn't fully recovered yet, and it's not exactly a good idea for you to summon a super-class danger beast in the middle of the Imperial capital. So, Blaine explained. His tone was calm and natural, not giving off the slightest hint of deception. In truth, what he said was only half true. His body had long since recovered, he was just making up an excuse to mislead Kurome. After all, she had been thoroughly brainwashed by the Empire. If she ever realized that he didn't actually view Night Raid as an enemy, things could take an unpredictable turn. For now, it was safer to keep certain things from her. That makes sense. Kurome accepted his explanation without hesitation. She had always assumed Blaine's Mangekyo Sharingan was a Tegu, and since using 2 Tegus at once had severe consequences, it was entirely reasonable that his body hadn't fully recovered yet. As for the super-class danger beast, what Blaine said was also true. There were too many civilians in the capital, and the sheer size and destructive power of such a creature would inevitably lead to massive casualties. While the 5 remaining Yatsufusa members were strong, taking on 6 Tegu users from Night Raid at the same time was still a significant risk. It's always best if they withdraw on their own. If a fight breaks out, it's a completely different situation. Blaine continued, smoothly reinforcing his point. If it were just me, that would be one thing, but I also have to worry about your safety. I don't want you getting hurt. I see. Kurome said, nodding. Being cared for like this wasn't a bad feeling. The 2 continued their walk. However, Kurome couldn't shake certain thoughts from her mind. Out of nowhere, she began speaking to herself. When my sister first asked me to escape the assassination unit with her, I was torn. But in the end, I just couldn't accept it. We have to prove how strong we are and earn our commander's recognition. We have to fight for the Empire. If we don't, then all our fallen comrades would have died for nothing. I think my sister didn't just betray the Empire, she also betrayed those comrades who died before her. She chose her ideals over her own sister. She spoke in a steady stream, everything centered around her sister. Blaine listened in silence. He wanted to understand what was really going on in Kurome's mind. My sister's goal is to save the people suffering under the Empire, to try and change it, maybe even the entire world. And honestly, that kind of determination is what I love most about her. Kurome clutched her head, her face pained. But even though I admire that part of her, I still can't forgive her. My thoughts are a mess. Every time I try to think deeply about this, My mind just turns to chaos. She was aware of her own contradictions, yet she couldn't understand why they existed. No matter how hard she tried, her mind wouldn't allow her to fully process this issue. It's obvious you've undergone too much brainwashing, Blaine said seriously. The documents we found mention that only the enhanced team underwent brainwashing. The elite team was trained differently. That's why, when Akame realized the darkness of the Empire, she was able to leave and join the Revolutionary Army. And when Pony was about to be disciplined for her unrecoverable injuries, she chose to run away. Pony, once part of the Elite Seven, hadn't joined the Revolutionary Army but had instead fled in search of their former captain, Nagisho. Kurome's deep contradictions were undoubtedly the result of brainwashing. She loved the sister who fought for her ideals, yet she couldn't forgive her. That was because, buried deep in her subconscious, an ironclad command had been implanted: never betray the Empire. No, that's not it. Kurome immediately rejected his words. A person who has been successfully brainwashed rarely believes that they have been manipulated. Kurome was no exception. Blaine knew this, so he didn't push the topic further. Whether or not that's the case, I won't let you continue being used like this. Enough about that for now. Weren't we supposed to be relaxing? Instead, we've just added more to our worries, Blaine said, his tone softening. Yeah. Kurome murmured, giving a small nod and forcing those thoughts out of her mind. At least for now, she would just enjoy the walk with her commander. Meanwhile, Akame and the others had returned to the night raid base. Boss, we ran into Blaine and Kurome during the operation, so we had no choice but to put the assassination plan on hold for now, Leon reported to Najunda. You encountered those two? Well, nothing can be done about that. As long as no one was hurt, it's fine, Najunda replied, showing no signs of blaming them. That said, what did you all think of Blaine after coming into contact with him? I don't think he had much interest in fighting us, Bullet mused, rubbing his chin. When we retreated, he didn't try to stop us. If he had, we probably wouldn't have gotten away so easily. At this point, Bullet had already dispelled his demon armor form, revealing his tall figure and distinctive pompadour hairstyle. For some reason, it's kind of irritating. It feels like he looked down on us. Mine grumbled. I don't think he was underestimating us, just that he didn't want to fight, Shield said with a smile. What I'm more curious about is that strange ability, Lubbock added. Mine's Tegu, Pumpkin, couldn't hit Kurome at all. That kind of ability should only come from a Tegu, but Kurome already has Yotsufusa. That means it must be Blaine's Tegu. And it looks like he can share its effects with Kurome, Lubbock analyzed. Blaine, huh? He kinda seemed like Kurome's little boyfriend, don't you think, Akame? Leon suddenly smirked. Unlike the others, her focus had been entirely different. She had noticed Akame's reaction back then. It was adorable. Finding it amusing, she deliberately prodded her again. I won't acknowledge him until I know exactly how he feels about Kurome, Akame stated, her expression completely serious as she voiced her big sister declaration. Chapter 51, Stopping the Brainwashing. After hearing the group's descriptions, Najunda had a general idea of the situation. Still, she wanted to confirm something. So, was he hostile toward you at all? No, not at all, Akame replied. Though, when I said I was going to kill Kurome, he did direct a brief killing intent at me. As Night Raid's ace assassin, Akame was highly attuned to detecting hostility and bloodlust from others. It was a skill she had honed back in the Empire's assassination unit. Her former commander, Gazuki, had also possessed the ability to sense the world of killing intent. This skill had proven invaluable when dealing with spies. That just proves he's not actually hostile toward us, doesn't it? Najunda said. In that case, I'd say he's someone worth recruiting. She continued, tonight's events could be considered either bad luck or good luck. But at the very least, this direct encounter saved us the trouble of having to observe him from afar. So, boss, you're planning to invite him to join Night Raid? Leon asked. Yes. We'll see if an opportunity presents itself. I want to speak with him in person. Najunda nodded. Just as she had done when recruiting Akame, deliberately revealing her location so the Empire's assassination unit would send Akame to assassinate her, she planned to create an opportunity for a direct conversation. We're getting another new comrade, Shill said excitedly. Shill had long, flowing purple hair, matching purple eyes, and a deep fondness for the color. Her entire outfit, including her Cheongsam-style dress, was purple. Among Night Raid, she was the only one who wore glasses, giving her a quiet and elegant appearance. Though pretty, she was known for being clumsy and a bit of an airhead. Her Tegu, Cutter of Creation, Extase, was a massive scissor-shaped weapon capable of cutting through anything. It was also highly durable and could be used for defense. Mine, however, crossed her arms. Don't get too excited just yet. That guy might not even accept the offer. He could be just as stubborn as General Doe. The twin-tailed girl with pink hair, mine, was the current wielder of the gun-type Tegu Roman artillery, Pumpkin. Petite and cute, she wore a light pink dress that matched her hair and eyes. Though her features were adorable, her personality had a sharp edge, carrying a touch of arrogance. Najunda had originally been the owner of Pumpkin, but after losing her right eye and right arm during her defection thanks to his teeth, she was no longer fit to use a gun-type Tegu. Seeing that mine was a natural sharpshooter, she had entrusted the weapon to her. That being said, Najunda continued, Blaine holds a commander-level position in the Empire's assassination unit, right? Did you pick up on anything after interacting with him? Akame shook her head slightly. Given how young Blaine looked around the same age as Kurome, it was hard for her to believe that he held a high-ranking position. I see. Then let's have the Revolutionary Army send someone to investigate. Najunda decided. The Empire's assassination unit base is heavily guarded. Is it really safe to send someone in? Akame asked, slightly concerned. Don't worry. We have a Tegu user who specializes in this kind of work. Najunda said confidently. The Empire's assassination unit, base headquarters. Vacation time had come to an end, and it was time for the members of the assassination unit to set aside their leisure. Having undergone strict and relentless training, they were disciplined enough to control themselves. What followed was their scheduled drug enhancement. At regular intervals, the base conducted these so-called enhancements on all members of the assassination unit. But in truth, drug enhancement was nothing more than a cover. What the researchers were really doing was brainwashing. Ever since Blaine had shown Kurome and the others the classified documents, they had learned the truth behind the enhancements. Yet, despite knowing, they still had no desire to resist. They willingly submitted themselves to brainwashing once more. The entire process was simple. Members of the assassination unit would be taken to a designated underground chamber, where they would be seated in chairs, their hands cuffed. A sedative would then be injected to put them to sleep. Once unconscious, the conditioning would begin. Hypnosis and psychological reinforcement, all centered around a single core command: never betray the Empire. However, today's brainwashing session was interrupted. Blaine, are you trying to obstruct our work? Drug enhancement is a strict order from the higher-ups. You have no right to interfere. If the superiors find out what you're doing, you should understand the consequences. As the staff prepared to escort the assassination unit members for their scheduled session, they were stopped by Blaine. Drug enhancement? Wouldn't brainwashing be a more accurate term? Blaine's expression darkened slightly as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, the researchers paled in shock. You're saying that in front of them? Kurome, Kelly, and the rest of the assassination unit were standing nearby. The higher-ups had strictly forbidden them from ever learning the truth behind these enhancements. Anyone who leaked this secret would be executed. Even the researchers themselves could face punishment if the truth got out. Yet, in reality, Kurome and the others had already known about the brainwashing for a while. They simply didn't care. Right now, their expressions were filled with concern not over the brainwashing itself, but over the potential consequences of a direct confrontation between Blaine and the researchers. None of them had fully realized just how severe Blaine's actions were. That's right. Blaine said, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Not only did I say it in front of them, I also showed them the documents. So, what do you plan to do? The researchers were stunned. Are you insane? Do you have any idea what this means? You must have a death wish. Why waste your time on those tools? One of the staff sneered. What do we plan to do? Obviously, we'll report you to the higher-ups. You'll be dealt with soon enough. Their resentment toward Blaine had already been simmering since the last Danger Beast materials incident. They had been forced to let that matter go, but they had never forgotten it. Now, Blaine had handed them the perfect excuse for retaliation. It was only at this moment that Kurome and the others realized how serious the situation was. What do you mean? Commander Blaine is going to be punished? Kurome's expression tensed, her voice sharp with urgency. Of course. He's committed a major taboo. He will be executed. Though, I doubt it'll be quick. A staff member smirked coldly. Before that, he'll go through some extensive interrogation. Not only him, Sarah will also be treated as an accomplice. Yet, despite these threats, Blaine and Sarah showed no trace of fear. They remained calm, indifferent. In fact, Sarah's expression slowly twisted into something deranged. Chapter 52, Gia Foundation. It's really that serious? Commander Blaine is going to be punished by the Empire because of us? This has to be a joke, right? Commander, please explain to them. There might still be a chance, right? Upon learning that Commander Blaine and Commander Saru were facing punishment, everyone in the assassination unit panicked. They had already lost so many comrades, and now even their two most trusted commanders were about to be taken from them. Kurome's expression darkened with sadness, But if this was the Empire's decree, there was nothing she could do. If she had ever thought of changing this fate, she and Akame wouldn't have parted ways, and their former comrades wouldn't have been disposed of one after another. Chance? Keep dreaming. Even if you beg for mercy now, it's too late. The staff laughed arrogantly. Watching Blaine and Sarah grovel would be amusing, but seeing them tortured was far more satisfying. Master, can I kill them? Sarah sneered as she turned to Blaine. The staff's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The arrogance they had just displayed vanished, replaced by sheer terror as they stared at Sarah. What do you think you're doing? Do I even need to say it? Naturally, I'm here to pass judgment on you evildoers. A grin spread across Sarah's face, not one of arrogance, but a twisted, terrifying smile. Why you dare? What you're doing is a grave crime. A capital offense. Some of the staff shouted, desperately trying to invoke the rules of the Empire's assassination unit to intimidate Blaine and Sarah. Others had already decided to flee, turning swiftly to make their escape. Leave no one alive. Blaine spoke calmly. With their master's approval, Sarah and Koro sprang into action. Most of the staff were ordinary people with little combat ability, but they had their own means of survival. Each had concealed a special drug within their molars far more potent than the ones used by assassination unit members. While the effects were stronger, the side effects were also severe. Their bodies swelled rapidly, muscles expanding until their clothes ripped apart, transforming them into monstrous figures. Kill. Kill you. Bulging veins covered their faces, their speech slurred and their minds clouded. But in the end, ordinary people were still ordinary people. No matter how much the drug enhanced their abilities, it could never bridge the overwhelming gap in strength. At this point, there was no room for mercy. If Blaine left them alive, his superiors would surely come after him and Sarah. Eliminating them now would at least buy some time. He didn't even need to use the dojutsu of double Kamui. The base abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan and the black and white dual swords of his Shingu were more than enough to crush these fools. Just moments later, with the last staff member's head severed by Sarah without a trace of emotion, every person present had been wiped out by Blaine and Sarah. Sarah then ordered Koro to devour the bodies, leaving behind only bloodstains and the remnants of battle. Watching the slaughter unfold before their eyes, Kiram, Kelly, and the others stood in stunned silence. "See, Commander. Doesn't this make your situation even more dangerous?" Kelly was the first to speak, his voice trembling slightly. "That's true, but so what?" Blaine remained calm. "You all need to think this through. Everything I did was for your sake. Do you really believe brainwashing hasn't affected you at all? After being brainwashed, none of you are the same as before. Doesn't that scare you? Whether your unwavering loyalty to the Empire is a result of brainwashing or not, you won't believe me if I say it now. But given time, you'll come to realize the truth." Blaine had a theory there had to be a reason why the assassination unit members were subjected to regular brainwashing. If the brainwashing were permanent, there would be no need to repeat the process so many times. Which meant its effects were temporary. If Kiram and the others were no longer subjected to it, the brainwashing's hold on them would gradually fade. "Commander, you suddenly tell us all this. But we don't know what to do." "Yeah. We can't resist them like you did. And even if we did, we'd just be executed. We're supposed to obey the Empire without question." The assassination unit members were overwhelmed, their thoughts in turmoil. "Do you really think those people represented the Empire? That just because they ordered you to do something, you had to obey?" Blaine spoke bluntly. "Right now, I'm the one in charge of the Imperial Assassination Unit. I'll be the one to change the system. You don't have to worry, I'll take responsibility for everything. And Koro and I will help you return to the path of justice." Sarah picked up Koro and smiled at them. Her bright, cheerful expression was a stark contrast to the bloodthirsty look she had worn during the fight. Koro, having already digested the bodies, had returned to his usual form. "If you don't want to lose any more comrades, then trust us. I might not represent the Empire, but at least I'm better than those guys. And besides, I'm your leader." Blaine smiled. His words struck a chord. Not only did he avoid directly challenging the brainwashing they had undergone, but his argument was undeniably persuasive. At no point did he ask them to betray the Empire. "I don't want to lose any more comrades. And I don't want to lose you either, Commander. I trust you." Kiram was the first to speak. The others nodded in agreement. Blaine wasn't trying to rebel against the assassination unit, he wanted to change it from within. That was something they could accept. The staff killed today were only a fraction of the total, the rest had no idea what had transpired here. The base would continue functioning as usual. Meanwhile, the researchers responsible for the brainwashing were puzzled by the unit's failure to report to the underground chamber on schedule. As for the dead staff members, it was as if they had vanished without a trace. No one knew what had happened to them except Blaine, Sarah, and cure 'em. Koro had even consumed their bones, and it would be easy to clean up the remaining blood and battle scars. Blaine simply informed researchers that an internal incident had occurred, leading to the mysterious disappearance of several staff members. As a result, this round of brainwashing was temporarily cancelled. Meanwhile, as chaos brewed within the Imperial Assassination Unit, a spy from the Revolutionary Army had infiltrated the capital. Lurking near the unit's base, they waited for the perfect moment to strike, utilizing the transformation ability of the Tigugia Foundation. Chapter 53, Little Black Cat Chelsea. The so-called high-ranking superior of the Imperial Assassination Unit was a royal palace official named Skiulu. His status was second only to Prime Minister Honest. In fact, Skiulu was the very founder of the Imperial Assassination Unit. For now, word of what had transpired within the Assassination Unit had yet to reach him. Until Skiulu realized what was happening, Blaine had complete control over the unit, a window of time sufficient for him to accomplish many things. Today, as usual, Blaine and Sarah led the Assassination Unit out for training. Ding. The host has hunted a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. Ding. The host has hunted a level 3 danger beast. Reward, 3 system points. The Assassination Unit successfully completed their training objectives, and Blaine gained a substantial number of system points along the way. Though a few members were injured, the overall mood was light-hearted and relaxed. After all, Commander Blaine had reformed the Assassination Unit's system, completely abolishing the previous punishment policy. They no longer had to fear being punished for getting injured, nor would they lose comrades so easily anymore. The only thing that worried them now was the fate of Commanders Blaine and Sarah, both of whom had blatantly defied orders from their superiors. On the way back, just outside the base gates, Blaine spotted a small black cat in the grass nearby. It looked like a stray, and it was injured. Seeing the wounded kitten, Blaine immediately walked over. "Master?" Sarah, noticing his movements, asked in confusion. Blaine crouched down and cautiously reached out to touch the kitten. After a couple of tentative gestures, he realized it wasn't hissing or recoiling. That was a good sign. It meant the kitten was naturally docile. Gaining confidence, Blaine gently stroked the kitten's head. Of course, if it suddenly attacked, he would be able to react instantly. Meow. The black kitten didn't resist at all. If anything, it seemed to enjoy the attention. "Oh, it's a little cat. And it looks hurt." Sarah had walked over as well. "Yes. Its front leg is injured, and it seems weak. Probably malnourished." Blaine carefully observed its condition. What a cute kitten. Kurum and the others had also gathered around. It seemed Kurum had a fondness for small, adorable animals. "I'll treat its wounds first, then find a good home for it." As he spoke, Blaine lifted the kitten by the scruff of its neck and cradled it in his arms. The kitten remained calm. It didn't claw at him, didn't hiss. Instead, it nuzzled its head against him. What a well-behaved little thing. Too bad we can't keep pets. Kelly sighed. The issue wasn't just whether they could have pets. The Imperial Assassination Unit had stripped them of all personal freedom. "If you want to keep a pet, that can be arranged. Once I fully take control of the Assassination Unit, I'll lift those restrictions." Blaine's words carried a quiet certainty. Fully take control? Kelly and the others exchanged glances, assuming Blaine must have some plan to negotiate with the higher-ups. However, Blaine's intentions were far different from what they imagined. And so, with the kitten in his arms, Blaine brought it into the base. Ordinarily, only animals designated for experimentation were allowed inside. But since it was Blaine carrying the cat, the guards said nothing. In reality, the injured stray cat was actually Chelsea in disguise. She possessed the Tigu Phantasmagoria, Gia Foundation, which allowed her to transform into anything she desired through sheer will. Disguising herself as an injured stray cat made it easier for her to move unnoticed near the Imperial Assassination Unit space. Her original plan was to find an opportunity to infiltrate the base, but she hadn't expected things to take such an unexpected turn. When Blaine had walked toward her earlier, her first instinct had been to run. However, considering her current appearance, a cat with an injured front leg running too fast would have seemed unnatural. To avoid arousing suspicion, she chose to remain still, feigning obedience while carefully observing the situation. If things took a turn for the worse, she could always abandon the mission and escape. What surprised Chelsea, however, was how unexpectedly kind-hearted her target Blaine turned out to be. He actually intended to take her into the base and treat her wounds. Of course, he wasn't an assassination target but rather a surveillance target. The Revolutionary Army had tasked Chelsea with monitoring Blaine to determine whether he was someone they could recruit. In the end, Blaine's actions played right into her hands. She had already been searching for a way to infiltrate the base. Although this was essentially walking into the lion's den, espionage was always a dangerous game. And until now, she had never failed. She trusted both her own skills and the capabilities of her Tigu. Blaine carried the black kitten Chelsea in disguise into the lounge. He asked the lab technicians for medicines suitable for treating animal wounds, including disinfectants, before beginning to treat her injuries. So, Kiram, and the others stood nearby, watching. The ability of Gia Foundation was indeed formidable. Up until now, Blaine had yet to notice that the small black cat was actually a transformed human. As long as Chelsea didn't act in a way that contradicted typical feline behavior, no one would see through her disguise. Meow. When the disinfectant was applied, Chelsea even pretended to wince and struggle slightly, making her act all the more convincing. The strengths of Gia Foundation were evident, but so were its weaknesses. It lacked any real combat ability, making it more suited for reconnaissance, infiltration, and assassination. It wasn't until he began treating the wound that Blaine sensed something off. Chelsea had created the injury using the cosmetic abilities of her Tigu. It was so lifelike that it was virtually indistinguishable from a real wound to the naked eye. However, Blaine's eyes were far from ordinary. With the keen perception of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he detected the slightest inconsistency. Chelsea's only misstep was her lack of intel on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not even the Revolutionary Army nor anyone else in the world knew the truth about Blaine's eyes. As a result, Chelsea remained completely unaware that her disguise had already been exposed. On the surface, however, Blaine showed no reaction. He simply continued tending to the black kitten's injury with patience and care. Internally, though, he was now on high alert. This cat was almost certainly a transformed human, likely due to a Tigu's ability. In a world filled with all kinds of bizarre Tigu, one capable of transformation wasn't particularly surprising. For now, he had no intention of exposing her. Instead, he wanted to see just what this little black cat was planning to do next. Chapter 54, Bathing the Little Black Cat. Blaine figured the most likely explanation was that the kitten was a spy sent by the Revolutionary Army. After all, the Empire's assassination unit's greatest enemy and practically its only one was the Revolutionary Army. The unit had been created specifically to combat them. While the possibility of a foreign spy couldn't be completely ruled out, it was highly unlikely. Foreigners had little to do with them. After tending to the black kitten's wound, Blaine bandaged it up and even tied a small bow. Though he already suspected something was off about the little creature, he was willing to play along. Acting as if nothing had happened, Blaine casually went to find food for the kitten. There are still some snacks in the base. Let's give it some biscuits for now, he said. Specialized cat food didn't exist in this world, and even if it did, one would have to gather the ingredients and make it from scratch. Besides, this little one wasn't really a cat but a human. From that perspective, biscuits were actually a better choice than cat food. However, the biscuits had all been bought by Kiram, and some of them hadn't yet been laced with medicinal ingredients. Blaine needed to check first. Kiram, can you spare some of your biscuits for the kitten? If it's just a little, that's fine. Considering it was Blaine asking and the fact that Kiram had a soft spot for cute animals, she relented. Of course, no need to give too many. It's not like it can eat that much. Blaine took a few small biscuits and grabbed a little bowl to place them in. Watching him, Chelsea thought to herself, this guy's surprisingly considerate. If he had just thrown the biscuits on the ground, she would have had to put up with the dirt. Having a bowl was much better. Maintaining her act, Chelsea naturally sniffed the food first before starting to eat. Kiram, Kelly, and the others gathered around like curious children, watching the little black cat eat. Having never owned a pet before, they found the sight rather fascinating. Being stared at by so many people made Chelsea a little uncomfortable. Seriously? Have these guys never seen a cat eat before? She thought. Then again, it made sense. From what she knew, the Imperial Assassination Unit had no freedom whatsoever. The Empire had molded them into nothing more than pure killing machines. Chelsea understood the Assassination Unit well. The organization she had previously belonged to, Audiobook, had clashed with them head-on. In the end, the unit's elite squad suffered heavy losses, while Audiobook was completely wiped out save for Chelsea herself. Most notably, their leader, Audiobook, had been killed by Akame back when she was still with the Assassination Unit. Mraid was one of the key figures who ultimately led Akame to defect to the Revolutionary Army. Meow. After finishing the biscuits Blaine gave her, the little black cat didn't ask for more but simply tucked her paws in and rested. Looks like she's full, Blaine noted. Sarah reached out, wanting to pet the kitten. Chelsea maintained her well-behaved cat persona. At the same time, she grew wary of the small white creature nearby. It looked like an innocent puppy, but something about it felt off. There were biological Tigus, after all. This little thing could very well be one of them. Chelsea raised her guard against Koro. Next, I need to give it a bath and deworm it. There should be some herbs in the lab for deworming. I'll bathe it first, then take care of the deworming, Blaine suddenly said. A bath? Deworming was one thing, but bathing was another. Chelsea couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Even though she was currently in the body of a small female cat, being bathed by someone else meant being touched all over. That thought alone made her uncomfortable. No matter what, she was still human on the inside. But at this point, she had no choice but to go along with it. Abandoning the mission wasn't an option. As an assassin, she was willing to do whatever it took to complete her mission. Even if it meant sacrificing an important comrade, she had to be prepared to let go when necessary. Such sacrifices were a necessary price, and she believed they were worth it. That was why, in the original story, even though Chelsea knew Akame was the primary reason for the annihilation of the Orberg, she showed no hostility toward her. As fellow Revolutionary Army members, their shared interests took precedence, and Chelsea treated Akame well. At the very least, the Orberg's downfall had severely weakened the Empire's assassination unit, and it had also led to Akame joining their side. To Chelsea, those sacrifices had been worth it. Right now, all she had to do was grit her teeth and endure it. After all, she was in a cat's body. This shouldn't be too unbearable. Meanwhile, Blaine hadn't even considered whether the black kitten was male or female. He wasn't overthinking it, he just felt that bathing a stray cat was the natural course of action. But before he could take the kitten to bathe, an unexpected guest arrived from the Empire's assassination unit. "Commander, General Esdeath is here," a young man reported to Blaine. "All right, I'll go meet her." Blaine nodded slightly. Esdeath's sudden appearance didn't surprise him anymore. As he prepared to meet her, he kept the small black cat in his arms. If he let it go, there was no telling if it would try to attack Kurum and the others. It was safer to keep an eye on it himself. "General Esdeath?" That woman, the one said to be the Empire's strongest. Chelsea, still cradled in Blaine's arms, was well aware of Esdeath's reputation. To the Revolutionary Army, she was the most dangerous enemy, the single greatest obstacle standing between them and the overthrow of Prime Minister Honest. Running into Esdeath on this mission was unexpected, but Chelsea remained calm. Even if she came face to face with Esdeath, she was confident she wouldn't be exposed. Esdeath's ego was purely offensive, it had no abilities to counter her Gia foundation. Chelsea was certain of that. Blaine had only taken a few steps out of the resting area when he ran into Esdeath at the hallway corner. "You're already here? I was just about to come out and greet you," Blaine said, stopping in his tracks. The woman standing before him was breathtaking, dressed in a military uniform with a matching cap. Her presence exuded power. She was Esdeath, the Empire's strongest. "Blaine." Esdeath had just begun to speak when her gaze landed on the small black cat in his arms. "You like these kinds of little things?" she asked, looking slightly surprised. Chapter 55, Esdeath's Midnight Training Plan. What Esdeath truly meant was that she hadn't expected Blaine to be fond of such weak creatures. In contrast, she had no interest in these so-called cute little animals. Something so fragile she could kill it with a flick of her wrist, and even then, it wouldn't be satisfying. "Well, I like small animals like kittens and puppies," Blaine admitted with a nod. "I see. So you have a soft spot for cute little things? How adorable," Esdeath said with a teasing smile. Blaine suddenly felt like he was being mocked. Did Esdeath just compare him to a little girl? No, just before he could clarify, Esdeath cut him off. "No need to explain. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this cute little secret of yours. It'll stay between us." To Esdeath, seeing this softer side of Blaine wasn't off-putting. In fact, it only made her desire to dominate him even stronger. Meanwhile, Chelsea, nestled in Blaine's arms, was quietly laughing to herself. This wasn't just a secret between the two of them anymore. She, as an unexpected third party, had just become privy to it. Esdeath, however, gave Blaine no chance to argue and swiftly changed the subject. "Blaine, I heard about how you rebelled night raid before. Well done." She praised him without hesitation. "There's even a rumor going around that, like me, you let them go just so you could enjoy an even more exhilarating battle in the future." Blaine felt that this rumor had spun a little too far. That being said, if he had truly gone all out back then, with the sheer brutality of Double Kamui's first strike, Night Raid would have suffered devastating losses, and he could have walked away unscathed. But there had been no reason for that. He had no grudge against Night Raid. Why waste the effort fighting them? As expected, we're quite compatible. When the time comes, you should come work under me, Esdeath said directly. Blaine's pupils narrowed slightly. And when exactly will that time be? Esdeath's words completely pushed aside any lingering thoughts about her earlier teasing. "Once I've conquered the northern tribes, that'll be the right time," Esdeath answered without a hint of concealment. "Right now, they're the biggest threat aside from the Revolutionary Army. Some people estimate it'll take the Empire at least a year to subjugate them." She smirked, her expression brimming with unwavering confidence. "But I'll show them what true power is. That so-called 1 year is a joke. It won't take me 6 months, no, Not even half a month to flatten the northern region. By then, with my military achievements, you'll have built up your own reputation and merits. Prime Minister Honest won't dare oppose it. And if he does, I have ways to make him agree. As she spoke of the northern tribes, her dangerous smile carried absolute certainty and unshakable confidence born from sheer strength. To her, the northern tribe's 400,000 strong army was nothing more than a swarm of insignificant ants. I understand. Blaine gave a slight nod. On the surface, he showed no reaction, but inwardly, he wasn't pleased. There were still many things he had yet to deal with. The situation with the Imperial Assassination Unit had already progressed to this point. He couldn't just abandon it halfway. He had to see things through to the end, at least until he had everything settled here. Of course, Blaine wasn't helping the Assassination Unit out of pure goodwill. He had been gradually working toward his own goal, establishing an organization of his own. Zero and the members of the Imperial Assassination Unit were the perfect candidates. Once he fully took control of the unit, forming his own organization would be the natural next step. The Empire, Asdeath, the Revolutionary Army, Night Raid. Why should he serve under anyone? Still, Blaine said nothing to Asdeath. Instead, he simply acknowledged her words with a short response. There was no need to mention his plans before Asdeath had dealt with the northern tribes. If he brought it up now, it would no doubt displease her, perhaps even make her turn against him entirely. Given her overwhelming need for control, she was more than capable of doing just that. Of course, I won't have you at the same level as the three beasts. You'll be my deputy general. No one but me will have the authority to order you around, not even Minister Honest. Asdeath added. Hearing this, Chelsea knew she needed to accelerate her mission. At the very least, before Asdeath subdued the northern tribes, she had to determine whether Blaine was someone worth recruiting into the Revolutionary Army. All right. Blaine nodded again. But you don't seem very happy. Is the position not good enough for you? Asdeath mused. No, it's not that. I've always been like this, haven't I? Blaine said with a slightly awkward smile. He simply wasn't the type to smile often, that was all. Asdeath didn't press the matter further. Instead, she gently cupped both sides of his face with her hands. That's why you should smile more. You actually look really good when you do. You're the first person to ever say that. Blaine remarked. Maybe it's just because I'm straightforward. Asdeath replied without hesitation.